Hi my good ones, this video is released thanks to your support. This story starts with the sunlight illuminating a big hospital in the city. There were people and cars near it as usual. The head doctor of the hospital named Han Shiwei. At the meeting banged his hands on the table. He angrily shouted to Dr. Mai that the ambulance driver would perform surgery on the patient. He reminded that Lao was a public hero. The doctor with glasses said in a calm voice for Mr. Han to calm down first. Lai reminded the girl that an ambulance driver named Yan Feng was able to diagnose a heart defect in a patient without the aid of equipment. Yan also suggested that the common form of surgery should be abandoned. Mei stood near her seat, near the table, and explained that she had not paid attention to the driver's words at first. The girl excitedly explained that she had become convinced that Yan's words were true. When they opened the patient's chest, heart problems were the reason for the failed operation. The doctors near the table continued to chat angrily among themselves. Li said thoughtfully that the guy only saw the patient's heart problems after he looked at him. Han angrily shouted to his colleague that if the medic brought the operation and made a mistake, their hospital would face public censure. Li became very angry. He was fed up with his colleague's words and pounded his fist on the table. Li grudgingly asked his colleagues what they had come to after a long meeting. Han listened to his colleague unhappily. The doctor said that the patient was their last hope. Lao could not die in their arms. Li demanded that Mai bring a driver to perform the operation. Mai, standing near the table, told the medic that they had fired the driver. The medic was surprised to hear that Yan had been fired. The girl reminded the medic that they fired Yan after they noticed him peeking at the female doctor in the shower. Han along with Lai were very surprised to hear such a response from the girl. After a short pause, Li said thoughtfully that he had acted very harshly to the driver. The doctor told the girl to go and find Yan. He had to go back to the hospital again. The medic promised that Mai would get money for research if he successfully treated the patient. The doctors continued to confer. Someone shouted that the patient only had 3.5 hours left. Mai had to hurry. On the outskirts of the city, a game between two youth teams was taking place on a basketball court. One basketball team was losing badly to the other. Someone asked the number 7 player to shoot the ball. With time running out, the players fought desperately for the ball on the court. One of the athletes rushed forward and tried to get the ball for himself. The athlete stood near the ring and decided not to let the ball carrier pass. The basketball player in the green uniform looked angrily in front of him and ran forward sharply with the ball. The player with the ball in his hands rushed forward. The opponent in the red uniform ran behind him. The basketball player realized that there wasn't much time left in the game. He jumped off with his foot. With seconds left in the game, the basketball player was flying toward the basket. The guy lifted the ball over his head and got ready to put it in the basket. The basketball player put the ball in the basket at the last moment and hovered over it. The game was over. The green team won. Someone shouted that the number 7 player was very cool. People around were looking at the guy in the green uniform and admiring him. Girls near the court shouted words of encouragement for the basketball player. The player ran to the net near the stadium. He greeted his female fans. At this time, a doctor came from the side of the playground and frightenedly called out to the protagonist. Fen was surprised to see Mai in front of him. Mai walked up to the guy and grabbed his arm. Feng was scared and made excuses to the girl for the bathroom incident. The doctor shouted to the guy to follow her. The players were sitting near the court smoking. One of them was unhappy because Lu Mao had a new legionnaire. The basketball player angrily said that the new legionnaire could always have his legs broken during the next match. They could reclaim what was taken away from them. Mei stood near the playground gate. She threatened the protagonist with her hand. The basketball player looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he wanted to take back this legionnaire. The protagonist walked up to the race car. A girl approached him from the side. Feng was angry. He threw his clothes on top of the car and yelled that he had to redo someone else's problems with Lao's surgery. He reminded the doctor that he had been kicked out of the hospital and now they wanted him back. Mai told him in a disgruntled voice that Lao was dying, but that his life was precious. She added that the clinic was willing to fulfill his conditions. Feng explained to the girl in a disgruntled voice that the hospital can offer him money and a position. He had already earned several thousand from the basketball game. The main character asked the girl unhappily, "What does she want then?" Mei explained to the guy that she could do something for him. Feng looked at the doctor very slyly and with great interest. He studied her with his eyes. The guy hugged the girl sharply and told her that it could be discussed. Mai asked him fearfully, "What does he mean?" Feng continued to stare at the girl with great attention. She felt scared. Suddenly, the girl abruptly turned around and ran away. She shouted to the guy not to even dream about it. The protagonist slyly told his partner that did she think of something obscene? Feng slyly asked the pissed-off doctor. What's on a girl's mind anyway? The main character put on a t-shirt and said he wouldn't mind living in a building next to a pharmaceutical factory for 6 months. May asked the guy unhappily. How did he know she had an apartment in that place? The hairdryer demanded of her partner that she tell him the answer as soon as possible. The doctor agreed to the guy's request and said he had to save Lao. The main character got into the car with his companion, and they drove off. At the hospital, the doctor stood by the door of the room and watched the patient. She remembered that Lao had a couple of hours to live. The woman turned around and thought. She didn't know what she should do. The patient was lying unconscious in a hospital bed under an oxygen mask. An unconscious man was lying on the operating table. The doctor asked if there was anesthesia and a ventilator. The doctor told her that everything was fine. Han asked his subordinate what the patient's condition was. The woman replied that Lao's chest had been opened. They were able to buy a little more time. The man was already in critical condition. The hairdryer turned to the side and said they were going to have to sweat now. The doctor stood in the operating room near the patient. Someone shouted that the patient was now in multi-organ failure. His heart rate was up to 35. All indicators were not up to surgical requirements. Feng concentratedly commanded the charge nurse to administer a 2 mg cardiac needle intravenously to the patient. Dr. May was ready to open the chest once the heart rate stabilized. The doctor was surprised when she heard the guy pro-dose of 2 mg. She thought that even 1 mg was the limit. The doctor stood by the medical device and looked at it carefully. She was watching the patient's pulse rate. The hairdryer shouted to the doctor that he was leaving the patient to her. She had to follow the previous incision. The girl explained to the guy that if the heart problem was not solved, there should be an option for surgery. The Fen demanded from her in return that she do everything he told her to do. The doctor lady looked at the main character with attention. The guy was looking down very concentrated. The doctoress told the main character to help remove the bindings for her. The girl held out tweezers and a knife and began to remove the bindings on the patient's body. The guy demanded that the assistant give him a number 22 blade. The protagonist asked the assistants to help him press everything down. He wanted to separate the interosseous ligament. The doctor demanded that she be given a sternum saw and a chest expander. She then commanded that the patient be injected with a drug into the central vein. The doctor was very excited. She told the guy to open the patient's chest. The medics opened the patient's chest with medical devices to access the heart. The hairdryer praised his assistants and said they did everything successfully in 10 minutes. The girl frighteningly shouted to her colleagues that the patient's pulse was dropping very quickly. The main character looked at the patient carefully. His pulse had reached 10 beats. The girl turned around and fearfully asked the guy, "Do we need a defibrillator to start the heart?" The hairdryer commanded his colleagues to continue the procedures with a heart-strengthening injection. The doctor gave the shot and yelled that the patient had no reaction. The protagonist commanded the girl to continue with the injection. He yelled that he was responsible. The doctor looked at the protagonist in disbelief. She decided to follow his instructions. The girl reached out with the injection and prepared to inject it into the patient's chest. The patient's heart started and a pulse appeared. The doctor shouted joyfully that the heart rate had reached 40. The doctor looked sideways at the guy and thought to herself that he was very good. Feng told the girl to go over to him and remove the lung tumor. It shouldn't be hard for her. The doctor was standing by the patient's body. She told the protagonist that they should do it at the same time. The protagonist and his assistant guided the medical instruments inside the patient's chest. The doctor near the medical device shouted fearfully that Elder Ye's heart had stopped beating. Fen commanded the girl to proceed with the surgery. He wanted to cut out the heart. The girl looked at the guy with fright. The main character commanded her to continue the operation. The doctors continued to operate inside the patient's chest. The doctor was surprised to notice that there was black blood inside the patient that smelled bad. The Fen explained to her colleague that the patient had been injected with poison during the war. The remnants of the poison were now attached to the inner wall. It is believed that the heart has been corroded, and this is the cause of his malformation. The doctor looked at the boy with disbelief and wondered, how does he know all this so well? The hairdryer didn't answer the girl. He was concentrating on looking inside the patient's body. The guy demanded that Nurse Lin come to him and help him support the blood vessel. He decided to prepare the cleaning solution himself. Fen picked up a scalpel. He thought that poison was not something that could be washed away with a normal cleaning solution. He decided to use something special. The protagonist dropped a drop of blood from his hand inside a vial of water. The hairdryer handed the vial to his assistant. He demanded that he use it to clean the inside of his heart. The protagonist tiredly clasped his hands together. He told his co-workers that he himself had to get ready for another case. Dean turned around and shouted to the guy that the patient's heartbeat had not recovered. It had been 3 minutes. He didn't know what to do next. The girl shouted, frightened, to the protagonist that the lung activity had stopped. The tissue was starting to bleed. The girl looked at the patient's face. His pupils began to show absent-mindedness. The hairdryer stretched his hand over the patient's face. He shouted that this is the way it should be. The protagonist started tapping his hand on the patient's heart with leisurely and easy movements. The hairdryer placed his palm on the patient's body. He touched his fingers to his heart inside. The doctor stood to the side and watched the guy's actions with great excitement. The hairdryer continued to touch the heart with his fingers. The protagonist kept tapping the patient's heart with his hand. It activated. Gradually, the patient's heartbeat became more and more steady. The doctor looked at the medical device and shouted that the heartbeat had returned. The girl shouted with surprise to the guy that he had done an amazing thing. The Fen looked at the patient's body with a surprised look. The Fen shouted, very surprised, that this would be recorded in the history of medicine as a butterfly dance resonance. Fen told his colleagues that he wanted to tell them about it later. He suggested that they get up and continue the operation. The assistant looked anxiously at the guy and said she agreed with him. The doctors stood by the couch with the patient and continued to operate on him. At that time, a stranger ran into the office. She shouted angrily for Yang Feng to come out. The stranger in the doctor's office reached out to him and grabbed him by his clothes. The girl named Yesu Han was Ye's eldest granddaughter and worked as a Shanghai policeman. She angrily asked the man, why did he let the ambulance driver perform surgery on her grandfather? Han looked fearfully at the guest and said it was the dean of the hospital who authorized the guy to do the surgery. Hai interrogated the doctor. Did the dean named Li Jinkang give the decision for the surgery? Han sat at the table. He revealed that he protested against the dean's action. But Li insisted that the protagonist do the surgery. The doctor told his partner that Elder Ye could still live for 5 hours, but he wasn't sure about that now. The guest Ye was silent. She listened to the man carefully but didn't answer him anything. Ye sternly asked the man where the dean and the protagonist were now. Han replied to the girl that he would take her to the operating room on the 5th floor. Han looked at the girl silently and angrily. He decided to take her to the operating room. Ye went inside the operating room and demanded that the protagonist come out to her. The doctors tried to get her out of the room. The girl demanded that Yang Feng come to her. The protagonist swung at the girl in a sudden and furtive movement. A small syringe flew into the policewoman's head. She looked in surprise. The girl fell to the floor after the syringe hit her head. The frightened agents looked at her from the side. The agent picked up the unconscious policewoman in his arms. He angrily asked the guy how dare he attack the police. Fen held out his hand to the side. He told the agent that he was now busy saving the elder and the girl had merely fainted. The agent fell silent. He looked at the guy with a displeased look. After that, he put his hands to the girl's face. The policeman looked at his colleague and said she was still breathing. The agent came out of the office and carried the girl in his arms. A frightened hand near the entrance asked the policeman if they had stopped the protagonist. Mai approached the guy and said he didn't look good. Feng asked the girl how much longer they had to operate. The girl told her colleague that they have cut out most of the tumor from the patient. Now they are working on the area of spread. The Fen replied to the girl that they need to hurry up. The protagonist guided his hand, and it stopped on top of the patient's heart. The hairdryer looked at the patient's heart with great attention and breathed heavily. The protagonist remembered the butterfly resonance. He told himself that his hand could no longer move. The guy closed his eyes and said he didn't want to use the technique anymore. Mai shouted to the guy in a frightened voice that he could stop right now. The main character felt a strong weakness run through his body. He could no longer stand. The guy reached out his hand to the medical instruments on the table. His vision was getting worse. Han stood near the door of the operating room. He heard a noise coming from inside. The protagonist could barely stand on his feet. He walked out of the room and the doctors were pulling him under his arms. Han angrily pointed his hand in the direction and asked what was going on here. He thought the doctor had fainted. The girl explained to the man that the operation had been successful. The protagonist was only tired. Han angrily asked the girl how could anyone succeed in this type of surgery. The doctor replied that Dr. Mai and the dean were already stitching up the stitches. Han looked away unhappily and angrily. He couldn't believe it was possible. Mai went into the locker room after the surgery. She stood by her locker. She took out her clothes. She remembered she'd never heard of resonance. Mai dressed. She looked thoughtfully at her reflection in the mirror. She realized that the dean knew something. Mai was walking down the hallway. She decided that she should ask the guy to teach her something. The girl walked to the door and prepared to open it. She thought saving a person's life was a serious step. May opened the door and cheerfully asked the protagonist, "Does Tot feel better?" Feng was sitting at a table at his computer. He was looking at the girls on the monitor. Mai gave the guy a very angry and judgmental look. Feng was still sitting by the computer. He told the girl it was all the fault of the computer virus. The girl walked forward across the room. She angrily asked the guy why he was wearing her blanket. The hairdryer was still trying to justify himself. He told the girl there was a virus on his computer. The doctor grabbed the frightened protagonist by the clothes with her hand and pulled him to her. May yelled at the guy to shut up. She beat the protagonist very hard with her hand. The unconscious doctor fell to the floor. A hairdryer fell on top of her near the chair. The hairdryer was lying on top of the girl on the floor near the desk. He shouted angrily to her that there really was a virus in the computer. May told the guy in a crying voice that he had lied to her about the virus. She accused the hairdryer of watching a questionable video. The main character shouted insistently to the girl that he was actually watching some biological website. The video opened and he couldn't close it. The girl was silent. She didn't believe the protagonist at all and closed her eyes. Suddenly, May jumped up and threw the protagonist aside from herself. The girl looked at her hands unhappily and shouted at the guy that he was telling her nonsense. May angrily yelled at the guy to forget about it. She grudgingly asked him why he was using her blanket. The hairdryer started to justify himself to the girl. He told her that he woke up in her office. He was cold. He found a blanket in the closet to cover himself. May angrily yelled at the guy that he used her personal item and messed up another office. The girl sternly demanded from the guy to remove the blanket as soon as possible and return it to her. The hairdryer grudgingly explained to his partner that if he took off the blanket, he would catch a cold. Mai got very angry and pointed her hand at the guy. Fen teased her back. The angry girl lunged at the guy and demanded that he give her back the blanket. Fen sharply put his foot forward and tripped the girl. Mai stumbled and started to fall sideways. She couldn't hold on. At the last moment, the protagonist reached forward and managed to grab her girlfriend. Feng looked at the girl with an angry and sly look and asked, "Is she upset?" May decided to turn to the side abruptly. After that, her clothes ripped in the front. Feng was very frightened. He noticed that he ripped off the doctor's outer garment with his hand. The guy stood frightened and watched as the very embarrassed girl lay on the floor in front of him and covered herself with her hands. The angry girl sternly asked the guy, "What on earth is he doing?" She wrapped her arms around her body. The hairdryer fearfully apologized. At that time, someone walked to the door and knocked. Guests asked the frightened people in the room if Dr. Yang was inside. Ye opened the door and entered the room. She told the guy that she wanted to apologize to him. The policewoman looked into the room and was silent. The main character stood with his girlfriend in his arms. He wrapped a blanket around her from behind. When she saw the protagonist and his girlfriend in front of her, the protagonist angrily told the guest that she was very violent and had seen enough. Ye near the front door yelled to the guy that no one was looking at him. Fen replied to her that her face was red. The cop ran out the door and slammed it behind her. She yelled at the guy to not show up in front of her again. The angry policewoman ran out the door and slammed it behind her. Ye was very unhappy standing behind the closed door. She exhaled unhappily to herself. May stood in the shower under the jets of water. Everything around her was covered in steam. The girl in the shower turned off the water and went into the room. She toweled her hair and asked the guy angrily how he planned to leave her office. The fan answered that he was waiting for the room key she had promised him. The partner gave the guy a sly look and told him that she totally forgot. May swung her arm around and threw the key to the protagonist. He thanked her. The girl stopped the protagonist near the exit. She asked him to teach her the butterfly resonance dance. May gave the guy a sly look and said that if he taught her, she wouldn't call him a scumbag anymore. The main character turned around and headed for the exit. He slyly told the annoyed girl that his skills were an ancient secret. Feng leisurely walked down the stairs in the hallway. He noticed someone waiting for him near the exit. The protagonist saw a policewoman standing in the corner. He asked her if she was waiting for him. She told him that his grandfather wanted to find him. The protagonist and his companion went out into the corridor. There were agents standing near the wall. The policewoman went to the wall. There were two men in suits standing near the door. The policewoman ordered the agent to let the protagonist inside. The agent turned around grudgingly and looked at the protagonist silently. He let him inside. The hairdryer walked inside the office. He gave the agent a disgruntled look and called him a bastard. The policewoman entered the room and informed her lying grandfather that she had brought the main character to him. The patient was lying on the bed. He apologized to the guy for not being able to get to his feet and thanked him. The protagonist standing in the ward. He told the patient to rest well. Lau replied to the guy that he turned out to be the best master of medicine for him. The protagonist sternly asked Lao how he could get infected with toxins. The old man was frightened. He looked at the guy with excitement and did not know what to answer him. Yi was very surprised when she heard about the toxins. She looked at her grandfather with great attention. The old man was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. He was thinking to himself. After a short pause, the patient called out the name of the girl, Su-chan. The granddaughter asked the old man, "What does he want?" The grandfather asked the granddaughter to make him a soup of pork and red dates. Yi shouted to the grandfather that she would not make anything out of pork for him. The old man opened his eyes abruptly and looked at his granddaughter very angrily. The policewoman looked at her grandfather unhappily. She decided to leave and do what he wanted her to do. Ye, by the front door, asked the main character to take care of her grandfather. The old man closed his eyes and went into deep thought. He wanted to say something to the guy. The patient on the bed told the protagonist that knowledge would do him no good. The fan replied to the grandfather that he could tell him anything he wanted. The protagonist looked at Lao seriously and with great interest and waited for his story. The patient closed his eyes and began to tell the protagonist a story that had happened to him 40 years ago. Lao told the guy that he was part of a combat team pursuing a group of foreign mercenaries in the mountains. They suspected them of a large conspiracy. The old man himself was a major general at the time. Suddenly, during the pursuit, the soldiers had a nightmare. The commander gestured to his subordinates to duck. At the same time, a knife hit one of them. The soldier with the knife in his head fell dead in his sleep. The commander shouted to his subordinates that the target was upstairs. He pointed up there with his hand. The soldiers were surprised to see an unfamiliar fighter standing on Snow Hill with a knife in his hand. The stranger abruptly rushed down the mountain in the direction of the soldiers and flew. The fighter landed on the snow after the flight. The frightened soldiers crowded around him. The stranger turned around angrily and looked at the surrounding soldiers. The mercenary struck all the soldiers around him with a very fast and powerful knife blow. The squad leader looked fearfully in front of him. He watched as the mercenary massacred his team. The soldier with the rifle was very scared. He did not understand what kind of monster was in front of him. The knife-wielding mercenary quickly struck all the soldiers around him. The warrior turned around and looked angrily away. At his side stood several surviving fighters. In just 20 minutes of fighting, the entire squad of fighters had been wiped out by one man. The commander of the combat squad was lying on the snow and looked up fearfully in front of him. Lao was lying in the snow with a syringe sticking out of his chest. He was the only survivor who had been injected with an unknown drug. The old man closed his eyes. He told the protagonist that he had been studying mercenaries for 40 years. Lao lay on the bed. He told the guy that for 40 years he had been suffering the effects of the drug every day. The patient became silent after the story and lay quietly on the bed. The old man said that he could be a normal person for a few more days. The main character listened to the old man's story with great surprise. The guy reminded the old man that he still hadn't told everything to his family. Lao replied to the protagonist that he didn't want to bother his family with his problems. He also asked that Feng keep his secret too. The patient turned around and asked the guy if he knew anything about the drug. The protagonist told the patient all the details about the poison that was his body. The drug was secretly researched by big medical firms all over the world. The old man looked at the protagonist silently and with interest. He didn't tell him anything. Fen felt very embarrassed and prepared to leave the room. The protagonist headed towards the exit of the ward and waved his hand at the patient. He shouted for Yi Lao to get better and not think of finding strangers again. Feng glanced thoughtfully to the side and said that the strangers had long gone. In the late afternoon, there were a lot of people gathered near the entrance of the hospital building. The reporters ran around the girl and asked her to tell them everything about the patient's extraction. Li shouted to the reporters that he would explain everything to them later. He explained that the doctor had to go home and rest. The man and the girl were walking through the parking lot. It was deserted. Li told the girl as they walked along that he didn't want to do it himself. He confirmed that the protagonist did not have a license to practice medicine. The doctor explained to the girl that if the guy was kicked out, it would cause a lot of problems. Li told his companion that they would explain everything to the protagonist later. But right now they can't get in touch with him. In a noisy street, one of the girls approached a market stall. The customer was standing by the counter. The salesman was telling her something. Customers were walking along the street behind her. 2 drunken customers came out of the place. One guy told a friend named Huang Mao that he could really handle it. The sportsman came out and looked carefully from behind the counter. He noticed a girl he already knew. The athlete abruptly pulled his friend towards him with the bottle in his hand. He turned around and asked his drinking buddy what was wrong. The athlete excitedly told his friends that he had just seen the main character's girlfriend. He asked his friends to get that girlfriend back to him. The athletes stood in a circle and discussed something fiercely among themselves. They decided to grab the girl. May was walking down the street towards her car. It was deserted. The girl with a drink in her hands stopped in front of the car and opened the side door. May got inside the car and buckled up. She started the car and drove down the road. There were intruders hiding behind the big white car. The athlete looked at the girl's car. The driver saw someone on the road and braked sharply. The stranger stood on the road and shone his phone at the car in front of him. The guy held the phone in his hand and kept shining the light in the direction of the car. The stranger stood on the road beside the car and waved his arms. The girl in the car gave him a displeased look. The guy on the road fell to the ground and screamed that he had been hit to death. The stranger lay on the ground in front of the car and screamed that he was in a lot of pain. The female driver leaned out of her door and yelled to the stranger on the road that it all looked fake. At this time, another guy ran out from the side and started yelling for his brother to get to his feet. The stranger held his unconscious friend in his arms and shouted that he had just enrolled in Huaxia University. The driver looked at the two strangers on the road. She realized they were still pretending. Passers-by gathered around near the car and looked at the road. Suddenly, the stranger pointed his hand at the girl and shouted that she was a murderer and should be taken to the police. At that time, the athlete ran up and smashed the car window with his hand from the side. He shouted to the frightened driver that she was a murderer. The athlete and his friends kidnapped the girl and wanted to take her to the police. May was screaming in fear. May tried to fight off the guys. She screamed that she didn't hit anyone and asked for help. Passers-by stood and looked at the girl. She asked for help. At that time, the main character came from the side. The girl noticed the main character from the side. She decided to call him for help. Mai shouted very loudly to the side for Yang Feng to come to her rescue. The athlete stopped in surprise and looked sideways at the passers-by. The athlete got very angry when he realized that Yang Feng was standing in front of him. The kidnappers were holding the girl in their arms. The two of them shouted to the protagonist that it was her own fault. May shouted to her friend in a frightened voice that she didn't beat up anyone. She added that she was kidnapped by bad people and the police should be called. The main character stood quietly and watched as the athletes held the girl in their arms. He didn't interfere. Feng turned aside and thought about it. He decided to help the girl after all. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend and asked angrily, "When did she become his girlfriend?" After a short pause, Feng said that if it was his girlfriend, he couldn't just sit and watch. The protagonist approached the athlete and strictly demanded that he let the girl go. It was necessary to wait for the police to arrive. The hairdryer approached a stranger lying on earth. He said there was going to be a fatal accident here. The protagonist stopped and looked at the guy on earth. The hairdryer swung his arm and prepared to strike the stranger lying there. With all his might, the protagonist punched the lying guy in the stomach with his hand. The stranger screamed very sharply after the blow. He felt a lot of pain in his body. The passers-by were not happy. They realized that the victim of the car accident turned out to be a live and healthy guy. Someone demanded to call the police. The athlete got angry. He was dissatisfied with the actions of the protagonist and decided to attack him. The kidnapper let go of the girl and ran with a knife in the direction of the protagonist. May shouted to the guy to be careful. The hairdryer at this time held the hands of the stranger on earth. He angrily told him that soon they would take his body to the crematorium. The athlete jumped on top of the protagonist and prepared to stab him. There was a strong stabbing sound and blood jumped around. Mai looked away frightened. Feng stabbed the attacker with his blade. He angrily told him that decent people don't carry a knife. The athlete put his arm around the guy's arm and realized that he couldn't break it. He realized that his opponent was very strong. Feng pointed his hand to the side and demanded that the injured Huang Mao get out as soon as possible. Huang angrily turned to one of his subordinates and demanded that he beat up the protagonist. At this time, a stranger appeared from the side. He angrily shouted for everyone to slow down. Huan turned back with interest. He did not understand who could have approached them now. A fighter named Zhang Wu came from the side. Someone from the passers-by said that this boss controls the entire bar street. Wu angrily said that someone dared to come to his territory. He demanded to his subordinates that they should not destroy the protagonist. The bandits got angry, and as a whole group angrily ran to finish off the main character. Mai yelled to her friend to move back. The girl sat down and covered her face with her hand in fear. She was afraid that she was about to be beaten. Wu lit a cigarette. He thought that his subordinates were going to beat up the guy. The boss relaxed and exhaled his cigarette smoke. He decided to himself that he was done with the protagonist. From the side, someone was walking towards the boss. Wu took a drag on his cigarette and told himself that it was over very quickly. Wu was surprised, because the person behind him came up to him and didn't say anything. He turned to him in amazement. The boss turned around and looked at the protagonist very scared. The fan jumped up and started beating the bandit. Wu didn't even have time to defend himself. The protagonist angrily yelled at the boss that he didn't look like a smart man at all. The passers-by were very surprised to see the protagonist beating up the boss. The fan jumped up and prepared to kick his rival. He yelled at him that he was too young to be a gangster. The boss remained standing quietly in the street. His terrified subordinates ran up to him from the side. One of the fighters shouted that their boss was a real man. Suddenly the boss got scared. He shouted to his subordinate not to touch him. Wu was very scared. He felt as if everything was leaking out of his body. The boss's subordinates saw everything leaking out of him onto the pavement. Someone shouted that it was because of a kick in the bladder. The boss got very angry. He called the main character's name very angrily. Feng looked at the boss angrily and said that they could see each other later. Wu can call more people to him. After massacring his rival, the very cheerful protagonist headed to his girlfriend's house. One of the subordinates angrily asked the boss what they were going to do with the main character. The guy turned out to be very good for them. The boss angrily told the subordinates that the guy could come to them first. They would take a good look at what he had in mind. The main character walked up to the girl and bowed. He told her his name. The girlfriend angrily told the guy that she knew his name was Yang Fen. Feng shyly told the girl that he was very happy to meet her again. Things were different between them now. Mai grudgingly replied to the guy that she didn't recognize anything. He was talking to himself. The partner asked the surprised guy if he had read the latest news. A frightened May told the protagonist that his position at work had been taken away from him by the hospital management. The hairdryer was not certified to practice medicine. The girl put her hand on the guy's shoulder. She said the hospital would do everything possible to keep him satisfied. Fen stood in front of the girlfriend and looked at her in surprise with an uncomprehending look. She kept telling him something. The main character put his hands up and told the girl that he wasn't interested in the reporter's opinion. Feng gave his girlfriend a sly look and said that she could give him the rest of her life. He promised to be responsible for her. Mai angrily replied to her friend that there was no way she would give the rest of her life to a man like him. At that time, Wu's boss smacked one of his subordinates on the head with his hand with all his might. Wu angrily asked the subordinate why he was so nosy. He hadn't promised to pay him for it. The bandits were sitting in a small room. One of the fighters said that their boss was leaking again. Wu sat on the couch and called the protagonist a bastard. A subordinate came from the side and shouted to the boss that Yang Feng had arrived. Wu angrily said that everything was ready for the guy. The bandits stood with bats near the front door. The boss ordered his subordinates to first knock out the guest and then tie him up. The gunmen stood at the front door with guns in their hands. The main character kicked the door with all his might, and all the bandits flew apart. The boss was sitting in his seat and looked at the protagonist very frightened. Wu, sitting on the couch, called the guy's name. The protagonist stood there and looked at him angrily. The guy swung his arm. The boss shouted to him in a frightened voice that he understood everything and would now serve only him. The boss closed his eyes fearfully. The hairdryer stood next to him and looked at him unhappily. The protagonist strictly demanded from the boss to give him $500,000 in 3 days. It was the cost of car repair and emotional distress. Wu, sitting on the couch, fearfully asked the guy, "Does he belong to the triad?" Wu fearfully told the guy that he couldn't raise the amount of money he needed. He said that he gave most of his money to his boss, named Wu Yangjin. The main character asked the man if Wu Yangjin was the top manager of Shizukai Company. Wu angrily replied to the guy that he could get hurt badly because of his boss. He threatened Yang Feng with trouble. The protagonist turned around and headed for the exit. He said that it was none of his business. Feng walked towards the exit at the door. He stopped and wanted to say something else to the boss. Wu turned around and angrily reminded the thug to pay him back in 3 days. The protagonist explained to the boss that he would cure him of his incontinence only if he paid him money. The protagonist came to the hospital building to check on a patient. He was walking down the corridor in a lab coat. To himself, the guy thought that he would have a chance to meet more people at Dragon Farm. Fen walked into the room and told the patient that he wanted to examine him. He asked the old man how the old man was recovering. The protagonist looked into the room with great attention and saw that someone was already there. The doctor turned around and greeted Jan. The main character looked at the stranger with great attention. The doctor said he was very surprised that Jan was so young. The soldier thanked the protagonist. Feng, together with his documents, went to the patient and asked him if he felt any discomfort. Lao looked at the guy in surprise and replied with a smile that he was fine. The patient handed the protagonist a small piece of gold jewelry as a thank you. The protagonist looked carefully at the jewelry in the old man's hands. The patient explained to the guy to keep his gift safe. Lao explained to the protagonist that he could use the artifact when he was in a tight spot. The old man looked at the protagonist carefully and said that he could use the artifact. The soldier angrily asked his grandfather why he gave the gold medal to the doctor. The old man could have given the guy money as a thank you. Lao lay on the bed and answered nothing to his grandchildren. The guys stood and looked at him. After a short pause, the old man told the grandsons to go home. The boys looked at the girl unhappily. They were unhappy with his answer. The main character was walking down the hospital corridor. Doctors and patients were walking around him. Feng took a gold piece of jewelry from his grandfather out of his pocket and began to look at it. The protagonist held the jewelry in his hands. At that time, someone came up behind him and called out to him. The guy turned around. He gave the girl a sly look and called her his favorite. May turned around and suggested to the protagonist that he should not remember what happened last night. The girlfriend angrily demanded of the guy that he be a little more serious. Fen answered her fearfully that he would do as she said. May on the fly told the protagonist that she had a reunion tonight. She asked the boyfriend to go with her. The main character replied to the girl that the reunion would be very boring. He didn't want to go. May was very unhappy with the guy's answer. She stopped and looked in front of her. The girl asked on the ground and started to whimper. She said that she would go to the reunion by herself. The main character looked at her silently from the side. Fen said in a dissatisfied voice to the girlfriend that he had no choice now. May was pleased because she had tricked the guy. The main character looked at his girlfriend unhappily and thought that women are very deceitful. Wu looked in front of him and cursed very unhappily to himself. The boss was in big diapers. His subordinate Wu was in a wheelchair. The fighter promised the boss that he would take him to the doctor now and find experts to cure him. Suddenly, the main character appeared outside the building. He angrily asked the boss to lend him a car for a couple of days. The protagonist drove the car to a large building. People were crowding around the entrance. Feng, sitting behind the wheel of the car, thought the girl needed a ride. May stood looking at her watch. She couldn't understand why her friends still hadn't arrived. Passers-by looked at her around. At that time, an expensive car drove up to the building at high speed. The car made a sharp turn and stopped near the sidewalk where the girl was. The hairdryer leaned out of the car window and greeted his girlfriend cheerfully. The girl got into the car. She asked the guy excitedly, "Where did he get the car?" Fen replied to her partner that she thought it was as if he had stolen or taken the car from someone. May looked at the protagonist very unhappily and suspiciously. The girlfriend sat in the passenger seat and watched the protagonist closely. The girlfriend was looking out the window. She told the protagonist that the meeting was organized by the son of rich parents named Lin Hao. She suggested to her friend that he wear a pantsuit to the banquet. The protagonist continued to drive the car. He told the girl that he absolutely did not care who organized the meeting. May put her head up with her hands and looked at her friend very unhappily. The car pulled up to another building and stopped. There were many cars in the parking lot around. The guy along with the girl got ready to leave. Feng looked up at the building and said that it didn't look like a reunion was being held here. The main character looked at the other banquet guests. He said that their clothes were different from what he himself was wearing. A guy inside the building cheerfully greeted a girl. He shouted that he was waiting for her. The whole place was very expensively furnished. The guy cheerfully told the girl to go ahead. He complimented her. Mai replied to Duzun that he was overpraising her. May explained to her partner that she had come with a friend named Yang Feng. Du grudgingly interrogated the girl. Does she really want to take her friend to the reunion? He explained that Huabu would be very displeased. Mai explained in a disgruntled voice to her partner not to say such impolite words. After that, the girl and the main character headed off together. She shouted to him that they were leaving. Du stood there and looked at the girl who was leaving with a displeased look. Du thought angrily that the girl was still as stubborn as she had been during university. Inside the building there was a party, and everything was very brightly lit. A guy was sitting at a table with drinks with the girls. There was music playing and lots of guests. The girlfriend told the guy how that he continued to live large. He gathered many friends and spent more than 100,000. The girlfriend bumped into the guy with a champagne glass. She yelled that they wanted to honor him. At that time, the door opened and a joyful guy walked in with his girlfriend. Mai waved her hand to the guests and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Hao sat with his girlfriends and scrutinized the new guests. Mai said that everyone around her was very beautiful compared to her. Hao saw an unfamiliar guy in the room. He didn't understand who he was and thought he was a friend of the girl. Hao went up to the girl and happily told her he hadn't seen her in a long time. He asked her to introduce him to her boyfriend. Mai pointed her hand in the direction and said that her co-worker Yang Feng was standing next to her. He gave her a ride to this place. The girls at the party laughed. One of them cheerfully said that Q Young's boyfriend could have been better. Hao looked at the guest unhappily and thought he was just some doctrinaire. The party host looked at the clothes on the body of the protagonist and realized that the clothes on the body of the main character cost no more than 200 yuan. Hao walked to the center of the room with his microphone. He greeted the guests. The organizer shouted cheerfully to the guests to raise their glasses. No one was to leave sober tonight. The people at the party raised their glasses and clinked glasses. They offered each other a drink. Hao drained the contents of his glass very quickly. He looked angrily at the girl. The guy approached the guest and began to tell her that he had been in love with her since university. He suggested that she have a drink together and announced the establishment of a relationship. Mai took her friend's hand off her shoulder and told him with a smile that everything was long past. He could go and socialize with someone else. Lao looked at the girl very unhappy and angry, and he didn't like her answer. Lao said in an apologetic voice that he pissed off the pretty girl from their class. He asked the girl why she hated him from the beginning of the university. Lao pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked the girl why she had gotten close to him. The people at the banquet were watching carefully. Someone said that Hao really cared about Mai. The protagonist decided to explain to his partner in a calm voice what it all meant. Feng shouted in an angry voice to the student that he was much worse than he was. The guests at the party were watching carefully. They couldn't understand that Yang dared to say such things to Hao. Dai glanced sideways and said that someone had already said rude things for Lin Hao, and such a person was already lying in the ground. The party organizer angrily looked at the main character. He didn't know what to do now. Hao angrily told the protagonist that he would not ask him to leave, so he can have fun. Hao angrily said for the protagonist that he is only whole because of protecting his girlfriend. The protagonist angrily replied to his partner that if he was really so rich, the girl should have belonged to him. Hao stood back and listened very carefully to the protagonist's words. The waitress swung around and slapped the guy's face with her hand. She yelled that he was out of line. The waitress swung around and slapped the guy's face with her hand. She yelled that he was out of bounds. The waitress turned around and looked at the student. Hao slapped her face with his hand in a very angry manner. The waitress flew away from the customer and hit her head on the table. The guest looked at the party host from the side. Hao said in an angry voice that he would beat up everyone if anyone told them not to do what they wanted. The guy reminded everyone in an angry voice that his father was the chairman of the Shanghai Company Labor Union. Thanks to his father, all the guests were able to gather at this hotel. Hao pointed to the side and angrily demanded that the girl bring her boss to him to apologize. Hao angrily demanded that the girl bring her boss to him to apologize. The student happily spread his arms out to the side and suggested that his friends have a drink and have fun dancing. Mai looked behind her at the party host and said it was all very bad. Hao stopped and turned around carefully. He couldn't figure out who it was in the back calling his name. Dai turned around at the table and told his friend that he was saving him from evil and slander. He added that ignorant people need to be shown their place. Dai turned around and told his friend that he had just given out beautiful words. Hao offered his guest a drink with him. He held a glass in his hand. The protagonist along with his girlfriend were sitting at the table. They were bored and decided it was time for them to go home. In the office, the boss reached out his hand and looked closely at the face of the battered girl. The boss told the employee to go to the finance department and get money for medical expenses. He promised to get justice. The waitress extended her hand to the boss and thanked him in a humble voice. The boss commanded Mrs. Bai to run once to the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, everyone continued to drink and party. The students devoured liquor from bottles. Hao drank a drink from the bottle and won the contest. Hao shouted to the guests that he had won. Around everyone shouted words of encouragement to him. Hao walked sideways to his exhausted friend and put his hand on his shoulder. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend and gestured to her that they could get out of here. Hao continued to stand in the center of the room and shouted very loudly. Feng and his girlfriend moved quietly toward the exit. The main character went to the door and prepared to open it. The handle turned itself. Mrs. Bai suddenly walked through the door. She told the guests to stay for a while. Mrs. Bai, the hotel manager, went to the banquet hall. The main character along with the girl looked at the woman with interest. The manager clapped her hands. Bai demanded that everyone who wanted to come and meet her boss. Hao got very angry that the woman called them to her boss. The student got angry and smashed the bottle on the table. He angrily yelled to the woman that Hao would not stoop to such a thing. The student angrily yelled at the manager that she dared to cheat Hao. The drunken students in the hall started demanding the woman to call her boss. Bai looked at the guests in the hall with a smile. Behind her stood the security guards. The manageress sternly demanded that her guards take all the guests. Du angrily shouted to the guards that they can't beat them. He reminded them that Hao has a very powerful father. The guard angrily lunged at the student. Du shouted at the last moment that Hao's father was the chairman of the labor union of a large company. The bodyguard hit Du on the head with his hand with all his might, and he went flying into the wall. Hao turned around and looked at the guests. All the students looked scared. The guard grabbed one guest by his clothes. He told the students to all come out and not make him drag each one individually. Hao came to his senses. He shouted in an angry voice that he would go now with the guards to their boss. The student, accompanied by the manager and the fighters, went up to the other floor. Bai told the guests to come in. Their boss was in Tianjia's room. The student ran into the room and very angrily demanded that the boss show himself in front of him. The man was sitting in a chair reading a newspaper. Hao angrily shouted from the doorstep that his father was the chairman of the union. He threatened the owner to raze the hotel to the ground. The owner raised his hand and told the guy not to be so nervous. The boss told the student that he knew his father. He asked the guy if the guy knew who was sitting in front of him right now. The man in the chair said he was Ouyang Jin. He was a prominent figure in the city, and everyone knew him. Ouyang grudgingly asked the guest, "Is it necessary to force his father to show him respect?" Hao was startled when he saw Ouyang in front of him. He couldn't understand how this man could open a hotel. Hao stood astonished in the center of the room. One of the guests asked why Ouyang was able to open a hotel in this place. The guests around them were talking fearfully among themselves. The students decided that they shouldn't be in trouble since they hadn't beaten anyone up. Hao started angrily telling the boss that someone on his staff had hit his friend. Also, the bodyguard had stunned one student. The student angrily demanded the boss to explain everything that happened. Ouyang turned around and grudgingly asked the guy why the guy decided to brag in front of him. Hao looked fearfully at the boss. He realized that the innkeeper was very angry. Hao fearfully lowered his eyes down in front of him. He didn't know what to say to the boss. Ouyang was very displeased because the guy kept covering himself with his father. He promised the student that he would deal with him today. The boss folded the newspaper with his two hands. He was still sitting in the chair. The security guard was holding the unconscious student in his arms. The boss told the guy that his friend was not clean. Ouyang corrected the ring on his hand. He reminded the student that he had insulted their female employee, but now he himself was only worried about his father. The boss commanded the guests to all get on their knees and crawl out of the hotel. Mai anxiously asked her friend what they should do now. Feng replied to her companion that no one would believe them anyway. The students were unhappy because they had to kneel. Hao also looked scared. The boss told the guests to kneel down immediately. If someone didn't, that person would have their leg broken. A big guard walked up to the students and gave them a very angry look. Hao turned around and quickly ran towards the exit. He apologized to Mr. Ouyang as he ran. The guard looked at the students angrily. The guests looked at him fearfully. Eventually, the students bent down on their knees and began to crawl out of the room. Mei stood and looked at the crawling guests with great surprise. The guests slowly crawled out of the room on their knees one after another. Fen reached out and hugged his frightened girlfriend. He said they needed to leave. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder. He decided to help her out of the room. Mai prepared to step forward to leave the premises. The boss from behind shouted to the guy and the girl to stop. Ouyang sternly told the guests that they didn't hear his words. He didn't feel like repeating them. The protagonist, standing in his arms with his girlfriend. He told the boss that they were not involved in the conflict against him. The guests turned around in surprise and looked at the protagonist. The students turned around and looked at the guy unhappily. Someone said that the hairdryer could have quietly crawled out with everyone else and left. The manageress smilingly told the boss that the guy had a backbone. Ouyang sat unhappy. At that time, the security guard swung from behind and ran up to the protagonist. Feng swung his arm with all his might and knocked the guard far aside with a powerful punch. Bai was very surprised to see that the student was able to take down the guard so easily. The protagonist looked angrily in front of him after punching the guard. Ouyang thoughtfully said that from the beginning, the guy had great assignments. He told the guest that he could let him go today because of his good mood. The main character appeared in the doorway. He asked the boss, "Where is that scary guard everyone was talking about now?" He asked the boss to let his girlfriend go. Mei in the back told the guy that he'd better call the police now. The Fen told her that he understood. The boss looked angrily at the guy and said that the guy was young and frivolous. The door closed and the girl was left by herself in the room. The students were standing near the door and talking fearfully among themselves. Someone suggested to leave soon. The boss in the room, sitting in his chair, clapped his hands and signaled to someone. The doors opened and a huge black-masked fighter walked in. In front of him was a small old man with a cap, glasses, and a blade. He angrily told the Verzila that he was tired of his chatter. The main character turned around and looked at the huge guard in the room with great interest. Bai looked happily at the guests in the room and said that she didn't expect the two of them to make it. The boss gave the guy a great honor. Ouyang looked at the main character and said he wanted to deal with him first. His two bodyguards came into the room. The big fighter's name was Biao Ma. A little old man named Hao had killed a lot of people over the years. The boss warned the guy that he wouldn't be able to last against the martial arts master. The protagonist carefully sat down on the floor and looked carefully in front of him. He touched the floor with his hands. Hao looked at the guy unhappily and asked him what kind of technique and stance he was using. The protagonist glared angrily at the fighters and said that he was using his special family technique. The man looked at the guy with interest. He followed his movements. The protagonist, standing in the center of the hall, began to get into various fighting poses. Feng raised his hands above his head and shouted that it was the takeoff kick of a flying falcon. The old man and the big man looked at each other in surprise. Feng shouted happily that he was very good, like some masters. Bei smilingly told the surprised boss that the guy moved like the kids at school in gymnastics. Hu looked angrily at the main character. He realized that the guy was laughing at them. The old man swung his blade and shouted at the guy that he was going to turn into a corpse today. The protagonist sharply bent in half and shouted to the old man that he was afraid of him. Unexpectedly, the guy abruptly snapped out of his seat and ran forward towards his surprised opponent. Hao looked angrily at the protagonist. He couldn't follow his movements. The protagonist swung his arm and hit the old man from the side with all his might. The old man swung his blade sharply to try and hit the guy. Hao looked in front of him fearfully and noticed the main character swinging his arm next to him. Biao suddenly ran forward and stood right in front of the old man. Hao shouted in an angry voice to the protagonist that he couldn't even hit him. Suddenly, blood began to drip from the old man's body, right under his feet. The old man touched his face with his hand and realized that he was wounded. There were bloody marks. The old man held his blade in his hands. He couldn't understand how he had been attacked by the main character. Hao looked in amazement in front of him and said to himself about inner strength. Biao fell to the floor on his back. He crushed the old man with his mass and crushed him. The boss looked sideways at his fighters with surprise and consternation. He realized that his guards were both dead. Feng angrily told the boss that the men in front of him were not masters, but some trash. Ouyang got up from his chair. He asked the guy what his name was. The protagonist gave his name to the boss and said he wasn't hiding under someone else's name. Bai turned around and looked at the boss. She had heard the name Yang Fen somewhere before. The boss jumped to his feet and asked the protagonist, was he really the one in the Pinyuan hospital? Feng was surprised because of the man knew him. He wanted to ask how did the boss know about the hospital. Near the entrance of the hotel, there were a lot of people. They all crowded around the front doors. The students around were comforting the girl. Someone said the boss wouldn't kill the protagonist. Hao sat on the ground, disgruntled. He decided to himself that he had been very badly embarrassed. A student near the entrance shouted to her friends in fright that the main character had appeared. The boss led the guy out through the doors. He apologized to him for the misunderstanding and said that he would always be welcome here. Hao looked at the protagonist and the innkeeper with great surprise. The students near the entrance couldn't understand how this could be. Perhaps Ouyang was personally seeing the protagonist off. The boss waved goodbye to the guy and asked him to be careful on the way. The boss, after saying goodbye to the guy, went into the elevator cabin with the manager. The manager reminded the boss about Mr. E. She asked the man, did he really think someone else was behind the guy? The man pressed the 5th floor button. He told the manageress that he could make the city of Shanghai shudder if he stomped his foot. Ouyang told the woman thoughtfully that if he stomped his foot, then the whole of China would bend in the morning. The boss explained to the woman that the hairdryer could help them get rid of Mr. E. Also, the guy has very good medical skills. The elevator was going up the building. Ouyang told the manager that they couldn't let the main character become their enemy. There was a very big commotion at Ping'an Hospital. There were doctors running around inside. The medics in robes were running down the medical corridor towards the stairs. Han appeared near the door. He pointed his hand in the direction and shouted for the doctors to run faster. Han shouted to the doctors that the president would be brought here soon and that they should move quickly. The doctors quickly rushed down the corridor. One of the medics was unhappy because they had to forget about the other patients because of the president's examination. Mei was running down the hall behind the rest of the crowd. They were all heading for the exit. There were a few policemen standing near the stairs. They were giving directions to the cars coming in. A large Rolls-Royce pulled up outside the hospital. A group of doctors stood next to it. The doctors greeted the president with a united and unanimous welcome to their hospital. The guard opened the door. A girl in a red dress stepped out of the car. The doctors greeted the girl and thanked him for sponsoring the hospital. Mu was the head of the corporation. The employees looked at the guest with interest. One of them happily said that their president was very handsome. The main character sat with a cup in his hand in the hotel window and looked at the street with interest. A girl was walking down the street surrounded by doctors. She was dissatisfied because she was not met by the head of Lee. Mu told the doctors that she wanted to be examined and meet the protagonist. Han explained to her partner that the protagonist had not cured the patient, and it was all about Mr. E's stamina. Suddenly the girl stopped. The doctor at the side looked at her with great excitement. The Mu asked the medic unhappily, "Did he think the fen was just a fluke?" The president commanded the medic that they were going to an appointment. Han next to her kept trying to justify himself. Han thought about it and realized that Mr. E's problem patient had been dropped off at the hospital. The girl walked through the hospital and was greeted by doctors everywhere. They greeted her in the hallway. Mr. Han tried to assure the president that their hospital had the cleanest offices in the world. He said that they had attracted many specialists and provided them with good facilities. Opened, and the main character invited the presidentess to come inside. The guy sat in the office and looked at the girls on the computer. Feng looked at the presidentess and decided that she was not in good health. Han angrily asked the guy what he was doing in the workplace. Mu looked at the guy with great surprise and interest, and noted that he was very young. The main character explained to the doctor that he was near the computer doing research. The guy greeted Mu's president. Feng sat silently at the table. Next to him stood a disgruntled Han. The president was studying the protagonist with interest. Suddenly, the woman turned around and told her companions that they were leaving. Han ran after the woman and frightened her, shouting that it was all his fault. Mu angrily shouted that she would call the guy to her office. Han was surprised to hear such words from the woman. Mu continued to walk forward down the hallway. The main character was sitting bored at his desk. He could hear the doctors talking among themselves next to him. The disgruntled girl sat down in a chair and took a deep breath. The guy asked her what was wrong. Mei turned her head slightly to the side and realized that the main character was behind her. Mai grudgingly told the protagonist that the president was only a few years older than her, but had already become the president of the corporation. Also, the woman was very beautiful. The doctor felt that all her efforts were meaningless. Fen gave the girl a sly look and said that she could consider him as a husband for her. Mei angrily shouted at the guy that he couldn't be a good husband. The door opened and Han looked in. He asked the main character to go into the conference room. In the conference room, the woman gave the protagonist a stern look and asked him to tell her how he had cured Mr. F. Mu gave the guy a sly look and said that he had somehow been able to turn things around for the better. The protagonist angrily told his partner that she could go ask Zhang Junda herself. The secretary with glasses angrily demanded of the protagonist that he should not speak to President Xie like that. Mu asked the protagonist if he had any complaints about Dr. Zhang. Feng said that Dr. Zhang had diagnosed the patient a year ago, but was unable to cure him. After that, Mr. E was transferred to their hospital. The protagonist asked the woman if she had decided to blame the patient's death on Pinggan Hospital. The woman was silent. She didn't answer the protagonist's question. The protagonist accused Dr. Zhang of thinking only of his own achievements and ignoring the interests of the hospital. It was unclear whether the doctor was worthy of the title of medical luminary. Mu silently closed her eyes. She listened to her partner and said nothing. The main character pointed his finger at the president and shouted that she did not care about her patients and shouted at good doctors. The guy asked the woman in an angry voice, "Is she really worthy of working in the medical field?" Near the hotel entrance, the head doctor said goodbye to President Mu. She was sitting in the car. Han promised the woman that he would follow the main character. The woman on the back wheel commanded the driver to go. The man noticed some obstacle in front of him. Suddenly, a black car appeared in the parking lot outside the hospital and sped up at high speed. The driver was very frightened. Several expensive black cars pulled up to the entrance of the hotel. The black car stopped abruptly at full speed near the entrance of the hospital. Han stood looking at the car with great bewilderment. He remembered his encounter with the woman and thought she was very narcissistic. Feng couldn't understand why the president would want to do research with serum. The secretary angrily yelled to the guy that the president wouldn't listen to him. The main character thought about it and realized that he had made the president nervous. He got an idea in his head. Fen realized to himself, very frightened, that he had lost his chance to make some money. The paramedics ran to the entrance of the hotel. Someone shouted that there was a problem patient near the entrance. Feng walked to the hospital entrance with the others. He said to himself that the doctors must have been attacked. A full-figured woman was holding a boy in her arms. She was screaming that her sick child was not being taken anywhere. Han shouted to the client to go and see Dr. Zhang. This doctor deals with incurable cases. Han told the client that if they accepted her baby, it would amount to resistance to Zhang's activities. Their hospital would be in trouble. The crying woman held the baby in her arms. She realized that this hospital would not help her. The mother was very disappointed. She cradled the boy in her arms and didn't know what to do. The woman asked in a weeping voice, "Is all medicine in Zhonghai based on only one Dr. Zhang?" The client was on her knees. The guard behind her told her that Han, the deputy chief physician, had told her the whole truth. They had already traveled to more than a dozen hospitals. Han looked at the guest disappointedly and tragically, but could not help her in any way. President Mu was sitting in her car with her secretary. The medic turned around and told the doctor that there was nothing they could do for the patients. The partner replied that if they started to treat, they could not say it was impossible. The woman continued to kneel and hold her small child in her arms. Suddenly, the client saw someone appear in front of her. She looked carefully in front of her. The client noticed as if a huge white angel had appeared in front of her and stretched out his hands to her. The white stranger took the child in his arms. The mother shouted to her son that an angel had come for him. The angel held the boy in his arms. The mother was very frightened. The main character was holding the boy in his arms. The child was almost unconscious. The surprised mother was on her knees. Feng asked the woman to tell him what had happened to the child. Han warned the guy that he would be responsible if anything went wrong with the little patient. The protagonist said he had to hurry. It was a matter of life and death here. The Feng told the surprised mother that they were taking her child under his responsibility. The woman said her son had been poisoned by a mushroom on a camping trip. The woman and her assistant were watching carefully from the car window the people near the hospital entrance. The secretary told the supervisor that the protagonist decided as if he had become omnipotent. The protagonist undressed a young patient and began to examine him. He told the woman not to worry about her son. The hairdryer leaned over and listened intently to the little patient's body. The protagonist fearfully told the woman that her son was poisoned and needed to be operated on immediately. The mother tried to object. The protagonist turned around and shouted to his girlfriend that they were going to perform the operation in this place and she would be the assistant. Mei advised her friend to at least examine the child carefully. Han angrily told the protagonist that he wouldn't allow the operation. If anything happened to the child, the hospital would be responsible. Feng and his girlfriend yelled at the doctor to shut up. The main character looked angrily at the mother of the child in front of him. The woman looked at him with disbelief. Han was angry. He realized there was no way he could stop the protagonist. The man angrily jumped up and shouted that he would settle accounts with Fen a little later. The protagonist took the boy under his head with his arm. He commanded the doctor to prepare saline solution for him and find an enema. He decided to induce the child to vomit. The hairdryer reached his hands down the little boy's throat to induce him to vomit. The frightened mother folded her arms and watched as the hairdryer tried to cure her son. Meanwhile, a pandemonium of people had formed outside the hospital waiting for the result. The crying mother of the child asked the protagonist if he could really cure her child. The guy replied that the boy's condition is extremely serious, but he will do his best. After that, he continued to try to induce a gag reflex in the baby, which did not work very well. Then the young master tilted him a little. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Finally, the child threw up, and Yan was suddenly approached by Mai, who asked if Feng needed help. The young doctor in turn urged her to give the boy an enema as soon as possible. However, Quan didn't like the teenager's tone and declared that he couldn't tell her what to do. A very disgruntled girl set about the task, but also made a lot of idle talk. Naturally, the young man did not like it, and he tried in every way to ignore her emotional statements. Then Feng turned the boy over again to help him. People hurriedly stepped aside, realizing what might happen now. After a few seconds, the child's body did indeed work in the right way. As a result, a rather unpleasant odor spread around and everyone covered their noses. Jan noticed that he had rid the boy's body of toxins for the moment, and now it was necessary to deal with the treatment itself. The child's mother was visibly nervous, because Feng suddenly pulled out a pair of nail scissors from his inner pocket. The dumbfounded witnesses could not understand how the scissors could help in the treatment. At this time, the boy cut his finger and pointed his nail. Everyone was puzzled. After which, the teenager scratched the boy's head and he bled. After this, Jan did the same with the rest of the muscles. The talk in the crowd was still going on and people were trying to figure out how blood could remove the poison from the body. As before, Feng ignored the shouts of those present and massaged his legs. By doing so, the young man improved the boy's blood circulation. A few more minutes passed. The dumbfounded mother could not calm down and looked sadly at her poor child. Finally, Jan did all the procedures and waited for the result, which was instantaneous. After a couple of seconds, the child came to his senses and cried sharply, calling for his mother. The woman was shocked and literally crawled to her child on her knees. Bursting into tears of happiness, she began to thank the young doctor for saving the boy. Zima and her assistant were watching from the car. Mu was dumbfounded by the youngster's talent and suddenly ordered the driver to leave. Soon the workday was over, and Feng gave Mai a ride home. The girl kept asking him to teach her the butterfly dance resonance. The smug Yang remarked that he had tried to explain the technique to her, but apparently she had no aptitude for it. He then asked her to step away from the car as he was anxious to go home. Driving around the city, the teenager was thinking about where he could go to get some rest. The guy was in a good mood and constantly hummed some song. But suddenly, the bandits came out on the road, blocking his way. Feng in turn stopped the car and went to the malcontents to find out what was wrong. One of them started talking about the child that the protagonist had cured today. The young master didn't understand what he was getting at and assumed it was Yunda. The guy talked about how everyone should mind their own business, and when Yang realized that, his life would become easier. Suddenly, Feng interrupted his incomprehensible monologue and stated that he didn't know what he was talking about. Suddenly, the unknown man stood up from the bench and said that it was even better. At that moment, a thug with a knife jumped on the young man. But in just a couple of seconds, Ian beat up the bandits. Naturally, the bloody raiders went to their patron, who was furious to learn that his subordinates could not cope with the teenager. The old man was a doctor and of course helped his charges, but said it was the last time. The underlings began to thank the great Zhende for his help, saying that they would not let him down, which of course, Elder Zhang had his doubts, especially after what had happened. For a certain amount of time, Zhende performed some sort of manipulation on the bodies of the beaten thugs. By doing so, the old man straightened the joints and fixed them with magic techniques. In doing so, the subjects were extremely painful, but it was a necessity. Thus, one of the thugs had his spine restored by the elder. For the other, Zhang aligned his neck and asked if they were feeling better. The thug happily mouthed that he could now move his fingers. Another of Zhende's henchmen began to thank his savior and said that he was feeling better. But suddenly, the guy made a sudden movement, naively believing that he was fine. As a result, there was a distinctive crunch of bones, and he collapsed to the ground. The dumbfounded elder could not understand what had happened and why the big man had died. After all, he had done everything right and used his magic recovery technique. The next day, Yang was summoned by Chief Physician Jiangquan and talked about his skills. After all, the kid was really showing professionalism at such a young age. Feng decided to make a joke and asked if the chief was afraid that he would soon find himself in his shoes. Li instantly changed the subject and mouthed that he had actually called him for a reason. He then handed him the business card of Suzhou, Zima's assistant, for Yang to contact her, since the chairwoman would like to see him and possibly offer him a high-paying job. Soon, Feng left the head doctor's office wondering what Mu wanted from him. After all, he didn't talk to her very well last time, and she might have been resentful of him. After reading the address of Zima's office, the young man became furious, since it was in the center of the city. Especially last time he was almost caught by the police because he didn't have a driver's license, and it was too long to take the bus. At that moment, he slipped his hand into his pants pocket and found Wu's car key. Thinking that fate itself favored him, the teenager hurriedly found Zhang's car. Pressing the appropriate button to disable the alarm, Feng rushed to the car. Yan then went to Wu himself to put the word out that he needed his car. As soon as he knocked on the door, a frightened Zhang informed him that he had not yet raised $500,000. Feng in turn stated that he only wanted to borrow his transportation for a while. The bandit opened the front door and saw the young man in front of him, then greeted him. Suddenly Jan opened the door wide open and saw a whole gang of masked thugs. He asked where they were going and what they were up to. Then Wu confessed that they had no way out and had to go robbing. Besides, he could not collect the 500,000 he owed him. In this regard, the young master agreed to reduce his debt and asked him to simply fix the car. Zhang was extremely grateful to the young doctor for this, and asked how to deal with his incontinence. Feng promised to help him with that, but on the condition that Wu would take the bright path. Also, Yang asked if he knew the city well, as he needed to get to one place. Zhang immediately jumped to attention and said that there was no person who knew Zhonghai better than him. He then asked where exactly the guy needed to go, at which point Wu noticed that his incontinence was gone. The surprised bandit wondered if the teenager had already cured him, and now everything would be fine. The young man only smiled in response and hurried to go on a long journey. Of course, Zhang agreed. A few minutes later, they were on the road, where Wu was demonstrating his driving skills. At the same time, he broke the rules of the road and often drove out on the oncoming lane. Naturally, Feng didn't like it and urged Wu to calm down and drive normally. However, after a couple of minutes, they got into a traffic jam that seemed to take forever. Suddenly, the radio announced that the great doctor, Zhende, was organizing a press conference. Wu immediately picked up on the topic and said that this person was simply making money. After all, it was originally said that the money would go to charity, but that was not the case at all. When he finally arrived at his destination, Zhang asked Yang if he really needed to come here, because ordinary people should not be here. Besides, as Feng was known to have no proper status, but suddenly he was called out by Suju. The girl informed him that Mu was currently in a meeting and he would have to wait for a while. Yang insisted that his friend go with them. Wu himself couldn't believe what was happening. Wondering who this young man really was, Zhang even decided to capture everything on his phone camera. After all, Wu was in the first time in the rich neighborhood of the city, and could not miss the opportunity to show off in front of friends. Once inside the corporation, they suddenly lost sight of Zima's assistant. Zhang, for his part, did not shut up for a second and constantly said something stupid. At the same time, he urged Feng to be wary, as there were those in this building who were best not to mess with. But suddenly Wu saw someone and literally froze in place. Yang asked what was wrong. The bandit whispered that there was a girl standing in front of them, and she was an assistant to Yang himself, adding that it was best not to make eye contact with her when they met, especially since she was stronger than even some men. But at this moment, Bai turned her head and looked directly at Feng. Zhang immediately urged him to look away. Unexpectedly, the young lady greeted the young man. Yan reciprocated. Wu was shocked by the fact that the boy was an approachable person to high-status people. Bai asked the teenager if he had really decided to buy a ticket to Jenda's conference. Feng replied in the negative. Then the damsel started looking for the ticket in her bag and said that originally Jin wanted to invite someone, but he couldn't come. So she gave the invitation to Yang and advised him not to miss such an opportunity. The guy looked at the ticket and was lost in speculation, because it seemed like it was planned. After that, the girl left in an unknown direction, and Wu showed his interest in what had happened, thus urging the young man to tell him how they knew each other. But Feng did not want to talk and ordered Zhang not to bother him. At this point, the secretary came to them and asked Yan to go to the office Mu. Meanwhile, Zima's assistant inquired about the boss's health, for she had a sore throat. But the businesslike principal said that she was fine and needed to do everything herself. After a few seconds, the secretary informed her that Mr. Feng had come to see her. Mu in turn gathered her thoughts and asked him to enter the office. The protagonist walked into the room and silently sat down on the sofa. Zima also did not say a word. Suddenly, the young master muttered that it would not hurt for them to talk. After all, she clearly did not call him for tea, but the girl continued to remain silent. Then she said that if he wanted to, they would get down to business. Mu began to talk about how the guy should not dishonor the name of the great Jende and still be able to earn money. The perplexed teenager asked when exactly he had already managed to dishonor the old man's name, adding that if he was really a top-notch expert, his reputation wouldn't have been shaken. Ziyama pointed out that Yang was indeed a capable person, but it was directly related to the corporation. And without Zhang's influence, the company's reputation would suffer, and the shareholders would withdraw all the investments. So she wanted to know what the guy wanted in return, offering him 100 million. She said that it was the most she could thank the young talent for his help. Initially, from such an amount of money, the teenager was perplexed and did not know what to say, after which he sighed heavily and lowered his head down. Zima didn't understand what it meant. Then Feng slowly got up from the chair and headed for the exit and said that he was refusing the deal. He was met in the hallway by a joyful Zhang, who was still filming everything with a video camera as before. Seeing the upset guy, he asked what had happened and why they had ended the meeting so quickly. Yang in turn thanked Wu for giving him a ride and encouraged him to go home, adding that he still had business to attend to here and intended to go to Jundi's conference. But the extremely pushy Zhang said he would wait for him, since the guy wasn't from around here and might get lost. Soon, on the roof of a multi-story building, the elders started the conference. Everyone was eager to attend, causing traffic jams on the roads and nowhere to park. Wu suddenly threw his head back as he watched the festive fireworks display. He then apologized to Feng and said that he had to leave because the atmosphere was weighing on him. But just at this moment, Yang and Bai appeared. They kindly greeted Yang. The shocked Zhang bowed low to them, not believing that the young man knew such people. A couple seconds later, Jin was called out by an unknown man, and the businessman hurried over to him. Bai in turn walked past the guy and smiled sweetly at him, then also hurried towards Yang. Thus, Feng was left proudly alone and went to walk around the roof of the building. At this time, President Zhao met up with the representatives of the Lin family, where Hao was also present and was making nice with the dignitaries. Even though he was tired of it, but he had to take forced measures in order to gain the support of influential people afterward. Suddenly he turned around and saw the same Yan, which made him puzzled. Hao couldn't understand how this poor man had gotten into Elder Zhenda's conference. After all, the ticket cost 1 million, and Feng clearly didn't have that kind of money. Lin decided to find out, especially since he still held a grudge against him for the past meeting at the inn. Following the young man, Hao approached him and asked him how he ended up here. At that, Lin put his hand on his shoulder, which of course did not please Yang. Suddenly Hao asked if he had a ticket, as this place was by invitation only. The protagonist in turn was not going to report to him, which he hurriedly reported. Then Lin began to accuse him of trespassing on private property. Then once again he demanded that the young doctor show his ticket. At this, Hao threatened security. Suddenly the young master beckoned him closer. Lin took a couple steps towards him, and Feng suddenly spat wine in his face. The boy immediately jumped back and tripped over the parapet, so his head was above the abyss. Ian stepped on his pant leg and smiled and asked him if he was scared, adding that he had no right to check his ticket. A frightened Hao stared at the teenager in silence. Soon the youth stepped aside and thus released Lin, who instantly climbed off the parapet. But he still didn't calm down, so he started calling for the guards, causing people to gather around. Hao kept saying that Feng didn't have a ticket and should be thrown out of the conference. Suddenly Jin and Bai approached them and Lin turned around, after which he immediately fell silent. The girl said that she had personally delivered the invitation to Yan, and he should not be pestered. The dumbfounded Hao in turn could not believe it and simply froze in place. At that moment, his angry father ran up to him and began to beat his inconsiderate offspring, stating that he had once again decided to make Mr. Ouyang angry, and that was something that should not be done. Bao then put his son on his knees in front of Jin and began to apologize for the younger Lin's behavior. Ouyang remarked that children are usually stupid, and the president shouldn't be so angry with his son. Bao thanked him for his understanding and said that he would throw out his ungrateful offspring right away. All the guests just watched the scene, realizing that Hao had really made a circus out of nothing. Meanwhile, the head of the Lin family literally kicked his son out of the building. Feng in turn thanked them for their intervention and bowed again. Bai smiled back at him and urged him not to be so proper. Stepping aside, Ouyang inquired why she had decided to intervene at all and was being so strict. The girl stated that her feminine instincts told her to be careful with this guy. Besides, he might soon become an extremely useful ally in some matters. Also present were Mu and her assistant. The principal suddenly decided to call Han over, who was extremely grateful to her for the honor and thanked her continuously. At this moment, the guests began to recognize President Zimu in the maiden, which made them excited, especially the male half, as Mu was quite a pretty girl. Everyone was talking about her beauty, dreaming of a woman like her, which could not help but flatter her. After a few minutes, the event finally took place, which was announced by the host. He called on all present to welcome the luminary of medicine with loud applause. By then, the elevator had gone up to the roof, where Elder Zhenda was. As soon as the old man took a step forward after stepping out of the elevator, everyone started shouting his name. Soon, Zhang began to talk about the targeted therapy to cure cancer, but it had one drawback. Since it could only cure the disease in the early stages, moreover, the result was not always perfect. Therefore, it was necessary to constantly do research with cancer cells and analyze them to help the person in time. Some guests realized that it was more like a lecture and began to actively discuss what was happening. Others, on the contrary, defended the luminary of medicine and said that no one can be compared to him. The protagonist stood aside and realized that most of them do not understand anything at all, from what the young master literally boiled with anger, because people have always fallen for big names. At this point, the old man suddenly announced that he had a new idea to cure cancer. People rejoiced and did not realize what the old man was really up to, especially in his monologue was not specific. Zima, in turn, was actively discussing with her assistant what was going on, realizing that people trusted Junde. At the same time, Mu sincerely hoped that their worst enemy Feng was not here. But suddenly someone started accusing Zhang of lying and saying that he was talking complete nonsense. Zima was immediately frightened, assuming it was Yang, but the voice was clearly not his. Meanwhile, the unknown man and his bodyguards followed Zhengdi onto the stage, then once again vehemently muttered that all his schemes were as worthless as himself. From the expression on the elder's face, one could tell that he had not expected to meet this man. The guests only wondered about one thing, who this person really was, and only the dumbfounded Zima recognized him as Tian Xiong. She could not understand how he ended up here. Finally, Zhang answered him that Chu was just jealous of him, and therefore decided to ruin the conference. Xiong in turn began to move closer, and said that he had decided to finally open people's eyes and tell them the truth, adding that real doctors don't do their disgusting experiments on people, and that's what he does. Tian then recalled the situation of the poisoned child, saying that it was the old man's doing. The crowd of people were divided as usual, and they began to discuss the matter again. Suddenly, Xiong shouted the young doctor's name into the pandemonium of guests, thereby urging the young man to confirm his words to expose Zhengde once and for all. Zhang as well as Zima tensed up. At the same time, Chu assured that he would ensure the teenager's complete safety, and no one would do anything to him. But no one among the people never responded. This made everyone think that the intern wasn't here. Yang also began to look for the young master in the crowd, realizing how this could all turn out. In reality, Yang was behind the guests and silently watching what was happening. Tian in turn assumed that he had unfortunately miscalculated and the guy hadn't come. Junde instantly ordered the guards to throw Xiong off the stage and not let him in here again. People were mostly inclined to believe that the fatty was just jealous of the old man. Meanwhile, the guards were in no hurry to chase Chu away, which was quite strange. Tian Xiong himself said that he intended to bring Jiang down from the pedestal, as he had no right to be called a medical luminary. The astonished elder asked if Xiong wanted to have a competition. Chu happily agreed to these conditions, saying that he has been studying medicine all his life, and it was time for everyone to realize that there were actually people superior to Junde. One could tell from Zhang's gaze that he was really starting to worry about his reputation, as he could lose everything. However, he tried not to show any signs and continued to speak extremely confidently. Then he said that he was absolutely ready to start their competition to prove his competence to everyone. The point was to properly set the joints, but there were no willing participants. Suddenly, Tian started to take off his shirt and said that he would personally test his skills on himself. Everyone was dumbfounded by such an unexpected turn of events and were in anticipation of the moment. At this moment, Chu's bodyguards rushed towards him. Junde was also shocked. Moments later, the guards landed their crushing blows on Xiong's face. Jiang in turn couldn't believe what was happening, for he was definitely not prepared for such a thing. The guests were also shocked by Chu's eagerness to prove a point so fiercely. Zima and his assistant realized that this performance could turn out to be a disaster, but most people were confident that the great elder would easily accomplish the task. Meanwhile, Tian Xiong's bodyguards urged Zhang to start setting their boss's bones. It remained a mystery to the old man why this madman would even go to such a length. After that, Junde tried to focus on Xiong's injuries. He assumed he had a concussion. Suddenly, he came to the opinion that this was Chu's way of deciding to commit suicide, and thus slander him. The guards in turn began to prod the old man, saying that he might as well give up. Suddenly, he had a plan of action, which he hurriedly realized. In this regard, Zhang began to shout from the stage that the bodyguards killed Tian, and he was a doctor and could not resurrect people, so it was urgent to call the police. People once again began to discuss what was happening, and argued that they really needed to call the police. Naturally, the protagonist understood perfectly well what Zhenda was really up to. As such, he urged people to call the ambulance and rushed to the stage. Zhang saw the young intern and came to a bewilderment. The guests froze in place. Feng immediately said that Chu had a skull fracture and should be turned on his side so that his tongue did not block his breathing. By doing so, it was as if the guy was teaching the elder how to provide medical care, which of course angered him. Ian also said that real doctors do not stand aside, but try to help the patient as soon as possible. The old man instantly fell silent, glancing around at the pandemonium of influential guests, who were in solidarity with the teenager, for Zhang really didn't even try to help him. Zima and his assistant couldn't see who exactly ran onto the stage, but it was definitely clear that a conflict was brewing. Feng himself realized that it would not be possible to perform surgery here, so he could just keep Chu's body alive. The young man also began to restore blood circulation by pressing the 6 points. Zhang suddenly went on to say that he wouldn't be able to do anything, as even he was powerless here. Suddenly someone called out to Yang, and everyone started to turn around to see who it was. As it turned out, it was none other than Yang. Everyone began to wonder how they knew each other. Jin nervously muttered that he had some information, and so it was better to stop this circus. A dumbfounded Zima asked her assistant how he knew Feng, but Suju was clueless. Junde finally realized that it was indeed that incredible intern. A couple minutes later, the ambulance arrived and the paramedics rushed to Tian Xiong's body. Within seconds, they determined that he could still be saved and thanked Feng for his help. The elder was shocked by the doctor's verdict, as he thought that Chu was dead. Finally, people began to realize who was standing on the stage in front of them, and who was the real doctor. In this regard, the angry crowd began to shout insults at Junde. Zhang himself bitterly realized that his reputation had been ruined, but he was in no hurry to leave the stage. The disgruntled people continued to shout angry remarks at the old man. In response, Junde suddenly laughed, causing another look of bewilderment on the faces of the guests. Everyone thought that he had simply lost his mind, since he was happy about the whole situation. Then the elder said that they were in a hurry to label him as a charlatan. But they don't really understand anything, and because he is a member of the Chen Huyao clan, everyone immediately started asking each other about this sect. The protagonist thought the name seemed quite familiar, but where he had heard of this guild, he could not remember. Unlike the young master, Zima understood exactly what they were talking about. However, none of the guests could tell him what kind of guild it was, or who its founder was. Ouyang in turn realized that Mu had wasted so much money to promote this clan. But in the end, it didn't lead him to the top. Suddenly someone ordered everyone to shut up. The guests started to turn back in bewilderment and saw an unknown person who was heading neatly towards the stage towards the elder. Feng realized things could change now. Zhende in turn rushed over to young Master Yao to complain, stating that people don't understand anything and underestimate the Chen Huyao Guild. Suddenly, Xin punched the old man, which sent the people present into another shock. After that, the guy said that Zhang had dishonored their sect, and therefore he was no longer a part of it. The dazed old man couldn't believe it, and looked at Yao with frightened eyes. Xin then found his eyes on the young doctor in the crowd and headed towards him, stating that he was a member of the Chen Huyao clan, and it was better to be friends with him than to fight. Feng in turn remarked that he had done a pretty good job of harassing his handquack. Zhende was naturally unpleasant to hear all this, but he continued to remain silent. The extremely arrogant Yao also asked Yang if he liked his healing skills. After all, compared to him, he was just a boy who decided to pursue medicine. At this moment, the wine in the glass of one of the guests began to swirl, and he couldn't understand what was happening. A rather unpleasant odor also began to emanate from the glass, and everyone began to step aside. The stupefaction was heading towards Zhengde, who instantly backed away. However, the odor still caught up with him, and the elder suddenly closed his eyes. People noticed that the old man had turned suspiciously pale and began to behave strangely. Zhang in turn stood silently on the stage without uttering a single word. Xin then asked the fellow again if he liked the Yao clan's medicinal arts, which could only be compared to Shen's healing. But Feng stated that the god Shenong had been revered since ages, but he couldn't be compared to some sect. Xin muttered that his great guild was world famous, and no one could compare to them. After which, he leisurely got off the stage and said that he wouldn't prove it to an ordinary intern. But Ian continued to provoke him, and offered to find out who was the best healer among them. In doing so, he stated that his clan had prematurely proclaimed itself the best. Yao was extremely surprised by such a statement from the teenager, and literally froze in place. The people around him were also surprised and anticipated the conflict, waiting for the show to continue. Xin agreed to compete with him in medicine, and asked him what he was willing to bet on. Feng in turn asked him a counter-question about what he really wanted. Yao turned around and said he wanted to take his life, then asked if he was willing to do that. The protagonist mouthed that his Chen Huyao clan was at stake, then agreed to the bet. But Xin immediately put forward a condition. Due to his clan holding the tournament, Yang needed 10 million to participate. With this money must be within a month. The young master's smile instantly changed to a more serious expression. After all, he was well aware that such money would be quite difficult to find, especially in a month. Dumbfounded assistant headmistress Zima asked her what they should do now. After all, Zhende had completely ruined his reputation, and it was wrong to keep him as chairman. The old man himself was boiling with anger, for he had lost all his privileges in a few minutes. The young doctor, meanwhile, went to the parking lot, where an equally cheerful Zhang was waiting for him. But Feng was not in the mood, as his thoughts were only about where he could get so much money. Suddenly, Zima caught up with Suju and asked him to wait for a while. Yan wondered if she had decided to fire him after all, and had come to inform him. The girl said that it was something else entirely, and she needed to talk to him. The guy agreed to have a talk with her and urged Wu to go home. The teenager in turn asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. Also taking advantage of the moment, Yang asked her for a loan of 10 million. Suddenly, Zima stopped and offered Feng the position of the chairman of Lunyao Corporation. At this, the young man noticed her rather serious look and hesitated. Then Mu stated that he also needed to do research on the center. Yang didn't understand why she was acting like this. Consequently, he asked again why she decided to bring up the promotion, because logically, Zima should hate him. The girl urged him to take his mind off the topic at hand and think about her proposal, adding that right now, Zhende couldn't be the face of their enterprise, and after today, many people found out about Feng. Although her words made sense, Yang still decided to refuse her again, which infuriated Mu again. She said that in that case, he would spend his whole life in a regular doctor's office and count the pennies. Besides, he needs that 10 million to enter the competition. But Feng said that carrying the title of a medical luminary is shameful at the very least. At the same time, their research only harms people, and he doesn't want to be involved in that. But the most important thing is that she decided to use him as a shield in a difficult period for the company, because all the shareholders have scattered. So he will find a way to get the 10 million to finally rub Shin's nose in it. At this moment, Suzhou informed her boss that 2 milligrams of blood serum was missing from the warehouse again. Zima was shocked by this news and became furious. Yang just watched what was happening, realizing that he was absolutely right, and things really weren't running smoothly in her firm. An exasperated Mu ordered her assistant to go with her to the corporation to clean up the mess. The protagonist asked the businesswoman if he needed to go with her to the company. The young master also apologized for dragging her into his showdown with Junde, adding that he just can't pass by when a person is in trouble and needs help. Zima stated that if he really wanted to, he could go with them. She also ordered Suju to summon Zhao to her. After a certain amount of time, they arrived at Lun Yao's main office where the old man began to report back. The annoyed Mu urged her subordinate to speak more articulately and matter-of-factly. Zhao then reported that he had discovered the theft of blood serum again today, and normally such things should be reported immediately. But their superiors had ordered them to keep quiet about it, since Zhang was the one who initiated the incident. In addition, Junde said that he would personally report the missing drug to Director Mu. As Suju began to realize that he was the one who had stolen the serum, Zima asked the old man if he had reviewed the camera footage. Zhao mouthed that a few minutes from the videotapes had been deleted, and it had happened during Zhang's conference. The young doctor urged them to just call the police officers to look into the matter. An enraged Zima shouted that no one should find out about it, much less the police. After all, it would go to the press and eventually the shareholders would find out that their research money had been irretrievably lost. Feng thought for a moment, and then said that it was indeed the right decision. Yan then asked the old man to share information about this blood serum. Mu gave permission to do so, remarking that this young fellow was much more capable than Zhenda himself, so he could be trusted. Zhao was rather skeptical of the principal words because Feng was indeed too young, but the old man still said that the drug was divided into two parts. One was the serum itself. The other is a completely different type of blood. Thus, the serum is able to awaken inactive brain cells, thereby giving the person the ability to control regeneration and escape from fatal injuries. Adding that if this blood is transfused to a person, their bone structure can undergo changes, and they will prolong their life. However, whether the serum could be recombined and made into a different type of blood was unknown. Unexpectedly, Zima said that she had once heard a story about an age-old ancestral land, which was located in the west of the Pamir Plateau of the Kunlun mountain range. Professor Zhu then went with his team to excavate and discovered an ancient burial site. Naturally, the scientists became curious, and they descended into the dungeon, where they found something incredible that literally shook their imagination. In front of them lay a coffin that contained a human corpse, but plants were sprouting from it. The specimen they found didn't even have a pulse, yet its blood was circulating non-stop. At this moment, Zima looked at the protagonist and couldn't understand what he was doing. The young master in turn scrutinized his hand as if he was trying to understand something. There was a sepulchral silence in the room, and after Mu, Zhao, and Suju also paid attention to the guy, Feng continued to stare at his hand and didn't say a word. Suddenly, Zima called out to him. The girl asked what happened. The teenager immediately lowered his hand and said, "It's fine," then hurriedly left. The perplexed principal asked if he didn't have any questions. The young man said that if they found out anything more about the blood serum, they should definitely tell him. After which, the young doctor left the confines of Zima's office. Everyone was shocked by his attitude. The boss in turn asked her ward to inform Yang about everything and give him access to the center. Meanwhile, Feng was on his way to his home and was reflecting on what had happened. Suddenly someone threw a rock at him. The boy instantly felt threatened. As a result, the teenager reacted instantly and caught the boulder. After that, he threw it in the direction of unknown people with a lightning-fast movement. Thus, the stone hit one of the attackers in the jaw and knocked out a couple of teeth. His accomplices were shocked by the guy's abilities and immediately rushed to him. They couldn't understand where the boy's unknown power was coming from. Feng knew that there were 3 A-rank masters in front of him and wondered who sent them, assuming that the customer was none other than Junde, which was what he asked them about. The thugs in turn were dumbfounded by the teenager's awareness. Zhang's thugs then looked at each other, signaling an attack. Then they attacked the boy with their fists, but Feng quickly calmed them down with a couple of punches. At the same time, the enraged young man ordered them to kneel down, his shout literally making everything shake. The masters abruptly felt weak in their bodies and collapsed to the ground, not realizing what had happened. Soon, the defeated servants of Zhenda kneeled down in front of Yang. Feng asked how much the old man had paid them, but they were in no hurry to answer. After which, they looked at their friend who was still unconscious and admitted that he had promised them 500,000 each. Adding that they had been told to break his legs, Yan asked how much they thought life was worth. At this, the young man offered 2 options to resolve the conflict. Either pay him 5 million or break Zhang's legs. Then the guy still let go of the thugs, who immediately rushed off in an unknown direction. Just as Yang wanted to call Wu for a ride home, he got a call from an unknown number. The guy picked up the phone and realized that it was Miss Bai. The girl kindly greeted the teenager. The young lady began to thank the protagonist for answering the call. The young master in turn rushed her to tell her exactly what the matter was. Bai instantly stated that they were in big trouble and needed his help. Adding that they would thank him quite generously, the young doctor hesitated for a moment. Then he agreed, as he himself was indebted to her for the invitation card. The joyful maiden thanked him once more and told him that their man was coming to see him now. Thus they agreed to meet outside the hospital, where Han hurriedly told the wards the important news. After all, an inspection delegation was coming tomorrow, and they must not fall foul of it. But at that moment, Shui saw Feng. He was clearly not happy to see him. Moreover, he couldn't understand why Yang had decided to come to the hospital at such a late hour. Han's position as head doctor was rather precarious at the moment, and he was naturally worried about it. Shui soon put a smile on his face and asked Feng why he had come to see them, adding that they actually had a sensitive matter to discuss. But a moment later, Mr. Ouyang's car pulled up to the hospital. Han was confused. Subsequently, a certain old man came out of the car and said that Mr. Jin had sent him to fetch the young man. Consequently, Yan asked the boss for time off tomorrow as he would be extremely busy. Of course, Wei agreed to give him a paid vacation because the head is coming tomorrow, and it would be better if Feng did not show up at the hospital. After a certain amount of time, the young doctor was taken to Ouyang's huge mansion. Jin asked the lad politely enough to go inside and make himself at home, apologizing for the previous meeting, which was not in a friendly atmosphere. Looking at Ouyang's beaten henchmen, the teenager realized that they were really in trouble. Jin soon told the essence of the problem, where 2 masters had died in the past 24 hours. It was the black and white demon, and they wanted to unceremoniously take his territory. But this land had belonged to him for centuries, and no one dared to take it away. So Ouyang sent his 2 fighters after them. But his enemies didn't stop there, and ordered him to retreat. In doing so, they beat up his subordinates, and thus, Jin found himself in a predicament, because his sworn enemies will not bargain with him and simply kill them all. And since he was literally pinned against the wall and thus put in a hopeless situation, and because of this, he decided to seek Feng's help, saying that the reward would be generous. Just as Yan tried to elicit more information from Ouyang, their meeting was suddenly interrupted. The unknown person asked Jin what he was doing and why he was still here. A dumbfounded Ouyang greeted Master Hu and immediately jumped up from his seat. Feng in turn assumed that this stranger was the headmaster. Bai instantly informed Yang that Hu was the guest of honor, and if the Zhou family was in danger, he always came to the rescue. The extremely cocky and arrogant master looked at the young man and asked who he was. Jin hurriedly introduced Hu to the protagonist and urged him not to look at his age, since he is extremely strong, but the master stated that this kid is not capable of facing such a powerful enemy. However, Ouyang continued to assert that the young man was indeed incredible, especially since he easily defeated his bodyguards Shuhu and Biaozi. At the same time, Jin had implied that his acolytes would help Feng, and he could just watch. Yang himself was thinking about the fact that he needed to return Suzhou's 10 million. Suddenly Hu said that demons are not scary, because the main thing is practice, which is the true power. At this moment, the guy was finally convinced that the Zhou family was the roof of Ouyang. Jin also informed him that the demons should welcome him tonight. The master muttered that in that case, tonight would be an exciting performance, and they would capture them. The obsequious Ouyang declared that it was simply a brilliant plan. The arrogant Hu smiled. However, at the same time, he noticed that Feng did not share their confidence, and turned away altogether. The Zhou family representative then said that it was better for Yang to stick with him so as not to get injured. Bai showed with all her appearance that the young man should tolerate the master's overconfidence since Jin was asking for his help. After which, Hu stated that he only wanted to ask 3 questions to these demons, and if they didn't answer, death would await them. At this moment, 2 masters suddenly appeared and urged Hu to ask his questions. Feng, in turn, instantly determined their high C rank, realizing that they were contentedly strong. Zhou continued to act like a king and said that they were late. The demons only smiled. They then called out their names and looked at the extremely arrogant master, who, without thinking long, decided to demonstrate his unique abilities. As such, he grabbed his blade and rushed towards the calm fighters, who noticed that they had extremely stupid names and then attacked the demons. However, Bai easily showed him who was the real master here. After dodging a punch, the white fighter launched a series of impressive attacks at the fat man, thereby literally knocking him into the ground. But even after that, he continued to brutally beat the bloody body. Ouyang and his assistant were shocked at what was happening, realizing that they were finished. Soon the beating was over and Bai once again hurried Jin to vacate the manor in question, since his time was up and this was now their home. But the businessman was in no hurry to leave the mansion. Feng, in turn, calmly sipped a glass of wine and watched what was happening. The dumbfounded Jin immediately ordered his men to open fire on the fighters. The bodyguards instantly proceeded to carry out the order and began shooting at Bai. However, the bullets simply missed him. Then the white demon kicked his foot to the ground. The floor beneath his feet literally shook, thus raising huge stones into the air, which immediately rushed out to attack all of Ouyang's wards. Everyone was shocked. The frightened Jin ordered his assistant to run away and tried to escape himself, but Bai declared that they couldn't just pick up and leave Mr. Feng behind. Ouyang immediately turned around and remembered that he had completely forgotten about Yang out of fear. The guy at this moment was absolutely calm and at ease as he continued to eat his meal. Meanwhile, the white demon approached Jin and said that they gave him the opportunity to solve the problem amicably. But he didn't listen to them. The businessman immediately said that he would pay any money. However, Bai struck him and muttered that his time was up, and now he should be punished. Ouyang flew aside and landed extremely painfully. The assistant instantly rushed towards him. The demon remarked that he liked girls, and his secretary was pretty enough. But Heitan suddenly declared that she belonged to him, which of course Bai disagreed with. So they began to argue with each other to see which of them was worthy of the beauty. Jin, in turn, asked them not to touch the girl, as she had nothing to do with their quarrel. But the white demon ordered him to shut up, saying he had no say in the matter. The black one urged Bai to finish off Ouyang initially so that they could discuss everything calmly later. A moment later, they rushed towards the businessman and his assistant. The young lady immediately shouted at Feng to at least do something about it. Ian calmly finished his wine, and as if not paying attention to what was happening. But the demons noticed the boy, and wondered if this boy was capable of anything. By that time, the teenager finished his wine and loudly put the glass on the table, then stated that they only had a couple minutes to get out of here, or they would die. The black demon instantly rushed towards the cocky Feng, trying to attack him. But the protagonist Lightning grabbed a bottle of wine and smashed it against Hei's head. Tang flew off to the side and took quite a bit of damage from the young man in the process. The shocked Bai didn't understand how such a thing was even possible. After all, he was a child. Soon Yan approached the white demon and asked if he was brave enough not to run away. The frightened master asked him a counter question, who she was, and where he got such power from. However, Feng ignored him. Gradually getting closer to the fighter, Bai decided to attack first. As such, the thug landed a crushing blow, but the guy dodged the attack. After that, the white demon tried to block his series of ferocious blows. At the same time, he realized that the teenager's speed and techniques were indeed at a high level, but at a certain point, he still missed the youth's powerful punch. As a result, Bai literally flew away and collapsed to the ground. Everyone was shocked by what had happened, and the incredible strength of the protagonist. Ouyang had never imagined that the young master would be so powerful. His assistant also did not expect to see the young doctor as an unflappable fighter. Suddenly, the white demon urged the guy to stop, saying that he couldn't kill them, since it would be considered an unfair fight, since they are much weaker than him. A perplexed Feng asked what he was talking about and why it was unfair. Bai then revealed that he and his brother had been badly hurt in a fight just yesterday and were a bit weakened today. Jin in turn urged the teenager to finish off the demons, since if they weren't killed, they would soon come with an entire army. White went on to say that if Yang defeated their mentor Feng Dong, they would gladly accept their death. Suddenly, Feng agreed to their condition, and the demons hurriedly fled. But suddenly Master Hu came to his senses and tried to attack the fighters from the back. However, Yang did not let him do so, and gave the fat man a powerful blow. As a result, Hu literally flew into the stone fence, which once again shocked everyone. Jin realized that such an action could lead to irreversible consequences. The fat man himself began to threaten the boy, saying that he had no right to treat the Zhou clan like that. But Feng said that he did not care about his family, because he had already scheduled a duel with Feng Dong. The fleeing demons shouted that Hu was no master compared to the young fighter. However, the fatty was still not relenting, and muttered that his guild would not let it go. At that moment, Ouyang ran up to him and thanked him for his help, because if it wasn't for him, they would have been dead already. Yang asked the businessman to inform him about the upcoming fight with the demon mentor. After that, Jin provided him with a bank card with 610 million. Naturally, Feng took it as a thank you, especially since he needed to return 10 of them to Suju. That said, Bai noticed her superior's excessive nervousness and asked what was wrong. Ouyang said that Yang had hit a member of the Zhou family and it might affect the relationship, but the maiden urged him not to worry about it, saying that there would be no problem with it. After all, Feng was much stronger than the rest of their clan, and it was better to go after people like that. Jin was shocked to hear her say such a thing. Bai reminded him that they had raised over 100 billion for their family, and received less than 100 million in return. Meanwhile, the defeated demons returned to their patron in the cave. Suddenly, they asked him when he could promote them to the middle level. An incredible aura began to emanate from the cave. Its streams seemed to be boundless. Then there was a burst of spiritual energy. Bai and Haitang immediately turned away, after which they gazed at the cave, The purple glow began to fade away. Soon, they heard the footsteps of their mentor, who suddenly walked out of the cave. Feng Dong said that they had now entered a new stage of development, and were now at the middle level. The demonic sect head then asked his subordinates if they had accomplished the task. Bai lowered his head, and sadly said that they had actually failed the mission. A perplexed Ouyang asked how the two of them could have failed Ouyang. The white demon mouthed that there was a certain young master named Feng. Dong naturally didn't know about the existence of the protagonist, and realized that the task had become more difficult, naively believing that soon, he would make the kid regret what he had done. The young doctor in turn wandered through the dark streets of the city, and suddenly noticed the light in Mai's window. Assuming that she was alone in the apartment, Ian instantly rushed to her. The overjoyed teen opened the front door with his key and stepped inside, where he found his mentor, which made him furious, realizing that all his plans had fallen apart. The old man greeted Feng cheerfully, as always with a bottle of alcohol in his hands. The enraged guy, on the other hand, urged him to get out of here immediately, the master surprised, stating that it had been so long since they had seen each other, and the youngster lashed out at him with complaints. Ian retorted that he thought he was a dead man, and tried to take the bottle away from him. Naturally, the old man could not part with the alcohol so easily, and said that he had only borrowed a couple of yuan from him. But Feng said that he had been saving this money all his life, and the master simply took it away. Suddenly, the mentor offered the boy a bottle to drink a little and calm down. The young man agreed and took a couple of sips. The old man remarked that he had decided to compete with the Qianhuyao clan in vain. Feng stated that the master also had golden hands and his techniques were superior to modern medicine, but he was not arrogant. But the master mouthed that their sect uses medicines as weapons, and they are not so simple, adding that he couldn't imagine how powerful they are, especially the genius named Xiao Huang. Suddenly, the old man asked the teenager what was the strongest medicinal remedy in ancient times. Yang confidently said that it was without a doubt a panacea. The mentor approved his answer, adding that if he was given the best furnace, he wouldn't be able to prepare the pill in half an hour. At this moment, the elder began the creation of the immortality capsule. Feng watched the process closely. The ingredients literally merged into a single stream, forming a magical cloud. After which, a yellow glow appeared inside the green sphere, and the immortality pill was finally created. The old man had noticed that there were at least 3 such masters in the Qianhuyao clan who could create such a thing in a few seconds. Therefore, Yan was no match for them, as their strength was on a completely different level. Yanlo then urged his disciple to prepare as many pills as possible to stock up on before meeting the enemy. Suddenly, Ho stepped out of the window and left in an unknown direction through the clouds. Surprised, Feng asked where he was going. The elder muttered, "If Yang loses in the battle with the Yao clan, he shouldn't say that he is Yanlo's disciple." After which, he continued his journey through the sky, saying that he wanted to see the world. But in doing so, he once again stole his disciple's bank card. Feng was furious. Meanwhile, Han met the higher-ups at the hospital and started taking Liu around to all the wards. At the same time, Shui somehow took Quan with him, who followed them everywhere. The girl was extremely unpleasant to be in this company, because the head doctor constantly sucked up to the boss. Suddenly, she looked out the window and saw a young doctor. Feng was on his way to the hospital. Han was literally dumbfounded and did not understand what Yang was doing here, because he had given him time off. After all, if he caught the eye of his superiors, the head doctor would be in trouble again. Therefore, Shui asked Mai to detain the young master and prevent him from seeing Liu. Naturally, Quan did not like this idea, but Han threatened her to cancel the research and the allocation of finances for them. The protagonist, in turn, was already in the hospital and thought about where he could get the money, because the old man had taken it all away again. Moments later, he met Mai in the corridor. The young woman began to think about how to detain him. Suddenly, Quan suggested that they go out to lunch together, which was quite strange. Feng instantly moved closer to the girl and began sniffing her. Mai abruptly backed away, indignantly wondering what he was doing and why he started sniffing her. But the boy had already realized that something important was being hidden from him, and he was curious. The teenager immediately rushed through the corridors of the hospital right towards the management. After a couple of seconds they suddenly met. Liu as well as Han were puzzled. At the same time, Shiwei began to realize that now his career could collapse like a house of cards. The young man, in turn, greeted his superior in a completely calm manner. Dumbfounded, Liu asked who this impudent man was. Han replied, he was an employee of the hospital. Of course, as a supervisor, he began to reprimand Feng and demanded that the guy put on a robe and show his pass. However, Yan was in no hurry to do so and pronounced that he would have to force him. Liu became furious and said that he was the worst employee in the history of the hospital. At this time, the Zhou family, led by Master Hu, arrived at Ouyang's mansion. who began to claim that Jin was not grateful enough to him and called some boy to deal with demons. The businessman tried to smooth the edges and mouthed that he had paid him 50 million and thought they had a deal. But suddenly the arrogant fat man asked for 500 million and his secretary. Bai began to shout indignantly that Hu was overstepping his bounds. But the fat man stood his ground and said that she would now become his assistant. Ouyang said that she was running most of his business and couldn't go with him. Suddenly Hu gave him a crushing blow and Jin collapsed to the ground, having received an extremely impressive damage in the process, and for the first time, he couldn't even get to his feet. After which, the Zhou family representative calmly tied up the girl and dragged her away. The servant instantly ran up to Jin and said that he needed to be hospitalized. Meanwhile, Mai angrily reprimanded Feng's actions and said that because of him, she had no money for research. But suddenly, her furious monologue was interrupted by Ouyang's call. Yang hurriedly picked up the phone. Jin, in a strangled voice, begged the guy to help him get Bai back, who was kidnapped by the same master who, of course, the teenager agreed to help him. After a certain time, the protagonist and Wu arrived at the estate of desperate Ouyang. The businessman literally knelt before him, urging him to help in this problem, told a picture of what had happened, how the fat man demanded 500 million from him and took Bai. The young master wondered why he wouldn't go directly to the Zhou family for help. Jin pointed out that they were just pawns for them, and no one would quarrel with Hu because of his assistant. Zhang was shocked by this news, realizing that even Ouyang was powerless in this situation. The young doctor said that he would deal with everything and called Master Yi to ask for help. The boy told the story of what had happened and asked him to track down Fatty Hu. The elder agreed to help him and said that he would send him the coordinates within 3 minutes. Feng thanked the old man and said that if he needed help in the future, he was always at his service. A couple minutes later, Ye sent the teenager the address where Hu was currently located. But when Ouyang found out that they were at Jinhei's residence, he literally shook with fear. Suddenly he fell to his knees in front of the young man. A perplexed Yang asked what was wrong. Jin replied that the Zhou clan had settled in the place in question, and he was not allowed to go there. A dumbfounded Feng wondered if he really wouldn't go with them. Ouyang in turn pitifully replied that he couldn't go against the Zhou sect. The guy then asked Zhang if he knew where exactly this residence was located. Wu stated that he knew where it was, and Feng asked if he would keep him company. Zhang was well aware of where they were going and what might await them, but agreed to help Yang. Thus, they set off together to rescue Bai, who had been kidnapped by Hu. Meanwhile, the girl was kept tied up in one of the rooms of the residence. She realized that Ouyang would probably not risk his reputation for her. However, Feng could easily save her with his abilities. But why would he do that? With that, Bai began to prepare for the worst, for she was in a desperate situation. At that moment, the fat man informed the younger Zhou that his gift was waiting in the room. The young man hurried to find out what Master Hu had prepared for him and rushed forward. When he opened the door, he saw the bound Bai in front of him and was delighted. Naturally, the maiden also recognized him and asked him to help her. But that wasn't why he had come. The guy instantly closed the door behind him and walked over to the young lady. The fat man stayed outside. Zhou himself began to say that Bai had wasted so much time working for Ouyang. But if she went over to his side, she would be much more successful and even surpass Jin. But the girl said that they could not be together and asked to untie her. Of course, Zhou was in no hurry to do so. At the same time, the young man muttered that she was taking too much on herself, as he was not offering to become his wife, but only to play, adding that as long as Uyana was useful to the clan, he didn't want to interfere. But things had changed now. After all, Master Hu had found an excuse to get her here and in a rather difficult position. The impudent teenager asked her not to panic and resist. All the while, Fatty Hu was trying to eavesdrop on them while leaning against the door. Naturally, he was jealous of the guy, just dreaming of being in Zhou's shoes. Moments later, the main character suddenly appeared from behind and attacked the fat man. In the end, Hu literally flew into the room, breaking through the doors. Zhou was shocked by what had happened and couldn't understand what had even happened. Bai was over the moon when she saw her young savior. The young master asked the guy if his name was Junior Zhou. Wu in turn started shouting furiously that he dared to touch his friend's girlfriend. A dumbfounded Feng slapped him on the back and told him to pick his words. Bai began to thank the teenager, saying that she had never hoped to be saved. Zhou himself became nervous and said that a fool wouldn't get away with it so easily. He then ordered Yang to kneel down and apologize, but he had another plan. Feng threw a couple more punches at the arrogant young man, making him realize that he was a nobody, after which he began to taunt him, telling him that there was nothing he could do to him. Suddenly, Hu urged him to calm down, saying that the Zhou clan would destroy him. Because he wouldn't be able to go against everyone and stay alive, Yang pronounced that they dared to touch Ms. Bai. Therefore, their deaths would be agonizing and he would personally take care of it. Joe started to get indignant, saying that his father would come now and the guy would be finished. Feng sighed heavily and asked Jiang to teach such an overconfident boy a lesson. Wu immediately walked towards him with a rebar in his hand. Joe started to pivot back, then muttered that if he hit him now, he would say goodbye to his family. Naturally, this did not make Jiang change his mind, and he hurriedly attacked him, inflicting extremely painful blows with the pipe, stating that it was his own fault as he had angered his friend. Feng at this point approached Bai and asked if she was all right. The girl smiled and replied positively. A couple minutes later, the head of the Zhou clan and his men entered the room. Of course, everyone recognized him, realizing that a real massacre was about to begin. However, the head of the family was not in a hurry to organize a massacre because he knew what Feng was capable of, and could not understand how his offspring managed to get into a conflict with Yan. The boy in turn asked Bai if she was scared. The maiden smiled. She said that now that he had come, she had nothing to fear, especially since she had not harmed the Zhou family in any way. Hu laughed at this moment and mouthed that the guild leader would teach the youngster good manners. Feng approached the fatty and said that no one had given him permission to open his mouth. Hu said that the boy should stop being a superhero because it would end badly. Head Zhou himself realized that he couldn't handle him, as he had forgotten to bring his best fighters with him. Therefore, he asked Yang out of respect for him not to make a mess here. But the mechanism had already been set in motion, and Feng began to brutally beat the boorish fat man. After a couple of minutes, Hu safely lost consciousness. Everyone was shocked by what had happened. The dumbfounded offspring of the head of Zhou did not understand why his father did not act. After all, this guy looks down on everyone present, which was unacceptable. Therefore, he began to shout and urge his father to teach the boy a lesson. But Zhou ordered him to shut his mouth, after which he apologized to the protagonist and urged him to let his son go. After offering a large sum of money for this, the shallow offspring once again began to resent him. However, this did not change the decision of Zhou, who realized that the young master is too strong. The head also promised to give Feng the status of guest of honor if he forgave his son. The restless lad continued to be skittish and urged his father to take action, but the father only fixed his angry gaze on him, which spoke volumes. Finally, the teenager calmed down, realizing that the situation was not as simple as it may have seemed initially. Yang agreed to let his offspring go and said that next time he wouldn't be too hard on him. The clan head thanked him for his leniency, but of course he wished for a vendetta. However, Feng suddenly rushed towards the younger Zhou and began to beat him. The dumbfounded guy could not do anything. His father also silently watched what was happening, while the master twisted his arms and abused him in every possible way, which was extremely painful. The beaten teenager kept demanding his father to take appropriate action, but he was inactive, looking straight into his foolish son's eyes, and realizing that there was nothing he could do against Yan right now. After which, Feng turned around and muttered that anyone who went against him would be dead. He then asked the head of the family if he was satisfied with everything. Zhou replied positively. Bai literally admired her savior and didn't know how to thank him. Jiang was also proud of his friend, once again, convinced of his incredible strength. It was soon over, and they hurriedly left the confines of Zhou's residence. Seeing that Bai was sitting aside, the guy approached her and asked if everything was all right. The girl, in turn, suddenly smiled, and the teenager asked what her good mood was due to. The young lady turned around and asked a counter question. Was Feng really worried about her? Yan turned away and blushed in embarrassment, then said that he wasn't worried about her at all. Suddenly, Bai asked his permission to call him Fenge, which was usually applied to close friends. The young man responded positively. Then the damsel stated that he wasn't really that weak. After all, she was born in the Taishan Mountains and used to be called a femme fatale. And after graduating from university, she changed many jobs where she was molested by bosses. At the same time, her father was too fond of gambling and owed a large sum of money to gangsters. Feng immediately drew a parallel between her worthless father and her mentor who stole money from him. Bai continued to tell her sad story where her father sold her into slavery for debt. She even wanted to commit suicide, but Ouyang suddenly appeared, which the bandits didn't dare to go against. Originally, Jin also wanted to gain her favor, but when she earned 10 million for him, he backed off. Yang in turn remarked that if it wasn't for her beauty, she would have died a long time ago. The girl smiled and mouthed back that she probably would have. Suddenly Bai said that she wanted to stay with Feng. The teenager was shocked. The young lady also said that she wanted to officially say goodbye to Ouyang, and when it's over, to give him back all his stuff. The protagonist approved of her decision. Bai realized that with such abilities, the young master could turn mountains, and volunteered to be his assistant. The young doctor replied that he should think about it, and would let her know his decision later. The girl said she would like to start her own business. In the meantime, the head of the Zhou family paid a visit to the absent-minded son, But the doctor gave a disappointing prognosis, saying that he would walk with a cane. The shocked offspring began to yell that he did not want to be disabled, and would take revenge on Yang. The father urged Kanner to calm down and focus on his treatment, and they would discuss everything afterward. He added that he himself wanted to do away with the boy, and would definitely find a way to deal with him. Suddenly, he asked the nearby Ouyang about Jin's relationship with Feng. However, the businessman said that there was nothing between them, and he was only loyal to the Zhou clan. But the head was aware of the latest developments, and said that Yang had arranged a meeting with Dong, which meant it was time to end their enemies once and for all. Ouyang supported him in this. With that, Zhou summoned Master Lan to him. The old man immediately entered the chamber, who asked his patron what exactly needed to be done. The guild leader ordered him to deal with Feng Dong first, while he figured out how to get revenge on Feng. At the same time, he called upon Jin to show Lan the way, and help with anything that would be required of him. Soon the businessman brought the master up to speed and told him that he was the last hope. After arriving at Dun's location, the extremely cocky master jumped onto the statue. Ouyang with Hao and Biaozi remarked that he was unbelievable, for even Hu was his disciple. Lan himself started shouting, challenging Feng Dong to a duel and declaring war on him, adding that if he defeats him, the Zhou clan will leave the city. However, he never received a reply. Then the master reiterated his demands. Jin in turn said that most likely Dun so simply will not come out to him. However, after a moment, he still showed up and said that they were all trash. He then launched a lightning attack into the body of Lan, who had no time to do anything. Thus, the master was defeated with just one strike, which was a stunning result. Ouyang was finally convinced that Duan could not be dealt with so easily. The demons stood behind their mentor and said that their strongest fighter could not resist. Feng himself said that he would let them go now, only for them to bring all their masters tomorrow. And when he had slaughtered them all, he would finally be able to rule these lands in peace. And he will personally bring Yang to his knees and make him beg for mercy, which of course sounded doubtful. Soon, Zhou's minions rushed to escape while they had the chance. Feng Dong in turn really believed that he could overpower the young fighter. At this moment, the boy was wandering through the dark streets of the city and suddenly sneezed. The next day, Jin with Ho and Biaozi came to the Ping'an hospital. Where the protagonist was, Ouyang began to beg for help once again and told the story of what had happened, adding that Feng Dong had ordered him to come to the lake, which was on the outskirts of Jinghai. However, the young master refused to help him and suggested that the businessman just give up his territory. An indignant Jin reminded Yang that he had previously given his word, but now he was reneging on them. But the young doctor said that he had promised Ms. Bai, not him, especially since she was no longer his agent. Ouyang was shocked by such a statement from the boy, but had no way to influence the situation. Back in the residence room, Feng saw only one intern and asked where the others were. The young man said that everyone had gone to listen to Shiwei's fiery speech due to his promotion. After a certain amount of time, Quan entered the room and said that she was very tired today. The kid decided to play a joke on Mai and asked if she had been up all night because of Yang. The girl smiled and replied that he was like a little brother to her, so it was impossible. At this moment, Bai suddenly walked into them. Feng didn't expect to see her in the hospital. The young lady looked worried and asked the guy to give her a few minutes. Yan assumed that she had some problems again and went out into the corridor. Meanwhile, Feng Dong stood on the mountain and urged the masters from the Zhou family to surrender their territories. Dong also surmised that they were all on full alert. Otherwise, there would be a real massacre in which they would not survive. At that moment, one of the Zhou clan fighters jumped onto his mountain to teach him a lesson. He said that he would not be able to survive against so many masters. But Feng Dong was unwilling to listen to anything, and ordered him to either attack or leave. The fighter continued to argue that he was being unreasonable, and the consequences would be dire. Dun stood his ground and once again urged him to attack first. The Zhou clan's servant had clearly miscalculated his strength. Feng stood still and did not take any action, only dodging the attacks, thus demonstrating his superiority over the best fighters of the sect. But at a certain point, he had had enough of playing with him, and Dong struck a devastating blow. Subsequently, the cocky master collapsed to the ground, but that wasn't enough for Feng. He threw him off the cliff, all shocked by Dun's incredible strength. Realizing what outcome awaited them in a duel with him made their blood run cold. Soon, Feng ordered everyone to obey him and hand over all the Zhou family's territories, as well as all the business should go into his possession. One of the fighters objected to him and said that would never happen. Dong stretched out his hand and, as if using telekinesis, he squeezed his palm and blocked the master's air. As a result, the guy's nose bled. Everyone was shocked and backed away. Soon he collapsed to the ground, so Feng killed him from a distance. After that, Dong once again ordered them to surrender without a fight or die. Meanwhile, the protagonist went to the balcony to have a word with Ms. Bai. The girl began to talk about some difficulties, and suddenly the guy interrupted her, inquiring if she really wanted him to help Jin. The young lady apologized to him and stated that although she had left him, Ouyang had treated her well all these years. The young master urged her not to apologize as he understands her feelings. To that end, the young doctor muttered that he would go to help Jin tonight. Bai was grateful to him as always. At this time, Feng Dong continued to beat up one by one the best fighters of the Zhou clan. At the same time, there were a huge number of them, but they still couldn't do anything to him. Dong in turn called on all those who disagreed with him to come out and fight in a fair fight. Naturally, there were far fewer people willing to do so, for they had seen how strong he was. Ouyang bitterly realized that no one else would help him, and it was the end. Believing that even the great Yang could not do anything to this monster, Suju in turn remarked that this man was incredibly powerful. Zima was in solidarity with her. However, Jiang standing in the crowd realized that he was still no match for Feng. At this moment, Dong declared that not only would he take away their territory, but he would also challenge one of them. Everyone began to look amongst themselves, not realizing who exactly he was talking about. After a moment, he ordered Yan to appear immediately to fight him. No one could understand what Feng had to do with this, as Dong was at war with the Zhou clan. Feng Dong could not calm down, and once again shouted into the crowd, calling for the young man to show up. Suddenly, Ouyang saw his savior among the fighters and was puzzled. Yang in turn replied to the madman that he was no match for him in martial arts. Zima was shocked by the sudden appearance of the young master. So was Wu, who was beginning to think that now Dune would be the end of him. The dumbfounded Fanudong looked at the teenager and asked with a perplexed look on his face if he had beaten the demons. The boy answered in the affirmative while looking into the eyes of his worst enemy. Everyone began to say that the boy would not be able to defeat Dun because he was just a child. By then, Hao urged his boss to seize the moment and escape. Ouyang agreed, and they took off in an unknown direction. But suddenly Feng took off, which Jinyu immediately informed Biaozi about. The dumbfounded businessman instantly turned around. It was an incredible sight, for the guy was actually floating in the air. Everyone was shocked by his abilities, and even began to think that he was a worthy opponent for Dong. Feng Dong himself seemed to be speechless and just watched the scene. Then he said that the young man was really unique, and the more interesting the fight would be. After all, Dun had not met worthy opponents for a long time, and already missed a good massacre. The protagonist was floating in the air, demonstrating in full measure his skills. Even the demons' blood ran cold, for they had not expected him to be such a capable man. White muttered that he could really cause trouble for their patron. But at the same time, they still believed in the strength of the boss, who was the best of all. Suddenly Dong said that if he lost, he would not take revenge on him and would bow down to him. But if he won, at this moment, the young master interrupted him and said that he would not win. That in itself provoked the overconfident Feng Dong, and he rushed towards Yan. The young doctor continued to stay put, showing that he was not afraid of him. Meanwhile, Dong delivered a lightning-fast series of punches, but the guy easily dodged them. Feng Dong was dumbfounded by such an incredible reaction from the teenager and missed his attack. As a result, he collapsed to the ground from a great height. Everyone was shocked. His underlings instantly rushed over to help him, but Dune was back on his feet. Everyone finally realized how strong the youngster was, that he could turn the tide. Feng Dong in turn muttered that he was fine and ready to continue the fight, adding that he had underestimated the boy. But there would be no indulgence now. Yang looked at him silently, realizing that Dong also possessed a high level of martial arts, but still he couldn't be compared to him. At this moment, Feng once again tried to attack him. As he did so, a violet glow enveloped his body, indicating that he was serious about his intentions. The Zhou clan fighters began to say that they had never seen anything like this before. Dong in turn decided to use another technique to strike the guy down. As such, he extended his arm and aimed his next lightning strike at him. Thus, a huge beam was directed at Yang, but as before, he dodged the attack. At the same time, Feng moved extremely fast as always, and ended up behind his enemy's back. However, Dong did not follow his sudden movements and did not see the teenager. The dazed white demon shouted to him that Yang was actually behind him. Feng Dong immediately turned around to launch another series of ferocious attacks. Suddenly, a kind of haze formed in the place of the young master. Dong naively thought he had hit him. He smugly mouthed a smirk, but it wasn't that simple. In a moment, the guy appeared right in front of him and smilingly announced that he had missed again. After which, he directed his lightning fist towards the bewildered Feng Dong. However, at the very last moment, the young man stopped his punch in front of Dong's face. He finally realized that he really couldn't handle such a talented teenager. Yang, on the other hand, wanted to demonstrate his strength, and he clearly succeeded. After a moment, Feng Dong kneeled in front of him and admitted his defeat. stating that from now on, he would honor him and would never take revenge on him. Everyone present was shocked by this outcome of the duel. No one would have thought that the young man would defeat him. As a result, everyone began to shout the name of his savior, which of course flattered him. After all, he had literally decided the fate of hundreds of people and an entire clan, as well as Ouyang. The boy looked around at everyone and realized that he was indeed in the right place. Suddenly, a car carrying the head of the clan pulled up behind the enthusiastic crowd. The tinted window rolled down, and Joe fixed his angry gaze on the teenager. Everyone, meanwhile, continued to praise the protagonist, calling him a savior. Demons, in turn, stood silently aside, realizing that now their lives will change dramatically. Zhang rejoiced at another success of the young master, and together with the jubilant crowd, shouted his name. Suddenly, however, the young doctor collapsed to the ground, feeling quite unpleasant. Everyone began to wonder what had actually happened to him and why he had fallen. Yang, in turn, accused Feng Dong of allegedly poisoning him with something. Dong himself was puzzled, because he did not do anything, and did not understand what happened to the guy. People began to say that he had fought an unfair fight against the teenager, but still lost. At that moment, the head of the Zhou family with his crippled son in a wheelchair made his way through the pandemonium. He declared that by taking advantage of the moment, Feng should pay for what he had done. He also intended to kill Dong as well. It was on such an occasion that Zhou took 5 middle-ranked masters with him, who got out of the car and eagerly awaited their patron's order. Moments later, the embittered old man ordered them to immediately kill the youngster while he was in such a state. The 5 strongest fighters from the sect immediately rushed to climb the mountain to finish him off. Suddenly, Dong ordered the demons to ensure Yang's safety at all costs, to which they were clearly surprised. By then, the Zhou masters had already approached the weakened lad. Feng Dong realized he was too late and ran towards Feng, but suddenly everything changed. Yan gave his crushing blow to one of Zhou's high-ranking henchmen. Everyone was shocked by this outcome, and couldn't understand if he had somehow regenerated his health. After which, the protagonist absolutely calmly got to his feet and began to smile, stating that it was quite easy to deceive them and he was actually fine. The dumbfounded head Zhou finally realized that the guy had just pretended to be poisoned. Connor, on the other hand, urged his father to throw all his strength to kill this impudent fellow. Thus, the 4 strongest fighters surrounded Yang, naively believing that they would overpower him. But suddenly Zhou tried to call them off and returned to him, realizing that since the teenager was okay, they were in danger. A perplexed Connor asked why he was doing this. His father replied that each of the masters were comparable in strength to Feng Dong. However, the young man didn't believe that Feng alone could deal with the fighters. But after just a couple minutes, Zhou's fears were confirmed, and Yang scattered everyone. It was hard to believe, but the guy really was incredibly strong. Connor stammered and asked his father if they still had any high-ranking fighters left. Dong, for his part, was finally convinced that he was really no match for Feng. Zima, who was watching, couldn't believe her eyes either, for the young man was just an ordinary intern. Hushu told Ouyang that Yang was amazing, and he had never met someone so strong before. Unexpectedly, Feng walked up to Jin and asked why he was suddenly so bold. Realizing that he had conspired with the Zhou clan to kill him, the businessman backed away. Ouyang began to refuse, saying that he would never go against the young master. The protagonist in turn said that he only helped him because of Ms. Bai's request, and either Jin would bring the head of Zhou to him, or he would kill him right now. Hao urged his boss not to anger the young doctor and do as he told him. Otherwise, they would all face a rather pitiful end, as they simply wouldn't be able to stand up to him. Biaoki joined his partner and also urged Ouyang to obey Feng. At this moment, all the fighters declared that they would go after Yang anyway. After thinking hard, Jin made the right decision, which he hastened to announce. The businessman ordered everyone to follow the guy to finally overthrow Zhou. Connor began to panic and said that Uyana still turned out to be a traitor, and he should have been killed earlier. Jin himself said that he had worked for them for so many years and had gotten nothing in return. So today was the long-awaited day of reckoning. Everyone was shocked by this turn. A huge crowd of fighters immediately rushed towards the Zhou clan, who realized that they could not survive. However, another high-ranked master suddenly stood in their way. The fighter was quite skillful in his ferocious attacks, and thus dispersed several of Ouyang's men. Connor in turn became animated, believing that not all was lost, and ordered them all to be killed. Thus, 3 fighters rushed into the fight with Feng, while the rest began to defend the head of the clan. But one of them realized that they couldn't handle Feng, and urged their boss to run away immediately. Meanwhile, the thugs were trying to confront the teenager, who was as calm as ever. Unexpectedly, Feng Dong muttered that he would help the youngster deal with the masters. But it seemed that he didn't need help at all, as Feng had successfully defeated the sect's forces by himself. The others looked at Yang fearfully, realizing what awaited them in a fight with him. Zhou's acolytes asked the head to take his son and leave before it was too late. But a moment later, all the high-ranking fighters literally flew into the car. Feng then jumped onto the roof of the car and asked if he could help them escape. The leader of the family realized that now he would definitely not get out and collapsed to his knees. Zhou then started begging the guy to spare him and his son, saying they would never bother him again. But Ouyang declared that he shouldn't be believed, as he had already been given a chance to mend his ways once before. However, Yang muttered that they were now free, which simply shocked everyone. A perplexed Jin said that he couldn't let them go because they tried to kill him. The dumbfounded head of the Zhou family asked him if he would really let them go. The teenager replied in the affirmative, and said that they were no danger to him anyway. The bewildered crowd concluded that only the strongest behave like this. Therefore, they literally proclaimed the young man the new ruler of Jinghai. But there were those who did not like the idea, and began a vigorous debate. Meanwhile, Zhou and his offspring hurried to get into the car and shamefully left the territory. Feng, in turn, said that he really did not want to deal with these disputes. This once again drew admiration from the crowd. But Ouyang approached Yang again with a suggestion, stating that the guy had done a tremendous job and he was due a monetary reward. He added that if he became the boss, he would be able to control the flow of money in the amount of several tens of millions. In this case, he will have the most luxurious cars and mansions, and his name will be sung in legends. After all, this is the life of a real man. Feng in turn pondered his proposal. People tensed, realizing that he could accept these conditions, because Jin knew how to persuade. Naturally, his skills as a negotiator influenced the young man's decision, and he agreed. Yang gave Ouyang a month to prepare, and if everything was as he said, he would rule the lands. The joyful Jin muttered that he would not let him down, and would definitely do everything in the best way. Suzhu bewilderedly remarked that Feng had agreed to become the boss of Jinghai district after all, adding that this person would now become a true treasure for their corporation. However, Zima didn't think so, realizing how this could actually turn out for them. Therefore, she ordered her assistant to distance herself from the teenager in every way possible. At this time, Quan was at work at the hospital and was thinking about the young doctor. Moments later, the main character walked into the room and wondered if she was thinking about him. Mai began to shout at him, for the young master had frightened her by his unexpected visit. Surprised Feng asked what happened, the girl replied, "It was all Han's fault." Yan asked her again what exactly she was talking about and what had happened in the first place. Suddenly, Quan asked him to help her with something very important. The guy was surprised that she was asking for help. He finally agreed to help her and asked her to bring him up to speed so he could understand what he would have to face. Mai then revealed that Chief Li had agreed to pay for her scientific research, but he had resigned and Shiwei had turned her down. The cocky young man said that he would easily solve her problem. The damsel was surprised. Consequently, he immediately called Ouyang, who agreed to help and introduce him to the chairman of the medical association. After which, Feng urged Quan to go with him to see an important person. After a while, they arrived at Huang's place, who was the very influential person. He was instantly informed of the arrival of the two young men, and he went to see them. Meanwhile, Feng and Quan were waiting for Huang. The girl asked how he met such an influential person. At that moment, the chairman entered the room and asked if they had come from Jin. The young man replied in the affirmative. The old man apologized for being late and took a seat across from Yang, talking about how he was always in his worries, unlike the youth. He then apologized for his words, saying that he didn't mean it at all. Feng didn't like that tone, but he replied that there was nothing wrong with what Huang had said and encouraged him to continue. Then asked how much Quan needed for her research. Mai said that 2 million would be enough. The chairman immediately mouthed that there would be no problem with money and he could invest more. The excited young lady asked if this was really the case. The old man smiled and confirmed his words. However, at the same time, Quan had a certain feeling that she would end up owing the businessman. Suddenly, Feng asked if Chairman Huang would like to hear his opinion on the matter. Naturally, the old man asked the teenager to state his side of the story, saying that he was listening to him carefully. Yang then stated that after successfully researching Quan, he would literally immortalize his name, and a couple million would obviously not be enough. Huang asked how much money was needed. Feng put his foot on the bench, showing his composure and control over the situation. Then he said that 1 billion would be enough. Even Mai was shocked. Huang himself was also puzzled, looking the teenager straight in the eyes. At this time, Ouyang was already heading towards the chairman and the protagonist, realizing that they might not reach a consensus. Running out of the car, Jin ran towards the residence, where he was met by a guard. The businessman knew how overbearing Huang was, and always greeted everyone by their clothes. Ouyang asked the bodyguard where his boss was with Feng. The chairman's servant replied that they were in the living room and pointed the way. Hearing Yang's name, He wondered if it could be the same young martial artist. Meanwhile, Jin ran like a frenzy into the room and asked if they were all right. The guy smiled and mouthed that he had introduced him to a very good person. Yang heard a hint of sarcasm in his statement and tried to explain himself. But Huang asked the businessman who the young man was who asked him for $1 billion, adding that he had had enough of Jin's reputation and wasn't going to get involved. However, Yang labored to change his mind and unexpectedly punched the chairman, furiously stating that his reputation was insignificant compared to Mr. Feng. A shocked Huang swept his eyes over how this kid could be a gentleman. At this moment, the young doctor once again urged him to think things over carefully. After all, in reality, for him, $1 billion is not such an insurmountable amount of money. The old man started to apologize, saying that he really couldn't provide him with that much money. But Jin once again urged him to come to his senses, as Yang could destroy his reputation. But as long as he had a choice, the chairman of the People's Medical Association was shocked. As a result, he finally agreed to allocate this amount of money because he had no other option. Going outside, Feng asked Yang to take Quan back to the hospital, while he himself went about his business. Suddenly, the maiden turned to Yang and thanked him for his help. The young man smiled back, then said that she could invite him to dinner, but Mai refused the offer. Then Quan got into Jin's car and drove back to work, where she was already waiting for her. Feng in turn decided to go to Dong to discuss the management of Jinhai district with him. In the meantime, the Yao clan's medical artisan continued her experiments on her subject. He was literally begging to be killed and stopped being abused. But the maiden was in no hurry to do so. She once again attacked him with various insects and her poisonous snake. The young lady noted that he had already lasted half an hour, which was an incredible result. She then ordered her wards to provide him with an antidote to see what the effect would be. It was only after the drug had taken effect that he was to be killed, with Yao calling for several children to be brought to her. The subordinates in turn informed her that they had new information about Feng. The girl demanded that they tell her about this incredible teenager as soon as possible. The sect servant stated that he was currently the ruler of the Jinghai district in Zhonghai City. Yao ordered to not touch the kid, and only when the time came to tell everything to her elder brother who would deal with him. But first of all, she wanted to look at the man to see how to deal with him, especially since she had long ago needed to go to Zhonghai to gather the necessary herbs. In the meantime, Yang had crucified the protagonist to please him in everything, and brought him to the inn. Along with the young master, demons and Fengdong also came. Jin happily remarked that this was the first time he and Yang had met here. Unexpectedly, the young doctor asked him for a room with a higher level of security, but Yang misunderstood him and said that he would bring him a couple of maidens right away. Feng immediately objected. After which, the teenager urged Dong to discuss something with him privately. The guy was surprised. Walking to a separate room, the demon mentor asked what he wanted to talk to him about. Yan suddenly inquired if his body was affected by some kind of disease. The dumbfounded Fengdong asked again how he knew about it. The young man then said that as he turned around, Dune caught a slight pause, adding that this second phenomenon served as an indication of a huge crack. Feng asked why Yang had decided to talk to him about it now. Unexpectedly, the teenager offered him joint management of the Jinghai district. Dong thanked him for such a tempting offer, and stated that he was the same one who lost to him in the battle. Moreover, there could be no connection between this and the hidden disease, but Yang persuaded him otherwise. After that, he escorted him into the room and asked him to sit down at the table to discuss everything. Feng was quite skeptical of what was going on, but still sat down at the table. The protagonist then urged him to give him his hand. Dune in turn hesitated. The guy added that he had actually been studying medicine for a long time and could help him. Assuming that the youngster could actually understand the industry, Feng gave him his hand. After all, if he was such an incredible fighter, it was likely that he was also knowledgeable in medicine. After a moment, Yan gave his verdict. Dong's life energy was damaged, and his self-development methods were his main problem. The shocked mentor confirmed his words, and said that this illness had been plaguing him since childhood, and so he had been searching for a suitable doctor all his life. Suddenly, the teenager said that he could cure it, but only on the Ono condition that Feng would stay with him and help him. Dune began to ponder, asking why he trusts him. After all, they have known each other for just a few days. However, Yan said that a spiritual connection is better than 1,000 words, and he trusts Fadong. The boy finally agreed to the young master's terms and said that he was at his disposal from now on. The teenager urged him to tell him more about his methods of improvement to help him overcome the disease. Dun told him the story of one man's betrayal, which caused him to lose his teacher's trust. Subsequently, he had to leave, and on the way he met the spirits of good and evil, and they literally became his brothers. Suddenly, Yang said that he would need a medicine to cure him. Feng asked what kind of medicine. After all, he could find a way to get it. The guy replied, it was 100-year-old watergrass. It grows in a dark and damp place. If he could find it, he could be cured. Dune began to ponder where to get this herb and suddenly remembered. He remembered that he had once found this kind of herb in the Taishan Mountains. But it was extremely dangerous, and there were poisonous beasts and insects everywhere. But that didn't scare Yang away. He said that even if the devil was there, he would still go. Therefore, Fengdong suggested that the protagonist rest in the village today, and then go to Taishan Mountain tomorrow. Meanwhile, Beigi and Haitang asked the arriving Jiang if he was really Yang's younger brother. After all, they couldn't feel his spiritual energy, yet the young master's aura was also not felt. Wu in turn smiled and replied that he was Feng's strongest younger brother. Wandering through the dark streets, they were confused about one thing. Although it was late, there were no people anywhere. Duan noticed that there was something wrong here. After all, someone must have shown up. The young doctor also began to look around and noticed the complete absence of life in the settlement. The demon mentor decided to ask the owner of one of the houses what had happened and where everyone had gone. But just as he was about to knock on the door, Yang suddenly stopped him and urged him not to do so. A perplexed Feng asked why, at which point the young man punched the air and a sort of haze formed. The dumbfounded Dong wondered what it even was. Meanwhile, the small mist dissipated. In its place lay an unknown person. He did not give any signs of life, being unconscious. Jiang said that someone must have poisoned all the people, but it was unclear who had done it. As they walked on, they saw a hole in the house and discovered the bodies of the children, which shocked them. Yang noticed that their trek for herbs had taken on a slightly different character. Meanwhile, in the village, the Chen Huyao clan led by Yao came across an old man begging for help for his son. The surprised damsel inquired as to what made him think she could help him. The grandfather stated that he had been collecting healing herbs and selling them for over 40 years, and she smelled of such medicines. The young medicine girl asked him if he was sure it was the smell of healing herbs. The servants began to say that the old man had smelled some kind of poison and had mixed it up. The grandfather started to bow to them and let him explain himself, but the servants began to hurry Yao. However, Linlong muttered that they were in no hurry to go anywhere and agreed to listen to the old man. She then looked at his son and remarked that the lad's soul had been stimulated due to the shock, adding that the source of the shock might be useful to her, and she would help him while taking out a magic mirror. The grandfather once again fell to her feet, thanking her for her assistance. With the help of the soul mirror, she intended to temporarily bring back the boy's soul to tell him what he had seen that was so terrible. Suddenly, magical streams of unknown energy rushed from the mirror into the young boy's body. After a moment, the boy opened his eyes and began to look around. Then he began to talk about some snakes with a cold pool and healing herbs. The dazed old man in turn asked how he was feeling, but suddenly his pupils rolled back behind his eyelids, and Lon pronounced that his son's soul had been destroyed, adding that if he really wanted to avenge his son's death, he should come to Yao's family in Tianhu. At this time, the protagonist, along with his company, continued their journey to the Taishan Mountains. Hua remarked that he didn't memorize the path, but Yang said it didn't matter, because he could feel a strong aura coming from the water nearby. After walking a few more meters and climbing to the top, the young master saw people. The same old man was trying in vain to wake up his son, who was already dead. The young doctor muttered that his soul was actually under heavy attack. Consequently, Feng urged his grandfather to step aside as his son was in great danger. However, the old man angrily said that he would never trust doctors again. Suddenly, Yang gave him a low blow to his neck, thus rendering the grandfather unconscious. After that, he urged Zhang to carry him to the side, and he began to save the young man. His hand instantly ignited magical fire, which he directed at the teenager's head. The dumbfounded Wu asked what condition he was in. Feng replied that his soul had been destroyed. That said, the boy once again channeled all his energies into bringing back his mutilated soul. Zhang in turn urged Yang to implant good memories to the young man, so that he would come to his senses. Fengdong was rather skeptical of this idea, saying that it wouldn't help. However, after a couple minutes, the old man's son opened his eyes and began to claim some maiden. The young doctor muttered that it was now necessary to find a healing herb as soon as possible. A perplexed Dune wondered if they would leave them behind, but Yang stated that they would be fine, adding that they would soon meet the people who dared to let this happen to the innocent residents of the settlement. Meanwhile, Yao and his charges continued to search for the much-needed plant, and soon they found the treasure, naively believing that their quest had been successful. All that remained was to take the herb and return to the clan's camp. One of Sister Lin's servants volunteered to personally take the medicinal herb, but the girl suddenly stopped him, stating that they were not the only ones hunting for it. After which, Lan directed her magical streams of spiritual energy to the side and urged the strangers to come out into the light. The green sphere literally pierced the nearby mountain, and it collapsed. Dust rose, and 2 human silhouettes could be seen in the dissipating mist. Finally, 2 unknown people appeared before her. However, they knew the eldest daughter of the Yao family. The young lady called out their names, and the 2 men looked at each other. Then they calmly introduced themselves. One was Feng Lixin, and the other was Yun Zhongyue. Linlong smiled and said that she had heard of them not too long ago. The strangers also smiled at her. Suddenly, Feng and Yun started accusing her of only being able to hurt the weak. Yao immediately ordered them to shut up, saying that she would give them the opportunity to get their hands on the healing herb. But at that moment, Yang appeared and said that the plant in question belonged to him. The protagonist came closer to them and remarked that it was quite lively in the mountains today. Feng then asked if she was the one who poisoned the villagers at the foot of the cliff. Lan said that when she is not in the mood, she kills everyone without the slightest pity. Suddenly, Feng Dong tried to attack her, saying that she had no right to rampage. But the cocky Lin remained in place, as if she didn't take his exertions seriously. A moment later, Dong began to deliver his ferocious blows, but he was unable to hit her. The girl, in turn, was able to dodge all the attacks of the angry guy. Then he decided to first take the medicinal herb, and then finish with Yao. Naturally, the Changhuyao clan representative did not want to give him the medicinal herb. Feng Dong himself continued to run towards the miraculous plant. At this moment, Linlong suddenly disappeared, and he realized that she would follow him. A couple of seconds later, the medicine artisan appeared right in front of him and delivered a powerful punch. The demon mentor flew aside. Beigi and Heitang were shocked by such a girl's strength. Yu in turn muttered that no one present was her opponent. Dong finally realized that he had indeed been reckless, and this woman was extremely strong. Lan was surprised that the young man was able to get to his feet and continue fighting. After all, he had been poisoned, but Feng declared that he could not be broken by such a cheap trick. However, in just a few seconds he collapsed unconscious to the ground. His pupils rolled behind his eyelids. Yao swept up her incredible poison, but she could not cure him of it. The demons were dumbfounded by what was happening. Realizing how insidious she was, the artisan herself said that nothing would help him, and they can safely prepare a coffin for him. But the young master still gave Dun some medicine. Yao said that it would make him die even faster. Lan was very wrong, because a moment later he quietly got to his feet. The Qianhuyao Guild representative was shocked by this turn of events and said that it was impossible. The young doctor pointed out that her poison wasn't that complicated, as it included white snake toxin, aconite, and pincushion. A bewildered Lin asked who he was. The boy gave his name, and then she realized everything, stating that he was the one who came to her house, and his medical abilities were pretty good. The young man decided to seize the moment and urged her to give him the healing herb. He promised to thank her well, but she was in no hurry to do so. The mercenaries Lixin and Zhang Yue also decided to make themselves known once again. They began to say that they were the first to arrive in the mountains, and that this plant belonged to them. A surprised Yao asked if they dared to go against her family. Feng said that they couldn't do it on their own, and they knew it. But by teaming up with Yang, they would have a much better chance. But Feng refused to help them. Lixin, in turn, did not expect that the teenager would not support his initiative. Yang himself said that they didn't have the right status to team up with him. Angry thugs called on the protagonist to repeat again what he said. The young master began to taunt them, saying that they apparently don't understand human language, then repeated what he had said earlier. Lixin and Zhang Yue realized that the young man had strong skills. Feng Dong, on the other hand, began to mentally urge Yang not to make things worse, for there might be more enemies this way. For a while, they continued to argue amongst themselves about who exactly the herb should belong to. The young doctor urged them to stay back while he solved the problem with Linlin. However, Lixin and his buddy did not wait for the debate to end and went to get the plant. Yao walked to the cliff and said that it was reckless of them. After that, she directed a huge fire sphere at them, which rushed after them. Feng and Yun tried to avoid colliding with the magical flame clot. However, Zhang Yue failed to do so. Lixin still managed to bounce back. He then watched as the fire literally devoured Yun's body, leaving Feng shocked. He urged his partner not to panic, saying that they would definitely find an antidote. But a moment later, Lixin bitterly realized that nothing could help him anymore. The poisonous cloud had literally eaten all of Zhang Yue's flesh down to the bone. It was gruesome to look at. Soon, the skeleton slipped out of the magical flames and collapsed to the ground. Unexpectedly, Yang muttered that they were actually both top-tier nobles. Feng Dong was dumbfounded and questioned the young master if this was really true. The teenager also remarked that this skill of Lan's was the strongest poison art. Yao in turn ironically encouraged Lixin to continue gathering medicinal herbs. The mercenary was literally boiling with anger, but realized that there was nothing he could do to her. So he simply ran away, leaving Feng alone with the company. Lin turned to the guy and said that he had a couple of seconds to make the right decision. Either he leaves and stays alive with his friends, or death awaits him. A dumbfounded Feng Dong suddenly interrupted her and asked how she got such skills. The maiden smiled and stated that she had recently upgraded her level. At that time, Dong was finally convinced that they would not be able to deal with this treacherous woman. The demons and their mentor thought of fleeing, but Yang continued to stand still. Suddenly, the young man muttered that she was the one who had 3 seconds to retreat back. At that moment, Linlin literally flew into the air and sent a poisonous cloud at the teenager. The sphere was much larger than the one sent at Zhongyue. Everyone thought Feng was finished. However, until the last moment, Yang stood still as if he didn't feel threatened, thus showing his confidence and equanimity, which was surprising. Heitang and Baiguai immediately turned away, believing that he had clearly underestimated Yao's abilities. But the guy had actually concentrated all of his spiritual energy, as a result of which released a magic beam that destroyed the poisonous cloud. Lan was shocked. From the powerful technique of the protagonist, there was a deep trace left on the ground. Everyone literally froze in place, realizing how incredible the young master was. Lin inquired how he was able to stop her attack with his breath. The young doctor ignored her question and began to slowly approach the Chen Huyao clan's female Chen Huyao clan artificer. Her underlings instantly rushed to her aid, stating that it was their duty to protect her. Feng in turn walked towards Linlong completely calmly and casually. In just a few seconds, he had dealt with the Yao family's servants. As a result, the teenager came right up to her and stared into her eyes. The frightened damsel inquired who he really was. The young man smiled. Ian praised her for her effort and remarked that it would unfortunately not be enough to handle him. Dong began to cheer, realizing that now the healing herb would definitely go to them. Feng in turn began to tease Yao, asking why she wasn't using her techniques anymore. Linlong once again soared up and said that he was underestimating her abilities, adding that there was no telling who would come out of here victorious. At that moment, poisonous bubbles began to appear around her. Yang immediately used thunder skills and urged Yao to try harder. At this moment, toxic rays rushed out from the poison bubbles towards the guy. Feng, on the other hand, continued to accumulate thunderbolts, which instantly turned into a shield. Thus, the magic barrier literally absorbed all of Lin's poisonous damage. The artisan was dumbfounded by this result, as she once again failed to hit Yan. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion that threw Yao aside. Zhang remarked that Feng was indeed a unique master, and no one could defeat him. At this, Wu began to urge the teenager to finish off Linlong while she was in such a vulnerable state. The bloodied maiden asked him if he would really kill her. Yao asked her a counter-question if there was a reason why he shouldn't. Yao then said that she was the daughter of the majestic Shao Huang from an ancient family of healers. Therefore, he would not dare to kill her. However, Feng was not at all intimidated by this fact. As such, the young man muttered that he was not afraid of anyone, not even her family. Suddenly, the healing herb turned into a snake, and no one could understand what was happening. Linlin also didn't realize what had happened and wondered what it could be related to. The magical snake in turn continued to climb out of the small lake. It ended up covered in dark scales, and the water beneath it instantly burst into flames. Feng Dong began to ask the others what was going on, and where the healing herb had gone. The main character remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen such a huge snake, and it was at least 200 years old. Lin decided to take the opportunity to escape and got off the ground again, after which she rushed off in an unknown direction, saying that they would definitely meet again. But the young master didn't give her that chance and sent a fireball after her. The fireball pierced through the body of the young Qian Huyao clan's young artisan, and the girl collapsed to the ground. It seemed like it was all over for her. Everyone watched in horror. Dong asked Feng if he had really killed her. The teenager replied that she had used a teleporter and escaped. The demon mentor nervously remarked that she would definitely come back and take revenge on them. Ian muttered that when that happened, then they would think about what to do. For now, they need to take the healing plant away. Suddenly, the snake started spitting venom. Feng dodged the attack and tried to get close to it to deliver a fatal blow. After a couple of minutes, he still managed to get close to the snake and launch a series of ferocious attacks. The friends of the protagonist thought that the master could easily deal with the beast. However, it was not as simple as it may seem to them at first glance, because the snake also attacked Yan, thus throwing him into the air. After that, without letting him land, it rushed to strike again. The guy flew up again, during which time he managed to generate a thundercloud, which after a moment he released into a huge serpent, then turned into a vortex. Afterwards, he attacked the enraged beast and launched a series of attacks. However, his efforts failed as the serpent did not even move. There was also not a single scratch on it, which made the young doctor wonder. Feng Dong in turn urged his friend to just run away while he had the chance. But Yan never backed down. especially since the materials of the beast in question were extremely rare, and he intended to take them. At the same time, the master was well aware that the skin of the serpent could not be penetrated so easily. Suddenly it struck him that it was necessary to attack the eyes of the beast, depriving it of the ability to see. Generating another lightning blade, Feng once again attacked the magical serpent. Suddenly the monster released a poisonous flame, but Yan had time to react and dodge away. Then the teenager rushed towards the ferocious demon again, intending to destroy it. Finally getting close to him, Feng struck a crushing blow in the eye of the snake, which was extremely painful for her. Thus the protagonist defeated the beast that was guarding the healing plant. The protagonist approached the huge body of the snake. There was a pool of blood around it. 2 warriors jumped up from the side. They anxiously asked Jan what had happened here. The fighter could not understand how the king of snakes had become blind in one eye and died. Fen looked thoughtfully at the monster and said that he was able to destroy from the inside through the eye. There were skulls and bones lying around. The guy asked the protagonist where the healing herb had gone. Fen explained to his partner that the herb had been eaten by animals right after he appeared. The guy asked the protagonist excitedly what they should do now. Feng told his partner not to worry. Feng saw huge blue clouds around him under his feet. He said that the power of the medicine is inside his body. Snake bile will be able to purify this medicine. He himself will be able to increase his abilities to the 2nd degree. The protagonist told his friends to use the spiritual energy here. The man watched from behind as the protagonist stood on top of the blue cloud. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly the man turned around and ran to the side. He shouted excitedly that he would bring firewood to roast the snake. At this time, a ravenous blue snake jumped out from behind him. 2 warriors were sitting in a meditative pose with their eyes closed. There was a blue glow around them. The warrior suddenly opened his eyes and smelled a very good odor near him. He turned around and saw a man next to him roasting meat on a fire. He asked him unhappily what he was doing in such a dangerous place. The man turned around and slyly asked the guy, "Doesn't he want to eat?" The warrior looked at the meat on the fire and said in a thoughtful voice to his partner to leave the meat near the bone. The fighter shouted in a frightened voice to his friend to look in the direction where the protagonist was standing. There were blue swirls around the fen. The guy looked in the direction in surprise and shouted that he saw a large vortex in front of him. The friend replied in a thoughtful voice that it was a perfection of yang. Fen stood by himself. There were bright blue swirls around him. The warrior explained that yang sucks in the properties of the water of the cold pool and absorbs it very quickly. The man near the fire said in a sly voice that yang is very strong. He added that the guy feels fever due to absorbing the substance of the cold pool. Fen finished his ritual and said in a joyful voice that he had finally promoted. The guy on the side shouted to the protagonist that he had promoted to the 2nd degree. The protagonist walked over to the campfire. He told the man that he could roast snake meat. It would improve his manhood. The warriors turned around in surprise and looked at Jiang Wu. They were amused by the words that he needed to improve his manhood. The protagonist stood and angrily told the man about the symptoms of his illness. His angry and frightened partner ran away. The guy thoughtfully glanced after the fleeing man and said that Jiang Wu was depressed. Feng turned around and asked his friend how they were improving, and if they had made any progress. Feng Dong turned around and told his friend that they had not yet made any progress. Feng pointed his hand sideways at the snake's body. He told his friends that he would now make a medicine for them. A large golden ball flew out of the snake's mouth. The protagonist told the friends that they should use the bile of the king of snakes. Zhang stood alone under the night sky. There were green trees beside him. He didn't know how he could go on meeting people. The man was very much distressed. He thought that Jan had gone very far too far. A stranger appeared at his side. He asked the man angrily if he knew the way, and if he knew the shortest way to the cold pool. Zhang turned his head back and looked at the stranger in surprise. Don and his friends felt a great surge of strength. They shouted loudly. Fen looked at his friends and told them that the 3 of them were elevated. Bon had his sickness gone. The guy bowed and thanked the main character. He promised that he would never forget it. A stranger appeared behind him. He pulled Zhang in his arms and asked the protagonist, "Did he carry away the medicinal herb?" Feng turned around and asked the stranger, "Who is he?" The old man said his name was Xuan, and he was the true lord of Xinluo district. Zhang tried to break free from the old man's grasp and asked the protagonist to save him. Xuan angrily asked the protagonist, "Is he the one who took the medicinal herb?" The protagonist looked at the strange old man with astonishment. He could not understand who this Xuan was. Who was the true lord of the Xinluo district? A friend on the side came over and told the protagonist that he knew the man in front of him. Don told his friends that he had once wanted to go to the Jinlo district after returning from the mountains. But because of the presence of Lord Xuan and Uncle Xiuju, he decided to give up the idea. Xuan glanced angrily at the boys and angrily interrogated, "Did they really take this medicinal herb?" Feng replied to the old man that the herb was in their hands. He motioned for Xuan to give them 3 blows. Xuan lifted his head up and laughed angrily. He shouted that no one had ever dared to talk to him like that before. Even Uncle Xiuju was always respectful to him. Feng told the old man in a disgruntled voice that he was giving him a chance to strike 3 blows. If Xuan knocked him down with 3 blows, he could take the healing herb for himself. The old man looked at the protagonist thoughtfully and said that he had lost his mind. Xuan swung and threw Zhao at the boys with all his might. The man flew forward, frightened. Zhao flew towards the main character. The guy put his foot forward and stopped him. Feng didn't turn around and told the man in a disgruntled voice to get out of here. Zhao turned around and asked the guy in a disgruntled voice to use his hands next time. The man had fire glowing brightly above his hand. He said angrily to the protagonist that he had just used the first strike. The old man swung around and launched a huge fireball at the protagonist. He yelled that it was the second strike. Feng stood and looked calmly in front of him. A big fire flew at him and a huge explosion erupted. Xuan stood and looked at the explosion in front of him. The protagonist was completely engulfed in flames. The old man looked thoughtfully in front of him and thought that he had finished off the protagonist. He was afraid that Feng might have crushed the medicinal herb with his body. Xuan glanced fearfully in front of him and noticed a healthy and unharmed guy standing in front of him. Don glared angrily at the old man and said that he had already used his second strike. Xuan started waving his arms around and shouted to the guys not to get excited before their time. There was a bright red glow beside him. The old man pressed his feet into the ground with all his might and prepared to run forward. Xuan shouted to the guy on the move that he would feel his 10-fold strength. The friends stood and watched with excitement as the old man attacked the guy. Xuan ran up to the guy and swung his arm with all his might to strike. His fist stopped near Feng's face. The man was frightened. He shouted angrily that he was not a man but a monster. The protagonist grabbed the frightened old man's clothes from behind with his hand and shouted that now it was his turn. The beaten Xuan told the guy that he didn't need the healing herb anymore and asked him to let him live. The protagonist gave Xuan an angry look and explained that he wasn't going to kill him. Xuan looked at the old man unhappily and said that it would be very useful to keep him alive. The battered old man stood with his eyes closed. Zhao asked the protagonist, "Are they just going to leave the old man here?" Feng shouted to his friend to calm down and everything will be all right. The protagonist handed the man a small pill and told him to eat it. Zhao looked at the black ball in his hands in surprise and asked the guy, "What is it?" Feng looked to the side. He saw Zhao throw the pill into his mouth. The main character explained that he used a healing herb and made it so that now a normal person could eat it too. The man swallowed the pill and felt a sudden change in his body and a surge of strength. Zhao waved his arms joyfully and shouted that his body was full of strength. The man looked at his friends with burning eyes and said that they were a black and white couple. He said that he wanted to approach them and experience their level. Don, along with his friend, disgruntledly looked silently at the man from the side. The battered man sat unhappily on the earth. The protagonist, along with his friends, went to the side. It was bright, sunny weather outside. The man in the house sternly asked his sister what should he do. The man in the room asked the girl fearfully, what should he do after the main character returned? The girl answered her partner that the guy really wasn't a gift. The girl explained to the man that Shuju had a hand in the Jinghai area and that gave him a lot of patronage. He also has Master Xuan under his command. The man gave the girl a stern look and said that this person was only waiting for Yang to return to solve problems. The main character walked into the room. He asked the man if the man wanted him to come back and solve the problem. The man turned around fearfully and asked the protagonist, when did he come back? Feng sternly asked his partner, how does he run the Jinghai district? The man was scared. He knelt down obediently in front of the protagonist. The partner on his knees fearfully asked the protagonist to give him some more time to solve the difficulties. Feng angrily asked his partner, why is he keeping him here then if he doesn't follow instructions? The man was very frightened. He apologized to the protagonist and asked him to give him another chance. Suddenly the door opened, and a fighter in a black suit and glasses ran in. He shouted to the boss that Mr. Shuju had come to the gate again. The guard asked the protagonist in surprise, is he already back? Feng replied to his partner that he could really do some good. The girl turned around and told the guy that he couldn't completely blame Ouyang in this case. All of their masters can't defeat Shuju's men. The protagonist turned around and headed for the exit. He told the girl that he would meet the Shuju people himself. He told the girl that he would meet with Shuju's men himself. The man angrily asked Ouyang why he hadn't left the Jinghai area yet. The protagonist looked at the man and asked, "Is his name Shuju?" One of the warriors asked the guy angrily, "Did he dare to say Mr. Ju's name?" Shuju looked at the boy angrily and demanded that he kneel before him and bow 3 times. The protagonist sternly demanded the boss to call Mr. Xuan to him immediately. Old man Xuan appeared. He inquired in a disgruntled voice, "Who dared to call him?" Mr. Xuan glared angrily at the protagonist and said that he would stay here with Mr. Ouyang today. Suddenly the old man told the boss in a frightened voice that he couldn't fight right now. The man turned back frightened and was surprised to see that the old man had disappeared. Feng angrily jumped behind Xuan and asked him to come toward him again. The protagonist glared angrily at the old man and said that he didn't want to offend the elderly again today. Xuangyu turned away unhappily and asked the old man why he was leaving. He demanded that his subordinates deal with the guy as soon as possible. The boss gave the protagonist a stern look and demanded that he kneel down in front of him and bow. The protagonist walked up to the surprised man and flicked the cigar out of his mouth. The guy crushed the burning cigarette with all his might. The boss screamed loudly. At the side stood a frightened old man. Shuju turned around and angrily asked the old man how much longer he would stand by. Xuan slyly turned around and asked the guy to let the boss go for the sake of his reputation. The protagonist looked unhappily at the old man and asked what reputation was he talking about. Feng swung his leg, and with all his might he slammed the old man's head to the floor. Feng angrily told the old man that he had no reputation at all. He demanded that he get out of here. Xuan got scared and started running away. He shouted loudly that he would leave this place right now. Shuju turned around and looked at the guy. He realized that he was not the target of the old man. The man fearfully pointed his hand at the boss and shouted for the protagonist that he was the one who had prevented the return of Jinghai District's territory. The boss glared angrily at the guy. He realized that it was Feng who had defeated Feng Dan. Yu sternly warned the protagonist that if he acted against him, his Zhou family would not let him go. The man angrily told the boss that the Zhou family simply ran away that day. The boss turned around and sternly asked the man, "What is the true strength of the Zhou family?" Xu proposed a battle for the protagonist. The boss promised that if the guy won, he himself would leave the Xinluo district and get out of Zhanghai City. The protagonist asked his rival if he could be a member of the Zhou family. Xu threatened the guy that he had threatened the interests of the Zhou family, so the family would not stand idly by. Xu gave the guy an angry look and warned him that a person from the Zhou family would soon arrive here and cause him trouble. The protagonist replied to his partner that he was expecting to meet the man in 2 days. The protagonist looked angrily at his boss and sternly demanded that he leave. A girl came into the room. She angrily told the guy that Shuju couldn't leave yet as she wanted to talk to him. The man was very frightened. He repeated the girl's name Mu Ziyang to himself in a stammering voice. Mu told the man in a stern voice that the blood serum from her business had been stolen by Zujun. He must give the serum to her first. The protagonist in the back told the boss in a sly voice that he had done quite a few good deeds. The boss told the disgruntled girl that he had almost used the serum. Mu looked at the boss sternly and said that if he had fully used the serum, she could still chase him for now while he was on it. She threatened Shujun if he lied to her. The girl shouted in a stern voice to the boss to run away. Shujun ran away at full speed. The main character told the Mu girl in a confident voice that he could handle everything. He would call and fix everything. Feng promised the girl that he would help her solve the problem with the blood serum. Mu replied to the guy that she didn't come here just for that. Mu gave her partner a stern look and told him that she wanted him to be her personal bodyguard. The protagonist angrily and suspiciously questioned the girl about her personal bodyguard. Fen replied to his partner that he didn't want to be something very much tied down. Mu replied to the guy that he would have to protect her when she needed it. The main character told the girl that she could find him when she needed him. Feng told the angry girl that she would have to pay him 5,000 for one call. The guy then demanded that Ouyang take them home. Far outside the city, a man was walking with a boy in a wheelchair. The son asked his father, why did he take him to the hunting grounds of the Zhou family? The man looked thoughtfully away and told the boy that his uncle was returning. The son looked at his father in surprise and asked him again about his uncle. The boy felt a very strong wind blowing from the side. He squinted unhappily. The man and his son noticed that there was a very strong wind around them. They covered their bodies with their hands. At this time, another man appeared at the side. The man looked in front of him with astonishment. The uncle sternly asked the guy Zhou Kan what happened to his leg. The boy turned around frightened and looked at his uncle. He answered him that he had been hurt by Yang Feng. The father angrily told his uncle that the protagonist had not only maimed Kana, but had also made the whole family look bad. The uncle thoughtfully told his partner that he would go back and see the old man first. The main character was standing near a big tall building. There was a car next to him. The girl told him goodbye, that if he had any problems, he could call. A guy came up from the side. He told the girl excitedly that Yu Xiao was looking for her. Mu was surprised when she heard that Yu Xiao had come. A guy came up from the side. He asked the girl from afar, where was she? Yu Xiao told the girl with great excitement that he had called her 10 times. Mu asked the guy in surprise, how did he end up here? Yu told her that he was so worried that he almost called the police. The protagonist asked the assistant who the guy was next to them. The assistant slyly replied that Yu Xiao came from a big clan. Xiao looked in front of him and sternly asked the girl, who is that guy in green clothes? The main character stood silent. Xiao told the girl that he didn't allow her to hang out in bad company. Mu explained to her friend that Fang was going on business with her. Xiao was angry. He gave the girl a disgruntled look and told her she was hanging out with another guy. Mu continued to snub her friend that she and Fan are just friends. Xiao fearfully put his hand to his face. He told the girl that she should give him a guarantee that she would be careful about making friendships in the future. The protagonist turned around and headed away. He told the girl goodbye, that he was coming back. Xiao was not happy with the guy's words. He shouted at him to wait. Xiao reminded the protagonist in a disgruntled voice that he didn't give him permission to leave. The protagonist turned around and grudgingly asked the guy what he wanted. Yu Xiao gave the protagonist a stern look and demanded that he not come here with the girl and not talk to her. Feng asked his partner why he should listen to him. Xiao decided to tell the guy who he was. Xiao, in a fit of excitement, told the protagonist details about all his influential parents and relatives. The protagonist calmly told the guy he didn't care about his relatives. The guard ran at the protagonist. He asked him angrily, how dare the guy insult Yu Xiao? Feng stood there and watched the guard run at him. The protagonist suddenly swung around and slapped his opponent across the face with all his might. The guard flew sideways towards his boss after a very powerful punch. Yu Xiao said in an angry voice to the protagonist that he had beaten his subordinates in broad daylight. The protagonist asked his partner, did he really decide to fight against him? Yu Xiao picked up the phone. He told the guy that he would spend the rest of his life in jail. Mu shouted in a very scared voice to her friend not to call the police. Xiao turned around and asked the girl if she was asking for the protagonist to be spared. He demanded that the girlfriend meet his conditions. Xiao threatened the girl that he would call the police to have the protagonist captured. Yu Xiao demanded that the girlfriend leave the protagonist. He angrily threatened her that he would no longer help her in the future and she could forget about the fixed prices of medicine. Mu stood very scared. Xiao angrily demanded from her in a stern voice that she should choose. The girl stood there and did not know what to say. The protagonist looked at her silently from the side. He reminded Xiao that they had been friends for many years and did not need such strange conditions. Xiao angrily shouted to his subordinate that he didn't understand anything at all and should shut up. The girl was silent. After a long and protracted pause, she called out to the protagonist. The protagonist calmly and silently turned around and looked at his girlfriend. The protagonist stood silently opposite the girl and the guy. Xiao told his girlfriend that she should understand perfectly well how to act. He decided to call the police. The girl turned around frightened and looked at her friend unhappily. Mu shouted loudly that if the guy started the fight first, he should answer according to the law. Feng looked at the girl unhappily. He kept silent and waited for Xiao to call the police. Xiao called the police and told them that his father was the chairman of the YU Family Corporation. He complained that someone had fought with his subordinates and demanded that they be dealt with quickly. Xiao gave the protagonist an angry look and said he had the wrong guy. Suddenly, a loud siren sounded from the side. A police car pulled up. Xiao told the girl that that was why he had called on his own behalf. Mu was very scared and upset. She didn't know how she could justify herself to the guy. At that time, a girl got out of the car and called the protagonist by name. Mu looked away in surprise. A policewoman named Su-han sternly asked the guy what he was doing here. Xiao joyfully headed towards the policewoman. He told her in a satisfied voice that she had come in person. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and demanded that he tell her what was going on. Xiao pointed his finger sideways at the protagonist and said that this guy had beaten up his subordinates. Feng gave the policewoman a sly look and said hello. She gave him an unhappy look. The policewoman looked sternly at the people present and told them to come with her to the police station. The guy angrily demanded to the policewoman that she should have investigated the case well. He added that criminals like the protagonist should not have been given a chance. Xiao looked at the policewoman and said that he would send her his lawyer to help her in the case. The assistant looked at the protagonist and thought that Mrs. Mu would think of something so that he would not stay with the police for long. Ms. Mu turned around and looked at the protagonist. She didn't say anything to him. Feng was sitting on a chair in the police station. The girl asked him angrily, "What did he do?" Feng slyly told the girl she was in a bad mood today. She kept her foot on his chair. Suhai sternly demanded of the guy that he treat her with respect. Fen was sitting on the chair and was having a lot of fun looking at the girl's body from the side with interest. The policewoman got angry. She yelled at the guy that he wanted to go to jail. The main character calmly looked at the policewoman and said that the old man's illness, the back again. Feng was silent. He studied the girl next to him with an attentive gaze. Fen sat on a chair. He asked the girl, "Doesn't she believe him?" Suchin told the guy she wasn't stupid. The protagonist told the agitated policewoman that she should have noticed the problems with old man's spiritual power. The policewoman smiled slyly at the guy and told him that she would bring him some tea to warm him up and buy him something to eat. Mu stood near the monitor and closely watched the communication between the protagonist and the policewoman. The policeman told the girl that Feng was a tough pepper if even Mrs. E was grooming him like that. He promised that the guy would be fine. The mistress told the subordinate Suju that they could leave here. She added that Fen had already handled everything himself. The Mu said in a thoughtful voice that his help would be of no use. The policewoman asked the boy in an angry voice if he liked the way she served him. The hairdryer sat relaxed in his chair. He asked the policewoman to escort him out. The policewoman outside excitedly asked the guy when he would come to see her father. Fen told the girl that her old man would be fine. The policewoman shouted angrily after the guy that she would kill him. Her voice echoed down the street. The judge turned around and looked at the protagonist with attention. He asked the deputy, "Why did he come here?" The servant asked the protagonist, "Why did he come here?" He told the protagonist excitedly that the mistress had come to help him. But when she found out that the guy had made up his own mind, she just left right away. The protagonist replied to the surprised assistant that he didn't blame his mistress. Feng explained to the assistant that everyone would now go their separate ways. He asked that Suju tell Yui Xiao that if he attacks him again, he will not spare him. In the hospital, a medic frightened shouted to the running woman doctor, "My, that the patient was quite ill." The medic frightenedly asked, "What happened?" The doctor anxiously replied to the woman that the patient's condition had suddenly worsened. The doctor looked at the woman as she ran away. He told her to hurry up. The guy said in a quiet voice that the patient could die. May continued running down the corridor. The protagonist walked down the hospital corridor and listened to the conversations around him. Someone said that Director Han had specially handed over the dying patient to Dr. Mai Qiuyang. Feng was walking down the corridor. One of the nurses said that Mai had been operating on the patient for 5 whole hours. The girl came out of the room and said in a weak voice that she was very tired. The main character looked at her. Fen smiled and asked her partner how the operation went. Mai was surprised to see a guy in front of her. She closed her eyes and didn't say anything to the guy. Feng asked his partner, "Did the operation go badly?" The nurses stood at the side and listened attentively. Mai smiled at her friend and happily informed him that it had been a success. The girl looked down in front of her with a sad look and told her boyfriend that she had almost screwed up. Fen demanded of her friend that she go to the office and rest. He wanted to talk to her about something. May was sitting at her desk in the office near her computer. She slyly called the guy a truant. Director Han entered the office from the side. He greeted the protagonist angrily. Han sternly asked the boy, "Is he here to help Dr. Mai treat patients?" Mai sat fearfully at the table. She called the doctor by name. Next to her was the main character. Han angrily told his partners that the hospital board had decided to move the patient to a bigger hospital with more advanced equipment. Mai fearfully shouted to the doctor that she didn't agree with moving the patient. "Moving the patient is very dangerous." The man turned around and angrily told the girl that she should obey the hospital's decision. The man at the door told the partners to keep working. Mai was very angry. Mai stood by the table, disgruntled. She shouted curses at Director Han. After a short pause, the main character asked the girl if she had Mrs. Mu's phone number. Mai told the guy that she did. Feng sternly demanded from the girl to call Mrs. Mu. Mu held the phone in her hands and looked at it anxiously. Mai asked the boy, "What does he want to talk to Mistress Mu about?" Feng explained to the girl that he wanted to talk to Madam about quitting. He decided to leave Meigi City. The girl sat at the table and held the phone in her hand. She was very surprised when she heard from the guy about the dismissal. After a short pause, Mai closed her eyes and told the guy that he was only losing his talent in this hospital. Feng looked at his partner happily and said that they will remain friends. Even if he leaves this hospital, she can contact him anytime. The protagonist handed the girl the keys to the apartment she had given him earlier. An expensive black car arrived. Mrs. Mu arrived at the hospital in it. Director Hans smilingly shouted to the woman that she had arrived very suddenly. He ran up to her. Ms. Mu walked towards the hospital. She demanded that her be brought to the office of the main character. Han laughed in an evil voice. He shouted to the mistress that he would do anything for her. The assistant walked over and asked the mistress at the desk, "So why did Feng call her to the hospital?" The assistant reminded the partner of the main character's words that it's every man for himself now. Mu explained to the guy that what the protagonist meant was that he really wanted to quit and leave this place. Mu excitedly asked the mistress why the guy wanted to quit. Mu explained to the partner that Fen was very talented. He couldn't always be an intern at a small clinic. At this time, the doors opened, and the main character and his girlfriend walked in. Mu told the mistress with a smile that they came from the main entrance and apologized for disturbing her. Mu sternly told the boyfriend that if he wanted to quit, he could have just notified her. The main character suddenly took out a box of red liquid and put it on the table. Mu was very surprised to see a small jar of birthing fluid in front of her. The protagonist glared angrily at the lady and said that she was a true blood from another world. The mistress jumped to her feet in fright and asked the guy, "Where did he get such a liquid?" The Fen sternly replied to the woman that it was completely irrelevant where he got it. The guy stood up and asked the woman if she really wanted the blood. Mu looked in front of her for a long time and thought about what to say to the guy. The woman asked the protagonist, what does he want from her? The Feng gave the woman an angry look and demanded that she do something for him. The protagonist sternly demanded that she fire Dr. Shivi. Feng explained to the woman that Dr. Han has no respect for ethics and treats patients' lives as a toy. He insults his subordinates and plots against them. The woman angrily asked the guy, what proof did he have? She couldn't take his word for it. Feng replied to his partner that it was up to her to decide whether she believed him. Mu told the protagonist that he was a very big brat. She asked him, did he really call her out for Han's sake? Mrs. Po asked the guy if he had an applicant for the role of principal. The protagonist pointed his finger at the surprised girl and said that he wanted to recommend Dr. Mai for the position of principal. Mrs. Mu told the protagonist that she had no idea about Han's affairs. This doctor was her father's subordinate. The woman was afraid to dismiss Han just like that. The protagonist turned around and shouted that it would be to Han's detriment. Mu was very surprised by the protagonist's words. She looked at him silently. Mu gave the girl a stern look and asked her if she wanted to be the headmaster herself. Feng told the girlfriend in a sly voice that the director's annual salary was over $1 million. He told the girl that she was very young and had a great future. Mai frantically squeezed her hand. She thanked the main character for the recommendation. Mai angrily shouted that she wanted to refuse the offer. All she wanted to do was keep working a little longer. The mistress was silent. She looked at the girl carefully and thought about her words. The director in the chair told the girl that they couldn't force her. If she needed help, the corporation would help her. Mu bowed and thanked the mistress. Fen turned around and said he already had things to do. Mu yelled to the guy to wait. The protagonist replied to her on the fly that she now owned the blood from the other world. Mai turned around unhappily. She was surprised to hear the words about blood from another world. The driver asked the guy where they were going next. Feng told Mai that they were going on to Tanhe Manor. The protagonist told his companion that he wanted to stay at the manor for a long time. Zhao, sitting behind the wheel, shouted happily that the manor was just right for the guy's status. Suddenly, the driver saw some obstacle on the road. He started to brake sharply. An unfamiliar fighter appeared on the road. He launched a ground fire against the traveling car. The protagonist jumped out of the car. He crouched on the ground to stop the fire. The guy sat calmly on the ground. He saw the fire coming towards him. The hairdryer on the ground put up a defense in front of him with his hands. The fire approached him and split into 2 streams. The strange man looked at the protagonist intently. The Fen looked back at him silently. The stranger looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he was very strong. The man told the protagonist in a thoughtful voice that his name was Zhou Cimlong. He himself was from the Zhou family. The protagonist realized that the unfamiliar fighter from the Zhou family had come back to take revenge on him. Zhou replied to the guy that he wasn't going to fight such a sucker at first. The stranger angrily told the protagonist that he had gone very far. He set up a meeting for the guy on the shore of the moonlit sea at noon. Zhou turned around and looked at the protagonist. He threatened him that they would fight to the death. Then the unknown fighter jumped up from his seat and started flying upwards. Fen looked at the flying man and decided that he must have more opportunities. The protagonist approached his friend Zhang and told him to come with him. The man agreed. Feng grudgingly asked the man why he had put clothes on his belt. Jiang gave him an angry look and said that he was suddenly very cold. Feng grudgingly asked the man, "Did he really shit himself?" The stranger frightenedly apologized to the protagonist. Yang angrily demanded of the driver that he wash up quickly. The protagonist met a man outside the city. The man showed him a place to live. It was an estate called Yanhei for several tens of millions. Feng turned to the man unhappily and asked Ouyang to shut up. Ouyang looked at the guy carefully and replied that he would do everything. The main character stood with his eyes closed in a state of deep meditation. There was a bright glow around him. His friends stood around and looked at the guy. They were studying his meditation. There was a bright glow next to the protagonist. He felt a lot of powerful spiritual forces in this manner. They couldn't compare to the spiritual forces with the lake on Mountain Jing. A friend came from the side and greeted the protagonist with surprise. He wondered why he had not warned them in advance of their arrival. Yang asked Feng Dong's friend about his training. He said that he was still unable to reach his threshold. Feng explained to his partners that he had come to see them to arrange a deal. A man was hit very hard with a fireball on his body, and then he fell to the ground. The son in the wheelchair turned around very frightened and called out to his father. The old man folded his arms and grudgingly told the man that he was the current head of the Zhou family. The old man looked at the warrior and said that the man was indeed promising. The head of the family looked at the fighter with an angry look and asked unhappily, "Why should he teach him how to be the head?" Zhu told strictly to the old man that the guy is not simple at all. He said that he will deal with it himself. The old man told the guests in a stern voice that tomorrow after the dragon ceremony, he doesn't want to hear about Yang Fen anymore. Ouyang and the boy were very surprised and amazed when they heard about the dragon ceremony. The boy told them that the ceremony was connected with the ceremony of remembering the warrior spirit. Such a ceremony is held every 3 years in a province. The protagonist was sitting on a chair with a cup of water. The guy told him that during the meeting of the ceremony there is a discussion of bad deeds, people who dishonor the reputation of the Jiang River. Each province has its own place where the ceremony is held. The guy excitedly told his partners that the ceremony tomorrow would be held on the shore of the Lunar Sea. The protagonist said in a joyful voice that Zhou was going to judge him tomorrow. Ouyang told the guy that he had ruined the reputation of the Zhou family a lot of times. So this time the bosses of the city decided to get together and end the matter. The friend asked the protagonist if he was sure that everything would happen tomorrow. Feng told his partner that he was completely sure. Ouyang told the protagonist that there was an old man in the Zhou family who was over 100 years old. He was the head of the family and had terrible strength. Feng asked the man about the validity of the information about the old demon being over 100 years old. Ouyang looked at the guy and said that he would send people now to check it all out. The main character was holding a cup with a drink in it. He told his friends that he would make the Zhou family pay for everything tomorrow. On the shore of the Lunar Sea, a large group of people gathered near a very large rock. The main character came along with his Zhang companions. To guy that there were a lot more people this time than when he fought with Maodong. Feng turned to the side and heard someone in the crowd yell that Ai Jiaohu had come. A small, full man appeared beside the car. His name was Yang, and he was from the city's Guan district. Feng looked at the stranger carefully. He asked his friend who was the fat dwarf in front of them. Ouyang told the protagonist that Yang's nickname was Ai Jiaohu, which means pervert. This man plays with women and uses fantasies. Ouyang told the protagonist that girls often run away from Yang. He sets men on them to catch them and tortures them. The people in the crowd were talking. They were remembering the protagonist. A man told Feng that he was the one who should rule the city of Zhonghai. Someone shouted from the side that a family from Zhonghai City had arrived. The protagonist turned around in surprise. A guy in a wheelchair angrily shouted for the protagonist to come out. He promised that the Zhou family would take revenge on him today. Feng walked sideways to the guy and asked angrily, "Has the guy already recovered?" The young gentleman frightenedly started asking for the third uncle to save him. One of the guests looked around and said, Zhou Qinglong was nowhere to be seen. The young master fearfully shouted to the protagonist that if he touched him, third uncle would kill him. Fen gave the guy an angry look and told him to call his uncle over here. The fighter stood on top of a tall rock. He called out to the protagonist. The Fen looked up in surprise. The man stood on top of the rock. He looked at the protagonist and sternly demanded that he not scare the common man. Fen stood on the earth. In front of him sat a guy in a wheelchair. The protagonist said that even the most patient see pesky insects. The protagonist jumped up from his seat and flew up to the top of the rock. After flying, Feng landed on top of the pedestal. There was Zhou standing nearby. The spectators from below shouted and demanded that the third uncle roll the protagonist into the asphalt. Jiang stood on the ground. He said in a disgruntled voice that the protagonist would defeat his opponent in 3 strikes. Feng stood on top of a rock opposite his opponent. Zhou said sternly to the guy that he had finally seen his true power. He possessed the power of the second step. The man glared angrily at the guy and asked him how he dared to stand up to him. Feng told the fighter that the Zhou family would not be able to scare him. The man angrily called the protagonist an impertinent man, after which stones flew from him in all directions. Blue lightning bolts appeared on top of the high pedestal. The whole place was shaking. Astonished onlookers stood on the ground. Zhou stretched out his hand towards the protagonist. Fire radiated from it. The protagonist stood and watched as large fireballs flew at him. The fire reached the protagonist, and there was a bright explosion from the top of the big rock. The spectators stood at the bottom and shouted upwards that the third uncle of the Zhou family was very strong. Wu and Zhang stood on the ground and looked up fearfully. They didn't know if the main character could survive. The clouds of smoke cleared, and the fighter saw the protagonist standing whole and unharmed. The protagonist stood and calmly looked in front of him. Zhou was surprised because of the fact that the guy didn't even have a scratch on him. The man was very surprised. He realized that the guy was a special technician. Zhou looked at the protagonist and shouted that the guy was at the second step. Zhou shouted to his opponent that he had never seen such a young man who had mastered great strength before. The fighter gave the guy a stern look and said that he wanted to give him another chance. He suggested that the protagonist should join the Zhou family. The guy on Earth angrily asked his uncle, would he really let the protagonist down? The son turned around and grudgingly demanded of his father that he change the third uncle's mind. One of them was surprised to hear that Zhou wanted to lure Feng to him. Feng questioned the warrior about joining his family and forgiving all offenses. Zhou promised the boy that he would protect him. The warrior promised the boy that if he joined them, he would take a high position. Feng angrily asked the man about the high position. He slyly said that he wanted to be an ancestor of the Zhou family. The martial artist became very angry. He abruptly snapped out of his seat and ran forward. The man swung his arm sharply and prepared to launch fire against the protagonist. The warrior ran at full speed. He was surprised to see the guy bounce somewhere to the side. Feng jumped up sharply. He there saw the man standing below and prepared to launch a fireball against him. Zhu stood and held his hand in front of him. A bright fire emitted from it. The man stretched his hand forward and attacked the guy with fire. The hairdryer flew high above the ground. The man ran up to the protagonist from behind very abruptly. The hairdryer didn't see him in time. Feng turned around and looked at his opponent. After that, a very bright fire explosion erupted in the air. Zhu bounced backwards after colliding with his opponent. The unharmed protagonist hovered above the ground and looked up at his opponent. Zhou looked at the guy with great surprise. He asked in amazement, "What is on his body?" The man on the ground remembered that the protagonist wore a special armor made of the scales of a 100-year-old snake king. Feng was held in the air high above the ground. The man on the ground stood on the ground with a surprised Zhou looking at him. The man on the ground shouted to the guy that he wouldn't be able to repel his attacks. The main character silently looked at his opponent. The man shouted to him that he wouldn't be able to fully repel his attacks or dodge them. There was a very bright blue explosion. Everything around him glowed very brightly. There was a bright blue glow around the warrior. He told the guy that if he could dodge his attack, he would bow 3 times and call him strong. The protagonist in flight angrily asked the man about overcoming his defenses. The Feng answered the warrior with a wicked smile that he could do it in one fell swoop. The man gave the boy a stern look and told him in an angry voice to try it. The guy in the wheelchair angrily shouted to the protagonist that this technique was created by the ancestors of the Zhou family. Zhang on the side told the surprised guy that it was just turtle armor. The man clenched his fist. He turned around angrily and told the guy that this armor was only 1 fist for Yang Fen. Dan looked up thoughtfully. He said that the main character had only recently reached the second step of strength. Fen stood calmly on the roof. Dan shouted to the guy from the ground that he might have an ace up his sleeve. The protagonist calmly looked in front of him and sighed happily to himself. Suddenly, a bright yellow protective wall appeared around the guy. Dan was surprised to hear that Feng had used his power and was able to create a wall behind him. The man asked the guy, "What is this technique?" The partner replied that he didn't even know it. The protagonist reached out his hand and touched the wall of fire. Dan looked up in surprise and shouted that he knew what the main character was going to do. The Don shouted in surprise that the protagonist realizes that ranged attacks can't break the obstacle. So with the help of the energy wall, he uses his body as a projectile to break through the defense. Zhou glared angrily at the guy and shouted that his defense wasn't made of paper. Feng hung on his firewall. He prepared to rush to attack against the warrior. The protagonist abruptly bounced off the wall and flew at full speed to the side. Zhou was soaring at a great height in his huge blue protective ball. Feng flew at him at full speed. The warrior in flight was frightened. He looked at the protagonist flying at him with great excitement. The protagonist in flight shot down his opponent. There was a bright explosion on top of the stone. After the explosion, huge pieces of stone began to fall from the top of the rock to the ground. The people on Earth were frightened and fell to the ground. They were very surprised. Feng got to his feet. He looked at his opponent with a very angry and hateful look. Zhou jumped to his feet. He looked at the guy from the side and couldn't attack him any further. The man on the ground called out to the third brother in a frightened and loud voice. Don watched the protagonist with excitement. He called his name fearfully. Zhou felt a strong collapse in his body. He started to fall to the ground. The guy on the ground was in a wheelchair and called out his third uncle in a frightened voice. Feng turned around and walked to the side. The body of Uncle Zhou was left lying on the ground. Zhang on the ground laughed loudly. He said that the protagonist had broken the turtle's shield with a single blow. Suddenly, Zhou came to his senses and jumped to his feet. He reached out his hand to the protagonist. The protagonist saw the man behind him reach out to grab him. The protagonist ducked down sharply to defend himself from the attack from behind. Zhou continued to rush at him. The warrior stopped and became very scared. He realized that the guy had prepared to attack him. Feng put his hands on the ground and kicked the warrior's head with all his might. The warrior screamed loudly after being kicked hard by the protagonist. The man on the ground continued to call the third brother in a frightened voice. The boy in the wheelchair frightenedly asked his father what they should do next. The people on Earth were surprised. Someone shouted that Feng had once again taken down the Zhou family. Don asked the protagonist if he was hurt. Feng replied that he was fine. His partner told him that there were no more equal opponents for him in Zhanghai City. Feng looked in front of him and said thoughtfully that the Zhou family was still hiding the old demon. The protagonist stopped and asked his friend, "Where are the heads of Zhou and Zhou Khan?" Don thoughtfully told the guy that the heads were here. At that time, an expensive red car pulled away. The man shouted that the right people had slipped away. Feng turned around and told his friend that only a fool like Zhou Kang could have escaped. Zhang happily greeted the protagonist and shouted that he was very strong. Feng turned to the man Wu Yangjin. Feng looked at the man and said he was entrusting the city of Zhanghai to him. The protagonist warned the man to tell all disgruntled people to go straight to him. The people on Earth began to chant and cheer for Mr. Yang in a friendly manner. They wanted him to become the boss of this city. The people near the huge stone kept shouting. On the big tree branch, an unfamiliar girl with a snake. The snake turned around and looked at its mistress. The girl grudgingly said that Zhou was completely useless. A girl named Yao Linglong angrily threatened the protagonist that she would definitely kill him. The guy arrived at the house. He jumped out of the baby carriage and shouted to the elder that the third uncle had been killed. He asked for help. The man angrily yelled at the guy not to bother the elder. He threatened to hit him. The guy on Earth yelled to the man that if the man was so strong, he could go and kill the protagonist. The man kicked the guy in the head with all his might. He didn't like the guest bickering with him. The guy explained to the man in a disgruntled voice that their family wouldn't be considered strong if some Yang Feng was able to overpower them. The man got very angry. He shouted at the guy that he would shut his filthy mouth and swung his foot. Someone from the side yelled at the man to stop. The guy was very scared and surprised. He realized that the elder was there. The old man from the mansion told the man that if he didn't stop now, there would be no one to pass on the legacy. The elder himself was very old and had been cultivating all day. He decided to serve the family one last time. The man turned to his father. The elder angrily replied to him that he had said it all. The elder sat on the veranda of the house. He told the man that he would not let the Zhou family fall. Late in the evening, the man fearfully ran into the house where the protagonist was sitting. He shouted to him that he had checked everything. Ouyang excitedly told the protagonist that there was indeed an old man in the Zhou family who was over 100 years old. Feng was sitting and meditating on the great stone at this time. The man once again calmly told the boy that there was an old man in the Zhou family who was more than 100 years old. Feng opened his eyes and replied to his partner in a calm voice that he would wait for his opponents here. Ouyang looked at the protagonist from behind and said that things were not that simple here. He warned that the Zhou family might attack the guy's loved ones. Ouyang called the girls Mai and Mu. He wanted to warn them to hide for a while. The man said excitedly that the girls on the phone didn't answer him. The main character looked at him fearfully. Feng jumped up from his seat and flew high up off a rock. He shouted that he would look for the girl Mai Qiuyan. The old man came to the hospital in the evening. He stood in the hallway and looked out the window to the street. A man in a white coat was walking down the corridor and talking to someone. He promised that he would be home soon. The elder stood silently in front of him. The doctor stopped and looked in surprise at the stranger in the hallway in front of him. The elder angrily asked the man if he knew Mai Qiuyan. The doctor angrily asked the old man why he was walking around the hospital at night. Dr. Mai had already finished her surgery and gone home. The doctor shouted in a disgruntled voice that he must have escaped from the asylum. The old man swung around and hit the doctor on the head with all his might. He was badly hurt and fell dead on the floor. A girl was walking down the street. She was very tired after the operation and wanted to treat herself to something tasty today. Suddenly the doctor heard some suspicious noise in the street. She was in an alley by herself. May looked around carefully. She realized that there was someone near her. The girl glanced unhappily to the side and wondered who was next to her. May didn't hear a reply. She walked further down the alley. Suddenly someone appeared next to her. Mai was frightened. She turned around and ran. At that time someone jumped on top of her. A girl was running down the street at full speed. At this time someone was watching her from above. The girl was running at full speed and fell to the ground. There was someone hovering above her. May continued to run fearfully down the evening street. She realized that someone was chasing her. After a long run, the girl fell to the ground. The main character was next to her. Mai came to her senses and looked at the guy with surprise. The hairdryer asked her unhappily what she was running from. Mai swung around and kicked the protagonist with all her might. She yelled that he had scared her in an alley. Feng was justifying himself to the girl. He told her that he had something he wanted to say to her. At this time, there was a battered Zhang lying in the corner near the wall. The protagonist in the alley told the girl in a hurt voice that he had called her, but her phone was turned off. Mai replied sternly to the guy that she had an important operation today. At this time, the main character's phone rang in his pocket. He got ready to pick up the phone. The man told the protagonist on the phone that Zhang was very badly injured. They found him in a trash can. Muxian's girlfriend still didn't pick up the phone. The protagonist turned off the phone after talking to the man. He was very scared. The girlfriend looked at the guy anxiously and asked if he was okay. Feng told her in a stern voice to follow him. He promised to keep her safe. The main character ran to the hospital and walked over to the bed where his friend was lying. The man was lying on the bed and couldn't get up. The protagonist reached out his hand and grabbed his arm. Zhang told the protagonist in a faint voice that the Mew girl was on the shore of the moon lake on top of the mountain. The protagonist looked at the man in silence. He was deep in thought. Ouyang looked silently at the patient. He wanted to say something to the protagonist. Feng tossed the man a small vial. This medicine was to be given to the patient every hour. Ouyang asked the guy, "Where did he go now?" The protagonist said in a menacing voice that he had now gone to kill. Late evening outside of town, a girl was hanging on a rope near a large cliff in a tree. The elder stood beside her. Mu was hanging tied up in the tree. She angrily demanded of the elder that he let her go. The elder told the captive in a calm voice that someone would soon come to rescue her. The Mew asked the old man with great surprise, who would rescue her? The elder glanced angrily in front of him and saw that the protagonist had appeared. Feng landed sharply on the ground in front of the old man. He angrily demanded that he let the girl go. The elder told the guy in a disgruntled voice that he didn't need any rules. He explained that the guy's friends were not guiltless. The old man sternly asked the lad if he was afraid he would kill all his descendants. The elder angrily told the Fen that he didn't bring him here to then let him go alive. The protagonist angrily told the old man that he took hostage because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to overpower him. The warrior explained to the protagonist that he was now very old, and so he needed to be careful about everything. The old man held out his hand towards the girl and told the boy to choose. The elder explained to the lad that the girl could now fall into the abyss. The Mu was hanging tied on a branch and could not free herself. The old man angrily demanded of the boy that he should immediately kill himself on the spot. The protagonist looked anxiously sideways at the girl in the tree. He asked the old man if he would let the girl go if he died. The old man looked at the boy very angrily and said in reply that it was all true. The Mu got scared. She shouted to the guy not to listen to the crazy old man. The elder shot a beam of fire at the tree. He yelled at the girl to be quiet. The old man demanded of the guy that he was sure to die today. He threatened that he would throw the girl into the abyss. The elder angrily asked the guy what he was choosing now. The protagonist explained to his rival that he was picking a fight. A surprised Mew watched him from the side. He told the girl that if he didn't save her, he would avenge her later. The elder looked at the guy unhappily and said that he was selfish. The protagonist swung sharply and launched a huge stream of fire against the old man. The elder opened his mouth and attacked the protagonist with a bright pink flame. The fire from the guy abruptly crashed into the pink stream that the elder had launched. The old man sternly asked the guy, "Is this really his true power?" The protagonist ran away and swung his hand with fire. The hairdryer swung his arm and launched streams of fire at his opponent. The old man turned around and calmly looked at the fire flying at him from all sides. There was a very bright fire blast. The elder jumped up sharply to defend himself. The girl was hanging on the tree and looking down in fear. She kept trying to free herself from the rope. Feng looked up and realized that the blast wave was very strong. He called the girl's name. The old man ran up to the guy from the side and behind and shouted angrily that he was distracted. After the attack, the protagonist fell to the ground. The old man managed to hit him with his hand. The girlfriend was frightened. She screamed loudly and called the protagonist by name. The protagonist flew aside after the powerful blow and fell to the ground. The elder angrily shouted to the guy that he still wanted to kill his descendants. The wounded guy weakly called his opponent a mean old man. Dark swirls appeared around the elder. He angrily told the guy that the opponent should be killed by any means necessary. Feng got into a fighting stance. He activated the fourth stage of power in his body. The old man looked at the boy and said that he was very strong. He himself had only reached that level of strength when he was 40 years old. The elder looked at the guy and said that he was no more than 20 years old now. Feng angrily asked his rival, did the guy really want to attract him to his side? The old man smiled and shouted in an evil voice to the guy that he would kill him. That would help him avoid future problems. The protagonist looked angrily at his rival and said that he could try to kill him. The old man looked at his rival unhappily and laughed merrily back. The protagonist was very frightened. He saw that the old man tried to attack him with a new skill. Fen looked at his opponent in surprise and realized that he had decided to invoke ice magic against him. The elder stretched his hand forward and launched a blue lightning bolt at the protagonist. He shouted that he was going to die. The blue lightning flew forward and froze in the form of a huge ice mountain on Earth. Feng frightenedly looked down in front of him and noticed that his leg was completely pierced by the ice mountain. The elder jumped up sharply and decided to attack the protagonist. Fen was very scared. He realized that he couldn't fight off his opponent right now. The protagonist stretched his arm forward and launched a stream of fire. The hairdryer jumped up and flipped in the air. The elder approached the protagonist lying on the ground and brought his hands to his head. The elder pushed the guy down with a powerful blow and he started falling down. The main character was falling down the mountain from a great height. The girl called out to him fearfully. Feng realized during the fall that the old man had managed to disperse all his power. The guy fell off the cliff and fell deep down. Mu continued to hang tied up in the tree. Mu, frightened and surprised, turned around and looked away. She thought that her friend had died after the fall. The old man told the girl in an angry voice that the guy couldn't save Belle, and it was a very pathetic sight. Mu turned to the side. She looked at the old man angrily and hatefully. The elder asked the girl why she was angry. He told her in an angry voice that the boy could not have survived after falling into the abyss. The old man cunningly suggested that the girl should marry into the Zhou family. The elder looked at the girl angrily and said that if she agreed to the marriage, he would spare her. The Mu shouted in a disgruntled voice to the old man to kill her right away. The old man reached out to the girl and shouted that she was ungrateful and to join her friend now. Suddenly the main character appeared from the side. He jumped out of the deep abyss. The old man was very amazed. He could not understand how the guy could survive in such a situation. The protagonist asked the elder in an angry voice, did he really think he could kill him? The elder used a bright blue beam to cut the rope that the girl was hanging from the tree. Feng took one last look at his girlfriend and realized that she was about to fall and break. The main character looked down at the falling girl. He called her name fearfully. The girl was falling from a great height and was screaming very loudly. She realized that she was about to die. Fen rushed down into the flight to get his girlfriend. He called her loudly as he flew. An elder stood at the top of the hill and looked angrily at the falling guy and girl. The old man said in an angry voice after the falling girl and the guy that they would both die. The main character was falling with his girlfriend into the abyss. He reached out to grab the rope that was used to bind the Mu. The hairdryer in flight grabbed the rope with one hand and clung to the wall with the other to keep from falling. The main character was hanging on the big rock and caught his hand on it. He held his girlfriend hanging on the rope and asked loudly if she was okay. Mu shouted to her friend that she was okay. Feng looked down. He shouted in a scared voice to the girl to be careful. He was going to go up. The girl turned around and shouted in a frightened voice to the boy to look back. The elder launched fireballs from the top of the hill against his rivals. The old man decided to finish off the guy and the girl. He continued to attack with fire streams from the mountain. The elder looked down from the hilltop and noticed that the protagonist was still alive. Fen, after a long flight down the cliff, managed to land on his feet. He was still holding his girlfriend on the rope. The protagonist was very badly injured. He started coughing up blood afterward. Mu looked fearfully at the guy and demanded that he let go of her. The hairdryer had to climb up by himself. Suddenly, an old man jumped down from above. He shouted to his rivals that he would finish them both off today. The protagonist jumped up off the ground and rushed forward against the elder. Feng tossed his girlfriend upwards on the rope. A surprised old man looked at him from the side. The elder told the guy in surprise that he had used his power to save the girl. The old man knocked the protagonist with all his might. Fen was injured and had a bloody cough. The elder jumped up above the ground and looked at the protagonist carefully. The old man glared angrily at the guy and told him to rest in peace. Such would be the fate of anyone who dared to mess with the Zhou family. Feng was still alive. He smiled evilly and looked at the old man. The elder grudgingly asked the fellow, so why was he laughing? The warrior looked carefully at his hand and noticed a purple wound appearing on it. The elder grudgingly shouted at the protagonist for daring to poison him. The warrior angrily told the guy that this poison wouldn't work on a fourth-stage power master. The old man threatened the boy that he would kill all his men when he recovered. The girl on top of the hill was looking down. She called her friend's name fearfully. The Don saw some noise at his side. He turned around in surprise and asked, "Who's there?" Don ran to the side. He shouted that it could be the main character. Yang shouted after the guy to wait. The old man turned to the side after being poisoned. The girl was still standing next to him. The elder said in an angry voice that if he was younger, this poison wouldn't have affected him. The old man turned around and shouted to the girl that her friend was dead and she could join him. Downstairs, the Mew asked the elder, why would he kill her and the Fen? The elder told the girl that the main character killed his grandson. Mu is the boyfriend's girlfriend and should die too. The girl turned around and angrily shouted to the old man that he is a demon and a bastard. The old man pointed his hand towards the girl. He angrily told her that she was about to join her friend. Mu was on the edge of a precipice. At this time, the Don ran up from behind the old man and swung his arm to knock him. The elder sensed the danger behind him and teleported very quickly. The old man jumped aside. He couldn't understand who it was standing in front of him. The Don turned around and asked the girl excitedly, "How does she feel?" The old man glared angrily at the guy and said that he had attacked him in a very mean way. The elder felt weak in his body. He couldn't stand on his feet anymore. The old man coughed. He could barely stand up and clutched his chest with his hand. The Mew looked at the old man from the side and said that the protagonist had poisoned him. She demanded that the Don kill the warrior as soon as possible. The elder looked angrily at his rivals and said that even in his condition he could kill 100 of their kind. The guy angrily shouted to the old man that he could try to kill them. He sensed that the elder had a strong aura. The old man turned around and headed away. He told the guy and girl that he would spare them this time. He didn't want to waste his health on them. The warrior jumped up and disappeared into the evening sky. He threatened the guy and the girl that they could enjoy their last days. The guy asked the girl if she was okay. He took the ropes off her. The Don turned sideways in surprise. He asked the girl, "Where did the main character go?" The Muse tearfully told him her friend's name. She thought he was dead. The girl told the surprised friend that the protagonist was probably dead. Feng decided to protect her and fell off the cliff. Don looked down into the gorge. He said that if he wanted to fall down here by himself, he would definitely die. But the main character is not like that. The guy told the girl to follow him. He would tell the Yang to send people to look for him later. The girl shouted in a frightened voice that she would also send a group of Lunyao to search. The main character woke up in a very dark and unfamiliar place. Feng opened his eyes abruptly and called the girl's name. He was worried about her. The guy looked around and saw that he was lying in a large bathtub in green liquid. Fen looked in surprise in front of him. He couldn't figure out what this place was. A stranger on the side asked the surprised guy if he was awake. The main character turned around and saw a strange girl with green hair. She told him that he had slept for 5 whole hours. The protagonist in the bathroom turned around and asked the girl, "Did she really save him?" The stranger gave the guy a piercing look and asked, "Does he see someone else?" Feng studied the girl with an attentive gaze. He couldn't figure out who was in front of him. The protagonist realized that the stranger was able to heal the serious wounds on his body in just 5 hours. The guy realized that he was recovering in the liquid in the bathtub. Suddenly, the protagonist realized that he was wearing absolutely no clothes. Fen slipped his hand deep into the green liquid. He felt that he was completely naked. Fen was startled to realize that he was sitting in the bathtub completely naked. The stranger told the guy in a calm voice that he was just a patient to her. The stranger slyly asked the guy, "Is he afraid his girlfriend will be jealous?" The protagonist jumped out of the bathroom. He asked his partner, "Did she see a girl tied up over a cliff?" The partner turned around and told the guy in a calm voice that his girlfriend had been rescued. The hairdryer smiled. and in a sly voice thanked the girl for the good news. The stranger turned to the side and told the guy that he should sit down. The hairdryer plunged very sharply into the green liquid. The girl looked at the guy thoughtfully and said he was very lucky to survive with serious wounds. The hairdryer turned around and told his partner in a sly voice that he had survived because of her outstanding abilities. The stranger turned around and headed for the exit. She told the guy to leave as soon as he was better. Feng looked around the room carefully. He saw rough stone furniture. The protagonist couldn't understand why the stranger lived in such a place. Feng was walking down a deserted corridor. He was looking for a strange girl. The girl in the room told the guy that she didn't want to see anyone. The main character told the girl that he wouldn't force her to do anything. He would like to thank her for saving his life and asked her name. The girl told the protagonist that her name was Losu. The guy slyly replied to her that it was a very beautiful name. The stranger told the boy to leave. His friends came to get him. Feng left the cave and went outside. The main character saw the girl with other people near the entrance. Mu was surprised because of the fact that the girlfriend found him in such a packed place, several kilometers away. The girlfriend looked in front of her with surprise and couldn't believe that it was young Feng. The main character asked the girlfriend why she had come to such a dangerous place. Mu answered the boyfriend that he had to look for him. Dawn told the main character in a happy voice that it was very good that he was okay. The girl had been looking for him all night. Mu turned around and looked very unhappy at the guy next to her. Feng asked the girl what happened to the old man of the Zhou family. Mu told the guy that the old man due to poisoning could not cope with Dawn, and that's why the friend saved her. The main character put his hand on the girl's shoulder. He said that she should go to Ouyang Manor and hide there for a while. The guy headed off to the side. The girl asked him goodbye. Where is he going? The protagonist said in an angry voice that he was going to the Zhou family. The protagonist angrily said to himself that he would take advantage of Zhou's disease and take his life. A guy was sitting on a chair in a nightclub and demanded more wine. His girlfriend told Zhou that he had had enough to drink. The guy told his partner in a cheerful voice that he had to drink. He was having the best day ever. The phone rang. Zhou picked it up to talk to his father. The man angrily told his son that their headman had been injured today, and he was sitting around having fun. The son couldn't understand why father resented his recreation. A waiter appeared in the room with a bottle of wine on a tray. Zhou slyly said that the old man would be as good as new in a couple of days. The father angrily reminded the son of the importance of the headman to their family. The boy turned off the phone. He said his father had ruined his whole mood. The waiter held a tray of wine near the guy. Zhou was unhappy because there was only one bottle on the tray. He saw that the main character was next to him. Zhou was scared. He realized that Feng had dressed up as a waiter and walked up to him with a tray of wine. The guy was very frightened. He asked Fen in a stammering voice why he wasn't dead. The protagonist swung his fist and prepared to hit the guy on the head. Fen leisurely approached the big house. He pulled the leg of the battered Zhou. The main character demanded that the old man come out of the house. Zhou screamed fearfully and demanded to be rescued. Feng shouted in an angry voice to the elder that now it was his hour of death. The old man leisurely walked out of the house. He decided to address the protagonist. The elder looked at the guy and said that today came the Zhou family's fateful moment. Feng looked at the old man with a stern look and said that he was ready. The elder looked at the guy carefully and said that he had survived and there was not a single wound on his body. The old man looked at the protagonist and said that he would not get cocky and hope to live. The elder bowed to the guy and asked him to spare the rest of his family members. Feng gave the old man a stern look and explained that he had no right to ask him for anything. Zhou pleaded with the protagonist in a frightened voice and asked him not to kill him. He promised that he would never go against Fen again. The Fen turned around and very angrily demanded of the guy to shut up. The old man abruptly ran up to the side of the protagonist and prepared to hit him. Fen turned to the side and kicked the elder with all his might. The protagonist angrily told the elder that even in his weak state, the old man was able to do his nefarious deeds. The elder flew off and fell down on the stairs after being hit hard by the protagonist. Feng gave the old man a stern look and said that he dared to touch his men. The protagonist swung his fist to attack his opponent. The old man shouted at him to wait. The elder shouted angrily and warned the guy that if he killed him, he would be in trouble. The elder put his hands out in front of him. He shouted that he was the Shen Lunman's man. Feng stopped. He looked in surprise in front of him and repeated the name Shen Lunman. The protagonist asked the old man, "Is he really a follower of Shen Lunman?" The elder told the guy that he was once a member of the Shen clan when he was young. Now he is the representative of the Lunmen in Zhonghai City. The protagonist angrily asked the old man, did he really think he would believe his nonsense? The elder shouted in a loud voice to the guy that the Chen Huyao clan is organizing a congress of all healers in 6 months. The old man angrily shouted to the guy that Feng couldn't go against the Zhou family. The elder shouted that he was the representative of the Shen clan. The protagonist told the old man in a calm voice that he was a little scared by the name of the Shen clan. The elder promised the guy that if he let him go, he wouldn't take revenge on him. He even promised to share their family's profits with the Fen. The protagonist looked angrily and with interest at the old man. He listened to him attentively. The old man asked the protagonist if he believed him. The guy angrily told the warrior that he believed him. The protagonist angrily told the old man that he was going to die today. The elder wounded Zhang and hurt the girl. The old man lay on the stairs terrified. He threatened the protagonist that he would die if he killed him. The protagonist prepared to kill the old man and swung his arm. He angrily told the elder that no one could guarantee that the Shen clan would choose him as their representative next time. The boy lay battered on the ground. He called out to the elder in a frightened voice. Joe looked fearfully in front of him and saw that the boy had beaten the old man with a punch. The guy lay on the ground and said in a frightened voice that Feng had killed the elder, and now he wanted to kill him too. The Zhou family was coming to an end. The protagonist was silent. He calmly looked at the guy and prepared to finish him off. A man ran up from the side and shouted at the protagonist to stop. The master told the guy in an excited voice that he had already killed the strongest member of the Zhou family. He asked for the Fen to take his life instead of his son's life. The protagonist turned around and prepared to leave. He told the man that he didn't want to see him in this town anymore. Feng told the host that the Zhou family no longer had any entrance to this place. The host dropped to his knees and thanked the guy for his mercy. The protagonist sat inside the building in deep meditation. He opened his eyes and exhaled. Feng thought and decided that the healer's convention was about to begin. He felt that he himself had not yet reached the third stage of power. The doors opened and a Don entered the room with a document in his hand. He told the protagonist that he had brought urgent news. The Don raised a red piece of paper above his head and told the protagonist that this was an invitation from the Shen clan. The protagonist angrily demanded of his friend that he read the invitation. Don held the papers in his hands and read it in detail. Fen was invited to a healer's convention. Feng was surprised. He couldn't understand what right the clan had to give out numbers to healers. He figured it was a money-making scam under the guise of famous healers. Don angrily told his friend that he had learned all the details about the Shen clan. Don told the protagonist that every candidate who wants to join the clan has to pay $1 million. If the sick person is treated by the main clan member, the cost of treatment is more than $10 million. If someone has no money for treatment, then such a candidate must kneel at the foot of the mountain and crawl to the main gate. Maybe he will get help. The protagonist got very angry and banged his hand on the table with all his might. Feng was very unhappy because the clan was taking advantage of people's grief. This time, he couldn't let the healer clan behave like this. The protagonist, along with his companion, Clear Afternoon, arrived in the mountains. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The Don approached the boy and asked why he had brought him to the mountains. The Fen replied to his partner that he had to see his training. Don asked his friend in surprise, what kind of training was he talking about? Feng stood staring intently in front of him. Energy began to gather around his body. Gradually, energy began to seep out from all sides and flowed towards the guy's body. Don stood and watched his friend carefully. He noticed that a dense fog appeared around him. Feng stood calmly, and the dense energy continued to approach him. Zhang looked out of the window to the street. He noticed that a white haze had appeared there. The man looked outside and couldn't understand where the mist could have come from in the mountains. The Don stood watching the protagonist from the side. He cried out in surprise. Don said in surprise that even though Yang was at the second step, he could absorb the aura of the entire mountain in one breath. Yang turned around and explained to his friend that he had used a secret technique called Boundless God Execution. Don was very surprised to hear that his friend had trained with one of the most powerful techniques. Don knew that if a person reaches the peak of the 9th level of this technique, he would gain invulnerability and gain magical abilities. As a result, such a person would learn a great deed and be freed from rebirth. Feng calmly replied to his partner that no one could be saved from rebirth. Feng explained to his friend that he had only reached the first step. He did not know what would happen next. Don could not believe that his friend had only reached the first step. The protagonist turned around and reminded his friend that he had to start training. Don was silent for a long time. He realized that he was now interrupting his friend. The protagonist told Don that he shouldn't be in a hurry. During training, you have to accumulate everything slowly and only then you realize it. He himself had only recently started on the path of perfection. Strangers appeared at the side. Someone said that spiritual energy was suddenly concentrated on the top of the mountain. A monk appeared along with a man. The small stranger said angrily that he had come closer and heard someone's boastful speeches. The Don turned to the side and noticed a Buddhist monk along with a dwarf approaching them. The monk approached the guy and asked if he knew a certain Yang Fen. The Don inquired of the stranger, "What business did they come to the fellow for?" The monk said in a sly voice that he wanted to send the protagonist to heaven. The Don got angry and called the monk an ass. The protagonist shouted to his friend to wait. The protagonist looked at the strangers and said that they had reached the second level of power like himself. The dwarf was surprised because the Fen recognized their level. The dwarf said in an angry voice that the head of the Zhou family was a lowlife. He couldn't even handle someone like Feng. The protagonist angrily promised the stranger that he would beat him up and he would understand. The dwarf told his partner that he had enemies other than the Zhou family elder. The stranger said in an angry voice that Elder Zhou had the first step and his power had long since faded. The dwarf said angrily to the protagonist that they were about to show him what real masters look like in action. The protagonist looked at the strangers and angrily said he had a question for them. The hairdryer looked at the monk and sternly asked who ordered him. The monk looked at the guy and said that he could not name the customer, but he could name the price. Then the Buddhist proudly announced the sum of 500 million and laughed merrily. The protagonist rushed at his rival and shouted that he would not see that money today. The monk extended his hand with a fiery glow against the guy. He used a magic skill. There was a very bright fire explosion. Rocks started flying around. The main character jumped aside. The fire explosion happened very close to him. The monk flew above the ground and pointed his hand from above at the guy. The hairdryer looked down at him. The monk flew above the ground on a huge burning palm. He looked down intently. The fighter looked down at the protagonist angrily. He was looking for him. Feng put his hands in front of his face to protect himself from the Buddhist. The protagonist stood in a defensive fighting stance. Large dust clouds appeared at his side. The dwarf said in surprise that the guy was able to withstand the 2 attacks of the Arhat king. He was surprised. The Buddhist told his companion named Zhu Linshan that he would not bother today. The dwarf replied to his companion that they would split the money in half anyway. The protagonist jumped above the ground. He angrily reminded his rivals that today they would not see the money. The monk told the boy in a stern voice that all this talk was empty. The monk rose above the ground on fire. His body was the result of 10 years of painstaking cultivation practice. He told the guy that he could attack him 3 times. The protagonist angrily told his opponent that 1 attack would be enough for him. Zhou angrily told the protagonist that he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent even for 100 attacks. The protagonist reached forward with his hand and launched blue lightning against his opponent. Feng said in an angry voice that he had used God's limitless execution against the monk. The Buddhist stood and looked at his opponent in surprise. He marveled at Fen's skills. The monk was amazed as he repeated to himself the words about the protagonist's great spiritual power. Feng was flying in the air, and there was a bright blue glow around him. The monk decided that the guy had achieved such power thanks to the spiritual energy from the top of the mountain. Juyu looked at the protagonist with surprise and realized that this guy could really defeat the elder of the Zhou family. The dwarf shouted to the flying monk that his defense should be able to withstand 3 attacks. The Buddhist turned around in surprise and repeated the words 3 attacks to himself. The monk turned around and shouted to the dwarf to kill the protagonist himself. He didn't need the money anymore. Juyu was scared and surprised. He realized that now he would have to fight Fen himself. The protagonist came from the side and called the frightened dwarf by name. Fen pointed his hand with a bright glow against the dwarf. He shouted that now it was his turn. Zhu fell to the ground frightened. He loudly begged the main character not to kill him. The protagonist approached and angrily reminded the dwarf of the 500 million reward. Zhu yelled to the guy that he could share some useful information with him. The dwarf looked at the protagonist with excitement and wondered, can he spare him? Fen demanded of his rival that he tell him everything first. He would decide later whether to spare him or not. The protagonist angrily told the dwarf that he would kill him right here and now. Zhui dropped to his knees in front of the protagonist. He excitedly promised him that he would tell him everything right now. Don impatiently demanded that the dwarf tell them everything. The dwarf told about the Black Dragon group in the city of Zhonghai. This group was second only to the Yao family in strength. Zhu told the protagonist that the group had sent him to kill Feng. They also wanted to kidnap the Mu girl. Feng looked angrily at the dwarf and asked, "Is it all true?" Zhu replied to his partner. "It's all true." He asked, "Is this information enough to spare his life?" Feng told the dwarf to get out. Zhu jumped up from his seat and began to disappear into the sky. Don grudgingly asked his friend, "Why did he let the mercenary go?" Feng explained to his partner that he needed to make sure his girlfriend was safe now. He picked up the phone. At the company office, the director told Mu's girlfriend that she'd gotten a video call. Mu was sitting at her desk near her computer. She inquired of the boyfriend what happened. The hairdryer fearfully inquired of the girlfriend, "Where is she?" Mu replied to the boyfriend that she was in the office. She inquired, "What happened?" The protagonist explained in an excited voice to the girl that he had just decided to call her. The girl turned around and grudgingly looked at the protagonist with surprise. Fen looked at the girlfriend and said that he had distracted her. He decided to hang up. Mu was sitting by the computer. A servant came up to her from the side and said that the protagonist was interested in her. The girl replied in a disgruntled voice that this could not be. The judge told his boss that her face turned red. The woman replied to her subordinate not to say anything stupid. There was a group of strangers standing outside. One of the guys looked at the house and said there was a MU inside. Judging from the picture, she must be a beauty. A fighter with a disgruntled voice said that 3 great masters were sent away for a mere mortal. The fighter turned around and told his friend not to complain. They had to go to the parking lot. A car was speeding away at full speed. The protagonist shouted to the driver to go faster. Zhang told the protagonist that if they drove any faster, they would have an accident. Feng sat looking at his phone. He told the driver that he didn't trust his medical skills. Luga in the hallway came over and told the mistress that the main character called her again. Mu couldn't understand what had happened to the guy today. The girl picked up the phone and greeted the main character. Feng told the girl that he was very relieved when he heard her voice. He decided to hang up. The servant slyly told the woman that the protagonist confessed his love to her with such words. The mistress knocked the servant on the head and shouted that she was fed up with him. The kidnappers were standing in a dark room. The Mu along with his servant approached the room along the corridor. The Suju asked the mistress not to get angry. The servant was walking next to the mistress. He told her that they had to go out now. The guy with the glasses stopped and looked frightened. He noticed strangers nearby. The Mu stopped fearfully. She realized that there were some strangers in the room in front of them. The girl looked around fearfully and asked the strangers in the room who they were. The kidnapper angrily told the mistress that they were waiting for her. They already wanted to go inside to grab her. The Mu angrily shouted to the strangers that they should be afraid they might get caught by the camera. The stranger held out his hand to the girl and shouted not to worry about them. They had taken care of everything beforehand. The stranger reached out his hand to the girl and shouted that she would now go with them. Suddenly, the kidnapper's arm flew off to the side. It was as if it had been cut off by something invisible. Mu was very scared and surprised. The fighter was very frightened. He couldn't even scream and didn't understand what had happened. The stranger frightenedly grabbed his severed arm. The fat man turned angrily to the side and frightenedly asked, "Who is that there?" The man looked carefully to the side and saw several cars parked in the underground parking lot. The kidnapper looked and listened carefully. He saw nothing and heard no one. Suddenly, the kidnapper's second severed arm flew off. He was even more frightened. The man felt as if someone ran up from behind and twisted his arm back. The kidnappers screamed loudly. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in the parking lot. The kidnappers asked him fearfully not to kill them. The protagonist turned back and angrily told the kidnappers that the Zhou family still dared to touch his people after all that had happened. A girl came from the side. She called out to the protagonist in a frightened voice. Feng approached the girl and told her he was on time. He asked if she was all right. The protagonist felt some movement from the side. He turned around unhappily. Feng turned around and saw the kidnappers leaving. He angrily asked them, did they really want to escape? The fighter turned around frightened and in a stammering voice asked the guy to let them go. The kidnappers looked fearfully at the guy and asked him to spare them. Feng turned around and angrily told the bandits that if he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have chopped off their hands. He didn't care about the petty executors. The protagonist angrily demanded of the kidnappers that they tell the boss about his visit tomorrow. Zhang ran up from the side. He shouted cheerfully to the protagonist that he was very cool when he threatened. Suzhou walked over and told the man to leave the protagonist and the girl alone. The Mu, along with the protagonist, turned around and called out to Suju and Zhan in loud voices.